Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
You are muted, Chair. Okay, Kenda. You are muted.
Good morning.
Chair.
Thanks. Yes, I was muted. Sorry for that. Good morning, Honorable Minister. Good morning, Honorable Deputy Minister. Good morning, National Commissioner and your team. Dr. Libya, General Dr. Libya and your team. Acting Secretary Ramaru and your team. Honorable members of the committee, our staff, and everybody who's on the platform. Good morning once more. Today, we have a very hectic program, but I want us to manage it in such a way that we can still finish earlier than expected. Babalwa, are we in quorum?
Good morning, Chair. Yes, we do have a quorum.
Okay. Having a quorum, let's have the agenda on the screen. There is the agenda, honorable members. We're on item 2, adoption of the agenda.
Sheikh Imam moves. Good morning, Chair.
Sheikh Imam moves. But as you move, Sheikh Imam, thanks for that. I want to suggest that immediately after the presentation by the AG, we have the minister making remarks and members interacting with the presentation by the AG, because they requested that they might leave to another meeting. Will that be acceptable, Honorable Sheikh Imam?
Yes, indeed, Chairperson. Go ahead. Let's get it going.
Sheikh Imam moves. Can I get a seconder?
Good morning, Chair. Peacock seconds.
Peacock seconds. Honorable Peacock, thank you. Is there an alternative view? The agenda is adopted with that amendment. And if we can also note that this will be a guide, and where there's a need to do adjustment, we'll do that. Thanks very much. Can we have apologies?
Good morning, Chairperson. I received 3 apologies from Dr. Grunewald. Rev Meshwa, he is abroad, and the minister, he requested to leave the meeting early to join another meeting at 11 o'clock. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. Is there any other apology that might not have been captured by the Secretariat? Thank you. We're on item 4. Honorable members, I do not want to raise many topical issues today, as we have a specific mandate to complete today. However, I will be remiss not to mention the significant escalation of kidnappings in the Eastern Cape province. The Eastern Cape is fast becoming the kidnapping capital of South Africa. This is extremely concerning. Since last year, more than 150 kidnappings were recorded in the province. The SAPS must act decisively to stem the escalation in this heinous crime that strikes fear into the hearts of our communities. Coming to today's business, we have a full schedule and are considering the annual reports of the South African Police Service, Directorate for Priority Crime Investigations, and the Civilian Secretariat for Police Service. In fulfilling our oversight mandate, honorable members, we have invited the Office of the Auditor General to brief us on the audit outcomes of the departments and entities under our mandate. And we have also invited the labor unions of police, including SAPU and POPCRU, to brief the committee on challenges experienced by their members. We have also invited IPUSA as a stakeholder to brief the committee. We welcome the Office of the AG, a delegation from POPCRU, delegation from SAPU, and delegation from IPUSA in our meeting. Honorable members, following our engagements this week, we will compile our budgetary review and recommendations reports under Section 5 of the Money Bills Amendment Procedures and Related Matters Act, number 9 of 2009. We will assess service delivery and financial performance of the departments and make recommendations to the Minister of Police, accounting officers, and the Minister of Finance. As a committee, we must also evaluate the effective and efficient use and forward allocation of resources. In other words, value for money in service delivered, and make recommendations on the forward use of resources. The BRRR process is one of our key oversight roles as parliamentarians and as a portfolio committee. I wish that we have fruitful engagements during this week's meetings. Honorable members, you will remember that we have a meeting today, which is almost taking the whole day, and we have another meeting on Friday, which will consider annual reports for the remaining entities. Having said that, I now move to item 5, consideration and adoption of minutes of the previous meeting. Abalwa, can we have that on the screen? Are you succeeding, Babalo? Honorable members, minutes there on the screen. We have adoption of the agenda. Apologies and attendance. Opening and welcome. Opening remarks by the chairperson. Consideration and adoption of minutes and report. Matters arising from the submission of written responses. Presentations of the first quarter expenditure. SAPS, vote 28. IPIT, vote 24. Civilian Secretariat, vote 21. Committee deliberations. Committee resolutions. Just go slow there. Bullet 1, the SAPS should report on how load shedding is impacting on its performance, particularly when it comes to forensic science laboratories. The SAPS should explain if application has been made for exemption on load shedding. The SAPS should provide a report on the measures taken to mitigate against load shedding. The IPID and CSPS should submit in writing the impact of the austerity measures on their budgets and performance. Closing remarks. There are the minutes, colleagues. Are there amendments to the minutes? I don't see a hand. Can I get a mover for the adoption of the minutes?
Thank you, Chair. I move for the adoption of the minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Peacock. Moving for the adoption of the minutes. Can I get a seconder?
Sheikh Imam, thank you.
Sheikh Imam seconding. Is there an alternative view? Nothing. Thanks. Minutes are adopted. Can we get matters arising? Can you put the minutes again, especially on resolutions of the committee? Thank you. Honorable Minister, I don't remember receiving these things as requested. Bullet 1 and 2. Any response, Honorable Minister?
Yes, Chair. I will have to find out if those have been sent back. I think they have been delayed somewhere. They're supposed to have been sent back. I will have to find out what happened, because I do remember seeing them, Chair. Can I be, as you proceed, try to find out exactly what happened, Chair?
Okay. Secondly, Honorable Minister, I know you were not in that meeting. Deputy Minister was there and the acting National Commissioner. There were written responses that were promised that they will arrive a Friday following our meeting. We haven't seen them. Maybe as you follow up on this too, please follow up on that one so that before we close the meeting today, we know what is happening. We don't want things to pile up and we end up not following other things. Thanks very much. Yeah, you can remove the minutes.
Sorry,
We'll come back
Chairperson.
to, yes, Honorable
Chair,
Minister.
Sorry, Sheikh Imam here, Chairperson.
Oh, Sheikh Imam, Honorable Sheikh Imam, sorry. Yes.
Thank you for prematurity promoting me. I appreciate that, Chairperson. Chairperson, yeah, if you look at in the minutes, we've raised the issue of police officers in the minutes there that are living in shacks, putting their lives in danger.
Signed in time and sent back.
Honorable Minister, mute your mic.
Yeah, what's
okay,
saying again?
Honorable Minister, mute your mic. Yeah. Honorable Sheikh Imam, continue.
I raised the situation of police officers living in shacks, informal settlement, putting their lives at risk. And since then, you know, you'd find that the situation has deteriorated. More and more police officers have been killed, more than any time before. So, you know, I'd like us to discuss and find out from the minister, what is he doing, given the fact there's a whole lot of buildings that are standing empty, that have been hijacked. Is he in discussion with public works, with the relevant other role players, in order to try and accommodate these police officers so that they can work closer to live closer to home? Otherwise, we are going to continuously lose police officers. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Sheikh Imam, is your suggestion that they submit in writing what they are doing with regards to the issue you raised, so that we get it in the next meeting?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Let's record that as a resolution of the committee.
Sorry to take you back here, Chairperson. There was one very important thing that I've requested time and time again. The police department, SAPS themselves, are having great difficulty in dealing with the high levels of crime in the country. We've asked them to give us a comprehensive report, if you remember, in the form of similar to a budget, as to everything that they need, what are the constraints and everything that they need to deal with crime in the country itself. And they promised to give us that, and it's not forthcoming. I'm not sure if they can tell us in writing how much more time do they need to deal with that, so that we would know what their requirements are. And as this portfolio committee, we'd be able to, you know, deal with that when it comes to the VRRs, when it comes to budgets and all that kind of thing. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Sheikh Imam. Indeed, I know we have been calling for that. Can we have those two submitted in writing, Honorable Minister? Not necessarily today, but in the next, yes, Honorable Minister.
Yes, but I must apologize, Chair. That was a meeting I was not in. I realized those answers you're expecting or talking about, they came at about 7:30 last night to me. I've just signed them now to present there. They only came about 7:30 last night. I see them now on the desk. They are signed and they'll be sent to the chair right now. But I get what Honorable Sheikh
Honorable Minister?
Says
losing you.
especially about the and all that. I think we can develop that. We can develop that report, Chair, on the matter of and killing of the South African Police Service members, both on and off field of duty, but also the issue that is raising of the budget we can develop for the portfolio to help us. But I don't know how much assistance it will be there, pending on the cuts and all that. As we speak, Chair, we're facing cuts rather than the increase, but we will, because we are far away from the budget that can take us forward. But having said so, we're facing serious cuts. As we develop that budget, the first request would be that can we please maintain what we have, which is not enough. But as you all know, that come, I guess it's November 1 of the medium term, will be all called upon to deal with the cutting. Where do we cut? I don't know where we'll cut when we're supposed to add on everything. So, but we will do that as the Honorable Sheikh is requesting. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, let's do that, Minister, so that we see how far the committee can assist. Just present to the committee what do you think is ideal to deal with crime in this country, because every citizen of this country is worried about crime. And then we take it from there and see how far the committee can assist. And because in my opening remarks, I said, if there's a need to recommend something to the Minister of Finance, we'll definitely do that. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We'll await for the submission of your responses. Now, the principle we took is once we request for a submission, let's have it at least by the next meeting. We should be having that submission. If we can't have a full submission, let's have a response by the next meeting as to when can we have, rather than keeping quiet. Right. Thanks, Honorable Minister. Let's move to the next item. Office of the AG. We are in your hands. You will introduce your team, and then you take it from there. I'm allocating you, it's now 9:20. If you can be done by 5 past 10 there, I would really appreciate. I'm not necessarily pressurizing you, but there are other things that you can leave out that we know. AG?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and honorable members, and also thank you for the guidance around the presentation. I trust that my team that will be presenting has taken note of that. Before I start, good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members. Good morning, Honorable Minister, DM, National Commissioner, all protocol observed. From an introduction purposes, my name is Tabelo Musisinyani. I'm currently the acting business unit leader from the Office of the AGSA in a unit that is responsible for, amongst others, the portfolio of police. Honorable Chair and members, I'm not alone today. With me, I have Mrs. Nelisuwe Mshongo, who's currently the acting deputy business unit leader from our unit. She's the one that will be taking us through the presentation. We also have Mrs. Mushiani Tulari. She's the senior manager that is responsible for the audit of police. So she was the one that was on the ground with her team Mr. Cameron Diamond, who's also on the call. We are also accompanied by Ms. Sylvia Bele, who is one of our technical team members here within National Team. Honorable Chair, you might see our head of portfolio, Mr. Andres Segeto. He might be in and out. There's currently 2 portfolio committee meetings that are taking place at the same time. So we are trying to split ourselves between the 2 committees. So if you do see his name on the call, and then maybe after a while you don't see him, is because he had to step up to join another portfolio committee meeting. So thank you so much, Honorable Chair, and the members on the call for an opportunity for us to present today the audit outcomes or the audit observations from our side. And we really take this opportunity importance to say this is our way of then assisting the committee in its oversight responsibility. So I will be then handing over to my team to start the presentation in the interest of time. They did ask me to share on my side. So as I share, Honorable Chair, may I please get permission or confirmation that the chair can see my screen? Yeah.
Yes.
You see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. I will then officially hand over to Nelisiwe to do the presentation.
Thank you so much, Bull. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee of Police, Honorable Minister Cele, Deputy Minister, the National Commissioner, all the generals of the SAPS, Head of Civilian Secretariat, all other organizations that are represented, as well as my colleagues. My name is Nelisiwe Mhlongo. I'm the Deputy Business or Acting Deputy Business Unit Leader responsible for this portfolio. Chairperson, please allow me to start with my presentation. And then on the presentation, we would actually start with the first slide that talks to our vision and mission as an organization. And our vision and mission or actually represent the fact that we exist to strengthen our country's democracy and therefore enabling oversight through just some of these processes, ensuring accountability and governance in the public sector through our auditing, and therefore we build public confidence, Chairperson. Next slide, Mabu. In the next slide, Chairperson, this is a picture that depicts some of the lived realities of the South African citizens as we have in the country. It might not resonate with some of or most or some other people in the country, but it is definitely some of the lived realities. We might not have a picture that depicts the police portfolio, but however, this is generally a call to say this is what is being experienced by our citizens of the country: the continued misuse of state resources, persistent weakness in the systems of transparency, accountability, and performance, which are of a significant concern to our South African citizens. And with that, Chairperson, we just want to see this picture actually changing. And this brings in what we call our culture shift strategy as an organization that we have embarked on, which just says we need to see the culture shifting in the public sector in its entirety. Apologies, Chairperson, I'd like to switch off my video for bandwidth purposes. Chairperson, this picture has all the key role players that we've identified in the accountability ecosystem. And therefore, as an organization, to make sure that we shift the public sector culture, we change the picture that we just saw in the first slide. We are saying everybody in this country or in the accountability ecosystem have a key role to play. And if everybody plays their role or respective role, therefore, we are likely to see a better picture that is depicted from what the citizens are actually experiencing. On the far left, Chairperson, we are saying to the officials, the senior management of the organization, police, the civil secretariat, the private security industry regulator, as well as the IPID, to say If you do the checks and balances and all the internal control implementation, and as well delivering on your strategic aspirations, then therefore we are likely to see the culture shift. We are saying that if the first level of assurance that resonate with them and they make sure that they do what they're supposed to do, we are likely to see a better picture. As well, we move a little bit up on the same picture where we are seeing the accounting officer or the accounting authority in terms of entities, and as well as the executive authority to say, if you continue doing your policy development, direction, and making sure that the organizations that are within the portfolios actually do what they're supposed to do, that as well plays its role in the accountability ecosystem. In the same ecosystem, we have our internal audit and audit committee members that we also are saying that they have a key role to play in terms of the internal controls of organizations and making sure that there's proper oversight in terms of those roles. And as well, within the SAPS, it's not only the police or the officials that we are seeing. We are saying within the accountability ecosystem, in terms of the Department of Police in itself, there's other role players that play, which are part of the whole police portfolio. Your investigative police directorate, and as well as your civil secretariat department, they also have a key role to play in terms of the mandate that have been given to them to make sure that the police department actually does what they're supposed to do. But within the same accountability ecosystem, we've got the provincial legislature, the oversight committees like yourselves, which also has a role to play in terms of the oversight and the rules. And as well, we've got other organizations like your Public Service Administration, your National Treasury, DPME, and other key role players, which we say you play a role, you direct what needs to be directed, the picture is likely to change. And we are going to continue as the organization to, through our auditing and the work we do, that we provide some insights in what we actually find and see them. And within that, we're going to try and influence so that we make sure the culture shifts, or we try and shift the culture in the public sector. But where we are unable to fully influence, and therefore, that's where we come in with the enforcement part. And this will be done through our amended section in the Public Audit Act in terms of the material irregularity. And as well, we are saying in the whole accountability ecosystem, it's not the officials only, it's not the departments only that we are saying, but as well, the citizens have a key role to play into that, whether it's holding the officials accountable for what they're supposed to do, whether it's providing feedback to us or knowing what needs to happen. So the whole accountability ecosystem also involves them, and including doing what's right when it's when it's done. And therefore, we conclude what we sit in the accountability ecosystem. But if everybody plays their role and they do what they're supposed to do, we are likely to see a better picture that changes from the initial slides. Honorable Chair, I'd like to move on from this slide and then tackle the audit outcomes, Chairperson. Chairperson, this is what we do. This is what is sitting in the audit report of the police portfolio. And here we are depicting a picture of what we have seen over the administration term, or the 4 years that we've seen with the new administration that commenced in 2019-2020. So we are saying there's an improvement in the overall portfolio. And why is the improvement? There's key auditees that have moved categories in terms of whether they're qualified or unqualified. First, over the years, we have not had any auditee that did not submit their financials on time, and we commend the portfolio for having done that. And the other two categories of adverse and disclaimer, we have not had any auditees that sit in those categories. You'd recall that those are some of the categories that are not desirable in terms of the audit outcomes. But however, we have an auditee like SAPS, which was sitting in qualified with findings on that first year of administration. But the auditee, through some of the interventions, some of the discussions, and some of the influences that we've managed to have, they moved from a qualified with findings to that of unqualified with findings. And the auditee has remained in the unqualified with finding for a number of years. And some of the key issues that sit with them there is as a result of consequence management that is not always taken by the department to address some of the issues in the incurring of irregular expenditure. It also includes some non-compliance in supply chain management prescripts, which the department is not always adhering to, which we would unpack later in the slides. But as well, one of the key things that influence the audit outcomes is the performance information, or what we call the predetermined objectives. So therefore, that has made them to remain in that unqualified with audits. But as well, we've seen some improvements in the portfolio. We know that the Civil Secretariat was sitting with unqualified with findings. They have now been able to resolve some of the issues they had in that over the administration term, to actually move to a clean audit, which is where we actually desire these auditees to sit. As well, IPID in the previous year, when I came to the committee and presented the audit outcome, we said they're unqualified with findings, and the matters they had there specifically related to some non-compliance on supply chain management. We commend the department to actually having implemented some controls in terms of awarding of quotations and tenders that has made sure that they've actually moved to an unqualified with findings. And these two auditees, which is the Civil Secretariat of Police, as well as the Investigative Police Directorate, IPID, they are sitting in the clean audit outcome. And this is the category where we aspire that all auditees we have in the portfolio should be sitting. But then they are sitting somewhere there in the unqualified or clean audit. There's key things that needs to be addressed in terms of making sure that those internal controls are strengthened, because more often than not, and we saw it with one of the auditees in the portfolio, you are likely, if you don't strengthen your internal controls, you're likely to then regress to the other audit outcome. So we commend the two departments to having sit there. And we're also saying that now that you've got your proper checks and balances in place, what then does it mean? Then means we can start having those conversations about service delivery. These are two key departments that are supporting the Department of Police that have a huge influence on it. And therefore, the conversation needs to start to say, how then do they start unlocking those strategic levers that they have to actually assist the Department of Police in actually delivering its own mandate. We also saw a regression in the audit outcomes over the medium term period, or over the administration period, which was on the private security industry regulator. It started off as a clean audit, which is, remember, was our desirable option or category. But then therefore in the prior year, they actually regressed to a qualified audit opinion. And this was as a result of a specific transaction that happened around one project, which then therefore they could not support adequately with the documents of what, or they could not account on how the funds had been adequately used. But in the prior year, we engaged, or in this year, when we started the audit, we engaged with management. They started showing the action plans they had to actually resolve the matter. But we see the improvement in the audit outcome, because then, therefore, that resulted in coming to unqualified with audit. And that is due of some of the reconciliation that is due to some of the reconciliation they had to perform in that project to make sure that they move them. But they, however, remain with material corrections in the financial statement, which meant that should they have not had an opportunity to correct those misstatements, they probably would have been qualified, because the audit process requires such that they had an opportunity to adjust, then therefore they are unqualified. So we are saying around the project, because it's the one key project, and I'll touch on as well on this matter because it pops up again in terms of the material irregularity section, to say in terms of this project, they need to make sure that the controls are strengthened on any future projects they are likely to have, and as well on this project to make sure that they do not find themselves in that area. Because if you look at it, you would see all the issues that they've had, they actually are around this specific project. Thank you so much on this slide. Can we just move on to the next slide, Chairperson? In terms of the quality of financial reporting, the other three departments that are in the portfolio did not have any material findings, and therefore there was no non-compliance paragraph in terms of the quality. So we commend the three departments on having made efforts to make sure that their financials are correct. But we still have issues like our daily and monthly monitoring controls, the in-year reporting and processes that Department of Police and the CIRA are struggling with. We're just saying those yellow areas need to be properly addressed to just make sure that this does not recur, because there's a high chance that if you don't address those things, you could regress in terms of the audit outcome, because those are meant to just strengthen the whole financial reporting process. And if those are got right, then we start having a proper discussion on how does the departments, or how do the departments and the entity actually start implementing their own mandate and executing them. And the next slide, my colleague. And the next slide, we start unpacking the issues that we have around the predetermined objectives, or the performance information as we refer to. The other three auditees within the portfolios did not have any material findings that we reported on the audit report. But for the Department of Police, we know this has been an area that they've been struggling with quite a lot. So the findings around the usefulness of indicators and targets, which relates to the planning of indicators and targets, that's an area that have been driven to be correct, because we don't have any findings in terms of the portfolio on that. But however, the findings around the reliability of the indicators and the target as they are reported in the annual performance report remain of a concern. We had instances where there's still inaccuracies on the information that is captured and that is supporting the reported indicators and target. We also did have some limitation where either a case docket cannot be found, or some kind of records or systems they have are such that we are unable to validate what the department has actually reported in their performance report. And therefore, that's of a concern. And those are areas they need to start resolving, because we're talking about service delivery, we're talking about moving the culture shift, but we need to also start with the checks and balance, the daily processing, making sure the monthly reporting is accurate and correct. Then the other areas are likely to follow through as in that. But we also have observed other areas. They might not be in the audit report, but these are just some of the information we've also, or some observations we've made. We do know of the allocations that they've been given by National Treasury, which the department have almost spent 100% of it. But there's still a little bit of concern in terms of the two programs that we audit, because we do not touch all other programs in the department, but only the visible policing, which we did, and they've achieved 72% of it. And then the other one is 36%, which this is a picture or something that really needs to be looked at by management as well, and those who are charged with governance, to ensure that the delivery of services actually is done by the department. Some return on the investment we have in terms of the resources that have been put there, we are unable to correctly measure it because we continuously see the lower target rate. You know, some inaccurate and incomplete capturing of information within the performance information have a huge impact on terms of how the crime statistics as they are presented by the minister quarterly. You know, poor record keeping as well continues to be one of those areas. And we're just saying the investment into the whole integrated justice system, the IT system, it has become something that we've put in, and we are unable to fully recognize the value of what we've put in. In the next slide, Chairperson, we're trying to unpack the medium-term strategic framework indicators and target as they are depicted there. We do know that there's only 1 year remaining in terms of achieving the framework. There is the Directorate of DPCI, the Priority Crime Investigation Unit, which had indicators that were sitting in the medium-term strategic framework. And all those indicators have been achieved in the department, and we commend the department for having done that. But however, we have key reduction of crime indicators that are sitting also as well in the medium-term strategic framework that have not been achieved by the department. and this is what has been depicted in the pictures that follows. And we do know that the increasing in crime as well is something of a concern in the citizens, and citizens would not have had the benefit of actually feeling safe in the country, as it's the strategic or the aspiration of the department as it is. You'd look at the achievement of indicators and targets of the whole portfolio, where CSPS is sitting at 90%, SIRA at 84%, IPID 76%, and the department of 67%. But however, a better picture in terms of this is likely to give that comfort to the citizen, as we've outlined in our initial picture. We then move on to the next couple of slides. The next slide, Chairperson, it's just giving the actual numbers of the indicator I've spoken to, so I'm not going to go into detail to them. But with that, we said there's some insights that we actually are going to bring in terms of just some of the key strategic levers that the Department of Police actually has. Slide 10, my colleague. So in terms of some of the focus areas we looked at the management of the 10111 call center, which we've engaged management as well as the minister on this issue or the matters that we have identified in actually improving this. But some of the key things that we actually noted there is actually the rate of abandoned calls or dropped calls, as they are referred to, which is of 26%, and this is of a concern. And as well, the time that it actually takes, a call taker to actually take a call, it can ranges from 8 to 35 minutes. This is of a concern because there's a high risk that when somebody has an emergency that requires a police action, they might not be able to be helped on the spot. And again, we are going back to what then is the experiences of our citizen. The call center is meant to be a key strategic lever for the department as a communication or a bridge between them and the committees and communities at large, so that they are able to reach. But however, if we experience such thing, it continues being a concern where they are unable to get through the call center and the risk that the department is actually facing. We're just saying the department must just go back, because this is one area where we've received a commitment from the minister. The minister has said we'll continue implementing some of the key actions as it was committed in the State of the Nation address by the president earlier on in this year. And as well, the key root causes and the key issues that we identified there in terms of resources and some of the facilities that we found them as they are in their infrastructure must be addressed. And therefore, this might see a bigger picture or a better picture that actually improves the time it takes to answer calls and as well the number of calls that are likely to be dropped. There's other key issues that are in the environment which management have brought in, but however, we are saying these things must be addressed because risk around this area is quite high. The second focus area, Honorable Chairperson, is around the forensic laboratory. This is a matter as well we came in and reported in the previous year. There's a lot of investment that have gone into the environment, because this is one of the key environment to make sure that the detection rate of cases actually is quite high. There's instances where we've identified, and this is also a matter we've reported, that there's a sample that was either taken from a victim or from a perpetrator that is set through the process or the system of the department that only got recorded or is measured in the annual performance plans of the department only at the time when it gets recorded and it's being taken for processing. We are saying this might not resonate with some of the experiences of the victims that we have in the system, and as well as the perpetrators, because some could be waiting trial. But if the sample was taken about a year ago, as we saw in some of the samples, but however, you see that they only started processing it, a year later. And if you look at the department's achievement, they will report an achievement in there. So there's either a step that is not adequately measured by the department, or the department need to start measuring the full process that it takes to actually do that. We continue seeing issues around the storage and accommodation. Some we do know that they've been addressed, but they still remain concerns. And we saw some of the case dockets or case files that are not adequately stored, in the laboratories, which as well is likely to bring a risk or questioning or bring a risk around if the evidence can be questioned when it has to be shown in the court of law. We do know and note the fact that the Department of Public Works plays a critical role in being able to give the department what they're supposed to be doing. We do know that there's been some engagement to actually address this, but this is one of the departments that continue also impacting what the Department of SAPS has to do. The utilization of fleets, very sophisticated technology that has been implemented in that area to make sure that the solving and resolving of case is speedily and is such that it's more effective. But we continue finding that in this indicator, as you measure it, we are unable to actually verify that the case dockets are actually investigated adequately and closed in terms of the list. Then therefore, the investment that goes into that, we may not really see it, and therefore at the end of the day, not being able to translate to what is being experienced by our citizens. So our increase of injustices is one of those areas. And we urge the department, the accounting officer, together with the management team, to actually look at how these indicators and targets are planned annually, because what's the use of actually planning an indicator or a target that you're going to achieve for 1 year, but when you look at the reality of what has been achieved, it's not translating to the people we service and what they are experiencing. And then on the next slide, Honorable Chair, we actually deal with the case docket management. And this one as well is also interlinked in how effectively the IT system, including the IJS, is implemented within the whole cluster and as well within this department to make sure that there's effectiveness in terms of how case dockets are managed. The department does have a policy, a procedure on how you handle case docket throughout the whole process. But we observe that there's still some officials and some areas where this is not fully utilized, where the processes as they're supposed to implement them, they are not, where a case docket at a different point in time and how it's stored to how it's actually moving through the different phases, there's no adequate movement, even though the policies or the procedures of the department do depict how they need to do that, And as well, the full implementation of the investigative case docket management system has not been used. Some of the reasons that have been cited would be, not enough bandwidth, IT issues, where we're saying you must equip those stations or those units that need the proper IT system to make sure that the ICDMS case is properly used, because the uptake throughout the country is very low. So the case docket management system is meant to duplicate some of the case. If we've got a manual document, then it's meant to have a duplicate of the similar docket into a system, so that if anything does happen and a docket goes missing somewhere, but we still have record of where the document is actually sitting. So improving controls around this area is very key, including being able to fully capacitate in terms of IT system, and as well speeding up that whole IJS project that is there in the cluster would also assist in actually addressing some of the issues in the case docket management. Which brings me to the next message, Chairperson. And then here, we actually are looking at what we call the supporting departments. It's the two departments that we have in the portfolio, the IPID and as well as CSP. So a few key issues we are observing here is the fact that in terms of IPID, their act or regulation says they must finalize cases within 90 days. But the reality that we are seeing is that there's cases you can finalize quicker than 90 days. There's also cases that may take longer than 90 days because they're dealing with critical matters like murders and all other things that needs to go through a certain processes. Therefore, the amendment or being able to align the regulation and the IPID Act to the actual realities is a very key processes that must be undertaken to make sure that there's alignment between the two, because currently there's no alignment. We also note, and I want to highlight the issues of resources, because we actually are seeing with the current active cases that are there within IPID, 76% of those active cases are actually backlogs, which are going back as far as a year ago. And that's because of the number of investigators to deal with the cases. And then if you see the ratio between the cases and the investigators that are on the ground, they are not aligned, and therefore that's why you would see that. And therefore, the resources for IPID are very key in terms of that. As well, we note the independence of IPID because there's a high dependency in the processes of SAPS. Sometimes that's likely to compromise the integrity of the work of what IPID does. And the fact that they do not have any power to enforce their recommendation back to the department. The department are the ones who are supposed to enforce what they have. And that's something that needs to be looked at to make sure that those recommendations are very effective at a maximum. When it comes to the CSPS, we say they have an opportunity to have an impactful impact into the whole portfolio. The civil secretariat, as it's known, it's the link between the citizens of the country and as well as the Department of Police. But very few people in the country are very much aware on what CSP can actually help them with as citizen. So being able to fully do the recommendation, follow up on the recommendation they give on SAPS and make sure that those recommendations are fully implemented is very critical and key. And as well, their visibility within the country to make sure that people know what they can benefit out of CSP is also very key. And we're just saying some of those things need to be fully addressed to make sure that they have a full impactful impact. I spoke about what critical role they play in the whole accountability ecosystem, because there is the policy driving, the oversight that CSP gives to the minister to make sure that the police department is effective. And as well, there's the whole recommendation and consequence management that comes from IPID. And if those are done, it's likely to improve the performance of the Department of Police. And on our last observation in our focus area, Honorable Chair, I touched on IJS, or the Integrated Justice System, the IT part, as I've already talked about it. But these are key things that we also brought to you last year. We said there's a major delay in terms of this project. And this project as well is meant to make sure that there's effectiveness in the movement of case or movement of people, throughout different stages. And it's key that this project is really accelerated. We do note that the department has noted SITA as the biggest contributor in terms of the delays there. But as well, we're saying that the department must continue holding SITA accountable to make sure they deliver on what they signed on in terms of their recommendation. And that concludes the part that talks to some of the observations, Honorable Chairperson. And then I move to a section of the material irregularity. I spoke about the amendments to the Public Audit Act. So in the current year, all 40 auditees in the portfolio were the last one to have implemented, or we are implementing a material irregularity process. I think we've embarked on a process where we were phasing in auditees, and the last auditee that we've phased in this current year is the private security industry regulator. We've identified two key material irregularities, which may likely result to a financial loss, and the other one has resulted in. And one from the public, the SIRA environment. I spoke of the matter that was of a qualification in the prior year. Management managed to do the checks and balances and make sure the accounting is correct. But however, when we unpacked the project further, we actually identified that there was a prepayment that was done in a few years before, when the project commenced, I think before the COVID hit, which the services have not been rendered to the entity, which therefore meant that there was monies that were sitting with the supplier for services that have not been received. We therefore issued a material irregularity to say the accounting authority must give a representation in terms of the matter on what action they've taken, if any internal controls have been taken, and if they've identified any officials that are responsible. We got their responses in the last few weeks, which they have given their responses to say, yes, they started investigating and they are currently in the process of monitoring or making sure that the services that should have been delivered have actually been delivered. And they're still working on the internal controls. So we're saying for this, which was 31 million rands of that prepayment, for this, we will continue monitoring it through our audit process to make sure that all the key things that we've requested them to implement have actually been implemented. In terms of the Department of Police, we did engage the Minister, the National Commission, a few weeks ago in terms of this matter, which we actually started on a journey early this year where we issued the notification for them. This relates to a breach of contract where services or the department awarded a contract and there's an official of the department that did not place an order as it was supposed to have placed an order, that then made the supplier to go to a court process to actually try and recover or sue them for the financial loss, which the department lost through the arbitration process for 30 million rands, and the department was requested to pay the cost or the loss together with the interest. The department did perform disciplinary actions, identify the right official, as well improve the internal controls in terms of this matter. However, there was one area that still remained, which we have issued recommendations to the department to continue monitoring. We said they must go back to the state attorney and them as the department to see the recovery of the specific loss that the department has suffered. And we therefore are saying the portfolio community must actually continue monitoring what the minister is supporting the national commissioner in terms of recovering this, and as well in the accounting authority of PCIRA in terms of making sure that the services actually have been delivered. I'd like to move on to the next area, Chairperson, and this relates to the compliance.
With 5 minutes.
5 minutes, Chairperson. I'll quickly touch on this. On this one, we've got 3 areas that were there in the financial statement: the procurement of procurement and contract management, which was only the Department of Police; the quality of financials was only SAPS; the prevention of irregular and fruitless was only on police; effective consequence management on them. And then I'll unpack them in the next slides that actually follows, Chairperson. The procurement and contract procurement payments, we saw them in all the other 3 entities as they are depicted on the slide, but for the other 2, they did not result in a paragraph in the audit report. But for the Department of Police, which is as a result of uncompetitive fairness, where we saw that the criteria they're using for pre-qualifying when awarding tenders was not always fair, and therefore that resulted in that. The only matter noting is the fact that for SIRA, there's that prepayment that I've already spoken about, which was unpacked in the material irregularity section. So there was a prepayment of 30 million rands for the services that has not yet been rendered, which management is also dealing with. Next slide. On the next slide, Honorable Chair, we want to just highlight the issues around or the issuing of the reporting framework as it was issued by National Treasury early this year. What we are just saying is that as compared to prior year, the figure that you see in the financial statement relates to only the irregular expenditure incurred in the prior period, in the prior year, and only in the current year, which means that the historical irregular expenditure has been disclosed in the annual report due to that. And you note that we do not express any opinion on anything that sits in the annual report, but only on the financial statement. So therefore, our opinion is only limited to the 2 financial years or the movement of irregular expenditure as we see in the 2 financial years. Next slide. Chairperson, we just note just some of the increase or decrease in irregular expenditure as is incurred by the portfolio. It's set at 500 million somewhere in the start of the term. shot up to 1.7 billion per annum, but we have seen an increase between year on year. And I think the increase might have been as a result of SIRA with that 80 million rands or 79 million rands, the income that relates to the contract of the implementing agent where they were implementing the project. This is as a result that the supplier they appointed there, they did not follow the correct procedures in terms of appointing them. But the irregular for Department of SAPS relates to multiple things, including the matter I've already discussed in terms of unfairness of procurement. IPET did not incur any irregular expenditure in the current year, and we commend the department for doing that. Can we move on to the next slide? Chairperson, we said it's key to deal with irregular expenditure or any other of these expenditures as we identify them in the portfolios. What it does, it makes sure that you strengthen the internal controls when you investigate, and if there's any transgressors, you make sure that corrective action is taken, and therefore you're likely to prevent any future losses. Only 23,000 was condoned in the current year. I do note that majority of the irregular expenditure, as they're sitting in the annual report, the biggest one, it's because of what they're waiting Treasury to condone. But we say you must deal with those, and where the investigation has not occurred, like in the cases of Department of Police, that should continue occurring. Honorable Chair, that concludes just the audit outcomes. And I'd like to just reflect on just some of the recommendations we brought last year, whether to management and as well to the committee, when we came in and sat in the similar meeting. Just some of the things we spoke about, IPT having to resolve some of the irregular expenditure they're incurring, strengthening internal controls there. And we can see in the current year with the audit outcome that they've actually done that, and that have moved them a category. And the next area just relates to just some of the key issues we've identified in the police environment. This key controls are still in progress, but however, have not fully resolve some of the issues that the department or the entity has. The implementation of effective record keeping, practices for case docket management and the storage facilities in the FSL, we continue seeing some issues still coming in that area. Developing of action plans for performance information and reporting. We do know that there's an action plan the department is implementing, they are following up on, but it's not yielding fully the result that they're supposed to, because they continue to have findings in that area. Implementation of effective controls in the supply chain management as well continues to be an issue. And as well, in terms of SIRA, we continue to see that issue around the one project that they still had issues in terms of reconciling that area. Two key things that still remain within the Department of Police is the effective daily and reviews of performance information, which is critical to making sure the accuracy and the correctness of performance information as they report, and as well consequence management being implemented, whether for any transgression of irregular or fruitless, and as well as in terms of the performance information being able to hold the official continue to transgress some of the procedures there, that they are held accountable. And our call to action really in the current year, Honorable Chairperson, on the next slide, we just say some of the key causes that are key. It's the misalignment of the indicators and targets that are not aligned to the lived-in experience of the citizens of the country. The lack of accountability in terms of implementing IJS and ensuring that the IT processes of the department are efficient to deal with just some of the inaccuracies and issues that the department continues to face, and as well the insufficient resourcing of the other supporting departments that are supposed to ensure or assist the Department of Police to fully execute its mandate. Some key recommendation to all the levels that we have is instilling a prompt consequence management to the officials who transgress the code of conduct and who don't adhere to the rules and regulations as stipulated. The improvement in the IT systems and making sure that the IJS process is accelerated as soon as possible. improve of visibility of CSP and IP, and actually making sure that there are adequately resources to deal with the capacity and the issues that are there in the portfolio, and as well improvement of the performance of key mandate. And the bottom is just some of the commitments that the minister have made to us when we were engaging him on matters that relates to just some of the other levers that we looked at, but overall, even on the performance of the department. And our call to action to the portfolio committees to say, Honorable Chairperson, the collaboration of this committee and other committees who are members of the IJS project would be key in making sure that the project is actually a success, to make sure that there's action plans that are implemented or that are developed and implemented so that they fast track the process in terms of making sure that the project is effective. And we actually are seeing, the investment in terms of what has gone into the project. Continuing of monitoring of the quarterly reporting and performance of the portfolio also remains some of the key. And actually conversation on the challenges that are experienced by the portfolio on non-achievement, and as well instilling, the culture of accountability in the overall portfolio. Consideration on when the APP is being approved by the committee or considered by the committee to influence the department to actually align the indicators to the lived experience and not only craft indicators for just the achievement purpose. Honorable Chairperson, this is my presentation. I hope I did not take too much of your time. I was just over by 5 minutes. I thank you. We can take questions, comments from the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for acknowledging that you're over by 5 minutes. But thanks very much for the presentation. Can I give the minister 3 minutes just to comment? If the minister is not in, DM.
Chairperson?
Oh, yes, Honorable Minister.
I must start by saying I'm in the office in Cape Town. I've really tried to move around. The connection is terrible. I think I've got 50% of the presentation and I missed 50% coming in and out, cutting off as Unjomane Bisimhlongo was presenting. I couldn't really follow in a very systematic way. I don't know if you hear me now, Chair. Do you hear me, Chair?
Yes, I can hear you, Minister.
That was the Chair. Some other things that I will link the dots, connect the dots myself. Maybe it's because of our good working relationship with the AXA HE's office, Chair. We spent some time listening to one another and taking the advices and all that. Many of things that would be here are things that would not be new to us. And those are the things that some of them have started acting on them, Chairperson. Maybe it will be very inadequate for me to respond to most of the things here, except maybe working those things down and responding how we have taken them on board, how are we going to take them on board, working on those things. But when it comes to question of consequence management, we agree with us from the AXA, and we have acknowledged that we could have done better when it comes to the consequence management, and that has been raised time and again with the management of South African police, especially the accounting officer, who will be responsible to look at those things. On those accounting of consequence management, one thing that has been raise would be that we find it easy that the lower the rank, it would be easier, but the higher the rank, it's difficult to deal with that, not only with the management of the South African police, but also with the supporting departments like the IPIC. We find that it's easy to deal with the juniors, but when it comes to the seniors, it takes some time and all that. They do give the reasons of the resistance and all that.
We lost you, Minister.
But it's something that has been raised as some on a chair. That's one. But other than that, again, our sister departments that you really need to do you still hear me, Chair?
Yes. But we lost you now.
Chair, I don't know, but
your network is really problematic.
it is terrible. It is terrible. Both communicating with you and hearing you is really terrible. Chair, maybe, I don't know. Unfortunately, Chair, out of 11, there is a cabinet. It's not just a meeting as was placed. It's not just a meeting, but it's a cabinet that I'm supposed to attend. The deputy is here. But Chair, simply put, is that there are many things that I'm sure will be better answered if we go in a written form. But I will ask you, Chair, I hope that the deputy minister is better placed than me to be able to respond to some of the things, because almost all the meetings that we attend with the AG, we are both the minister and deputy also, so it will be able. Can I make that request, Chair? Maybe it will be better communicated from that side. Chair?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Minister. I guess you'll still be with us until around 11:15, because your meeting starts at... Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. Let me give this opportunity to members to engage with the report. It's 11:15 now. If we can engage with the report, maybe up to 11:15. If members have issues to raise with the report, especially those that are directed to the Auditor General of South Africa. Are there issues, members? I see the hand of Honorable Whitfield, followed by Honorable Majosi, followed by Honorable Terplanche, followed by Honorable Peacock, Honorable Golding, and Melina Gomba. 3 minutes. Honorable Whitfield, we are in your hands.
Thank you very much, Chair. I then take it we are confined to the Auditor General's report, and in that respect, I'd like to thank the Auditor General for the incredible work that they have done. I also want to note the very obvious technical improvements in the audit reports for the...
This is terrible.
I am
Honorable Minister, mute. Yes, Honorable Whitfield, you can continue.
I want to note and congratulate those departments or entities which have registered improvements in their audit outcomes. But I would like specifically in reference to the Auditor General's report, and perhaps this would be for feedback from the relevant entities, Chair, I have a whole host of questions around the SAPS annual report, and I presume you will give us an opportunity to deal with those later in the meeting. But I would like to know, with respect to CIRA, the Auditor General has identified a prepayment of 30 million rand with no services having been rendered. The Auditor General indicated that management action is being taken. I'd like to get more detail, please, from the Auditor General in respect of what specific action is being taken and whether the Auditor General is satisfied with that course of action. And if they remain unsatisfied, what action would the Auditor General then take themselves? That is a question around a specific point raised around CIRA. Another point, Chair, that I would like to raise is that the Civilian Secretariat for Police had previously committed to complete a review of SAPS's disciplinary regulations. And I'm not sure whether the Auditor General is aware of that commitment. The committee certainly, as far as I'm aware, has not received feedback, and that was at least 18 months to 2 years ago. And the reason I raise this is because the Auditor General has highlighted the inability of IPID to enforce accountability. But the Auditor General also highlighted weak consequence management within SAPS. Now, Chair, I would argue that the review of SAPS's disciplinary regulations is absolutely fundamental to this and should be a key performance indicator for the entity. And I would like the Auditor General to confirm whether they're aware of any efforts from the Civilian Secretariat for Police to review the SAPS disciplinary regulations, because until that is done, IPID will remain impotent insofar as enforcing accountability, and consequence management will remain weak within the South African Police Service. Chair, there are a number of other issues related to the performance of the entities and the departments which I would like to raise. And I presume if you could just indicate that we will be given that opportunity later in the meeting.
Yes, we're still going to, thank you, Honorable Whitford. We're still going to interact with the annual report of SAPS and Civilian Secretariat. That's why I want to save more time for members of the committee to interact with those reports. Thanks for that. Honorable Majosi.
No, thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to all honorable members, ministers, and the AG. Let me first welcome the audit report, a comprehensive audit report that we've received from the Auditor General, and also to check, Chairperson, because as you are saying that we must not get into other issues, to check, because when they were presenting, I kept on hearing that the other findings were findings of the previous year. And so when they go through the reports with SAPS or IPID or CIPA, what really do they get? Because if you still have findings of the previous year with the current year and you're still continuing with that, which means they are not adhering to what the AG is saying. And I heard that the minister saying that they've got a good relationship, but now these findings keep on coming back over and over again. So I wanted to check from the AG's side, is there any willingness to solve these findings, or is just recurring findings that the departments do not pay attention to? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Majosi. Honorable Terblanche.
Thank you, Chairperson. I also want to start by acknowledging the good report, audit report that we got. Chairperson, I am, and also I want to greet the Minister, the Deputy, and the AG, and the police, all the important people for this very special occasion that we have today. Chairperson, I'm also concerned about the ongoing concerns just a repeat again from the viewers. And really, if you take that chairperson, it seems that the internal control deficiencies, really points toward ineffective leadership and management. And my question to the AG is, what are they doing from their side to put pressure on the department and the minister to ensure that things are going to be done? I heard that the minister said that it's more difficult to deal with senior people, and I don't want to go into that, but obviously we cannot allow as a committee that things are going on the way it's going. Chairperson, then we have the very same old issues, procurement issues, expenditure management, and specifically the consequence management. And I just want to echo what my colleague Andrew Whitfield said. Really, we have a serious problem with consequence management in the police, and I also want to hear from the minister and the National Commissioner's side what they're going to do about that. Thank you, Chairperson. That is where I am at the moment. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Terkranch. Honorable Peacock.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me also take this opportunity to thank everyone on the platform, but then mostly let me acknowledge the presentation made by the Auditors General Office. Chairperson, from my side, with all being said and recommendation made, the only concern that I'm having is that with regard to the presentation made, we believe that after each and every outcome, there's an audit recovery plan. The question goes to the Auditor General, if what is the mitigations that can assist in the process of managing the outcome, especially with regard to the recovery plan made by police? Do they normally check on that to make sure that at least there's a monitoring with regard to ensuring that they are also on the right track? And the last thing that I wanted to find out from the AG's office also is the relationship with the internal audit. Because if there's a relationship, I believe that some of the findings, they are repeated findings. Some of the findings are findings that were not actually looked into. So my question is there a monitoring way from the AG's office with regard to the work that the internal audit is doing, in order to look at the alignment as it has been recorded or it has been stated on the presentation that there were misalignment of targets, as well as some of the predetermined objectives were not realistic. They could not be realized. So the question, it goes to, what is the role of the internal audit? Does it do the right work? Does it really assist SAPS in order to curb or to improve maybe all the findings found by the AG's office? I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Peacock. Honorable Golden.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Ms. Mslondo, thank you very much for that detail. I think it's been a great learning experience my side. Chairperson, I won't touch on further on the consequence management. I think it's been touched on by multiple colleagues, but I think a statement to the Minister based on his comment was, Minister, I think it's going to take political will at this point. The excuse about senior people just doesn't fly, but I will leave it there. There was an issue raised with regards to daily controls, which is at the lowest level. The issue was raised with regards to record keeping and capturing. And I think that is the crux here. Something is going wrong. If at the very base level, we are not keeping record and not keeping track, our crime stats are out and we don't know what is actually happening. So I'd like to understand what those recommendations are from the lowest level? Is it consequence management? It sounds like it's training as well. Following on from that, there seems to be a general IT issue. Obviously, systems aren't running. Case docket management system is not used or not used properly, which again gets down to that basic record keeping and capture. Is this an IT issue? Is this a training issue? IT issues were illustrated by the minister now not being able to connect. It's something which we need to understand. And then lastly from that, I'm assuming we've got recommendations coming out from the Secretariat and from IPID. And the indication is we can't enforce. They are recommendations. So I'd like to understand all of that within the context of the lowest level, taking it up to the highest level. Because if we're failing at the base, the whole thing goes wrong. So just comments around those recommendations there. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Golding. Honorable Gomba.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and greetings to everyone. Honorable Chair, I'm really covered by Honorable Peacock, but also would like to also welcome the report itself and also say that I really commend the department, particularly when you look at the size of the department, and it should be very much difficult to manage such a very big department. But I have seen a lot of good results from the audit report itself. It shows that really there are some commitments and committed administrators there who want to see the department moving forward in a positive way when you look at this report. And I want to really congratulate them for a good report in average, in all, let me say in totality. I've seen most of good results, more than the ones that are supposed to be dealt with, which are not really very much big. Thank you so much, and well done to the department. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairperson and the committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gomba. AG.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm going to try and answer as much as I can remember. And if I've missed something, my colleagues will help me, or the member can just raise a hand. And then as well, there'll be maybe one question or one multiple questions that are answered by my one answer where I'm incorporating everything. But maybe let me first take the SIRA one. And I think the honorable member asked what action has been taken. So the material irregularity was such that there were no services that have been rendered. So the entity has been able to demonstrate that they've been going out with the supplier because there was supposed to be some training that was supposed to have occurred. They've gone out to recruit students who are going to be trained in the same contract. So they've gone, identify those students so that they're able to implement them. In terms of controls, we are yet, they just showed what is it that they'll be doing, reconciling, making sure they get the invoices and they have the supporting documents. Because one of the key issues that we have identified with the matter was the fact that there was no document last year in terms of the transaction that occurred. So as of now, or the responses we got, the training had not occurred as yet. So meaning the benefit for the 31 million rands they paid had not been realized. And hence we are saying we will go to follow up on, because they could demonstrate just some of the key things that they're doing to make sure that the training does occur. But the question which you further asked, Honorable Member, was to say then what then we're going to do if they don't train. So we then further move on to the next process. You'd recall we've got the process that follows. So if the actions are not sufficient, we're going to evaluate, and the Auditor General can issue the recommendations that are now enforceable. So meaning we'll give them a timeline and say, these are the recommendations we are giving you, and then we're going to follow up if you enforce those recommendations, and the recommendation shall be issued to the accounting authority. And then for, depending on what step, then we further follow up and so forth and so forth. of what we're going to do. There was a question around the CSP having to review the disciplinary regulations for the department. We are not aware, Honorable Chair, on any reviews, but this is one of a critical area to say we can then also follow it up now to just see where they are in the process of implementing that, because then as well, it's some of the things that we've actually have raised in terms of our message to say what then happens with the disciplinary. So it's something we can follow it up on. And then there was a question around the previous year's findings as well as internal audit. And I think I'll try and incorporate all of that, including the daily controls. So when we were engaging, we issued recommendations when we engaging with management throughout the audit process on any of the key insight we've identified or the audit process. So we issued recommendation and had discussion. And one of the key areas we really did identify that the department is struggling on is that obviously of the performance information. And I think one honorable member, Chairperson, spoke about, those daily controls, because we said there's the simplest error that sometimes are getting the department not to get the right performance information or reporting on performance information. Like, I think I made an example where a gender, instead of capturing it as a female, you capture it as a male. So those are simple errors that can be picked up or should be picked up at the station level. The responsibility of a station commander or the next commander after the person who captures the system, it plays a critical role, because those need to really be done to make sure that those simple things actually are dealt with. And then we can start moving on to other controls at other levels. But as part of our influence, that we are trying to get on, and then as well in making sure or assisting the department to move to the right direction, we said we are a whole ecosystem. So therefore, we've implemented some actions which we've agreed with management of what we're going to do. We've got workshops that we are planning to do. And then sometimes that's because the message at lower levels does not really get to them. We speak to your head of strategies, we speak to the generals most of the time when we bring the audit outcomes. But the people or the issues start from the capturer, so a constable or a sergeant who's sitting somewhere in the station. So sometimes we need to filter those, so that the engagements and as well some of the cascading of the message need to also occur at that level. Management's responsibility, but we'll see to what extent in the stations and the areas we are auditing can we really also assist in getting the message correctly. And we've embarked on a process where we said we want to adopt a station or a district. So there's a plan to adopt a district which has been discussed and agreed with management for the new cycle that just started that we are on. So what we're going to do there's key processes that need to occur, because by the time we see performance information is sometime in 31 May, in the following year. But we're going to embark on a process where on a continuous time, we go review the station or the district to identify what are just some of the controls, what are some of the information they've captured over time, just to make sure that they're able to correct at that point in time. And therefore, depending on the outcome and how well the process is done, you can take sort of like a template of what we've done there, and you go implement it in another district, and that's likely to assist the department in as a whole, because I do acknowledge that it's huge, so we can't really take all of it all at once. But we start with the district, we engage with management, and within the process, internal audit will play a critical role, because remember, we are a whole assurance provider process. So management has to do their process. So a sergeant, the station commander, the head of the provincial unit and all of that, everybody will play their role. Then the first assurance level comes, which is your, or that would have been your senior managers. Then the internal audit will then follow. Then we would also follow into the whole process. So we all do our process, and that's a journey we want to embark on. And then as well, the internal audit, the relationship we have with them, it's good. It's good. But one of the commitments we have made in the current year is actually strengthening and improving that relationship. We as Auditor General cannot get to every area that SAPS is on. And we definitely need internal audit to also do their part. what is key in the success of making sure that the relationship and the outcomes are aligned is making sure that whatever internal audit does and what we do is aligned and is actually geared into getting the department into the right actions. I spoke of the action plans when we started to say the action plans are there. They've got the right root causes to a certain extent. But I think to a certain extent, the implementation of that, it becomes then a problem. And then culture issues, which comes back to accountability and consequence management, play a critical role. Because if, and I'm making an example, if the procedure says, when you move a case docket from your station to a court, you're supposed to capture in a register and say what has happened to it. But if that is not done, and you've got a supervisor who's seen that, and you are not going to implement that, or somebody's not going to hold that person accountable, it's very important because you need to correct the behavior to make sure the behavior does not recur again in future. So all of those are very important as I've aligned. But our relationship with the internal audit is an area that we are strengthening. We're going to make sure there's work that they are doing and reporting on. But I think sometimes the momentum of taking off or making sure that you implement all these controls, sometimes it becomes a bit of a challenge. And that is why the takeoff or some of the effect of just the process that have been taken are not felt. So I hope I've covered majority of the findings. Like I did say, I think the consequence management, the daily management, and as well the internal audit and control, I tried to put it in one. But the whole point is the fact that through the insight, we actually start building on influencing the Department of SAPS, influencing IPIT and as well as CSP into actually moving into a better position, and as well making sure that everybody in the ecosystem plays their role. Because for us to adopt a district, it does not mean that AGSA will come and do the work and then only then you're going to correct. But what then it means is that you become intentional as a department to say, as a station commander, as a person who is somebody reporting under me, as a provincial head, I then have a responsibility to make sure that my people have done what they're supposed to do. I do the right checks and balances and the reporting at my level so that when internal audit comes in, it just does what it's supposed to do. When AG comes in, it also does the same area. Chairperson, I think I can ask my team if there's anything I missed, but if there's nothing I missed or there's something you can miss, we can clarify it further, Chairperson. Can I stop there?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nelisiwe. Are there additions from Nelisiwe's colleagues?
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. I think the DPUL has covered most of our points. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Honorable members, is there a question that was not answered? I think everything was answered. Everything was answered. Thank you very much. Is the minister still on the platform?
Yes, Chair. Minister is still here. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes.
Chair, another disclaimer. Honorable Whitfield and Honorable Majosa did not hear because the team was working on our systems, which remained bad even after that. But the main thing that has been raised, Chair, is consequence management. And the point I raised, I think one member did allude on the point of the problem of consequence management, especially at the high level. Well, the members are a part of the understanding system across the government. That one is difficult, not only for the police only, that is across the board. You will see that the DGs taking the minister in court and vice versa, DPSA, everybody interfering and everybody intervening and all that. The crux of the matter is that it can't be true that the work is not done, but it's difficult at that level. People going to court and court bringing people to work, or court saying pay those people and all that. So maybe it's a story for the other day of how do we deal with that going forward vis-a-vis the legal system we have, the labor laws we have in the country, and the democracy and the transparency that you deal with that level of life going forward, which is not just the police, but is across the board. Chair, having said that, we continue to work with those where it's supposed to be the top management dealing with those. Police were here. They were. It's known in this portfolio that you would suspend a person for 8 years with a pay. Suspend not just, it will be a divisional head that is suspended for 8 years with pay, and immediately you take one another to court. He wins something, you lose something. As a government, you win something, you lose something, you take, and all that is happening. There are other top managers as we speak now, including the acting, that are in court. Things are happening where the AG has put some on the recovery and all that kind of thing. But the crux of the matter is in court and all that. You can't wake up one day and defy those processes and defy the court and all that. It's a system as it is that makes difficult. The question, is there a political will? Yes, there is a political will within the constraint of the whole system of things that are there, of things that are known by the members across the board, across the government. I want to leave that one there. Chairperson, another one is the question of what can we do with working with the sister departments. I think the AG did touch again to other two departments that are very close in the working of the South African Police Service. That will be your SETA, and that will be your public works. Chair, you raise, as AG raises the issue of capturing the docket in the proper way, on capturing and duplicate the docket so that it doesn't get lost and all that. That needs a proper IT. And the portfolio committee knows that it has been raised with them, the difficulties we face when it comes to that level of dealing with the IT, with the sister department that we are dealing with. That will be in the bigger stations. It will happen if we go central stations in the city and all. But Chair, let me make you an example of the difficulty we're facing. 3-4 weeks ago, I visited a police station called 5 Flats that is out there near Topo. I came there at night. Our police were using their phones to put light on the documents and affidavits that they were doing at that night. At that police station, there is a generator. That generator has not been working for 3 years. And there is a pile of appeal to the sister department to fix that thing, including yesterday. I spoke with the Minister of Public Works, which is not the first, which is not the second, which is not the third time, but is not happening. And that police station cannot function when it comes to IT because we can't have such a situation. So these are the things that we have raised time and again. It should not be as if members or some of the members don't know about those problems that the police face themselves, which are beyond really what the police as a department can do, unless the system changes to say, create and build your own capacities of dealing with these matters internal will be able. I don't want to talk about SETA because there is no department is known. No department wants to work with SETA because SETA is making everything go back, is retrogressing for any and every other thing. When you discuss with them, it's always a problem when it comes to the work on the thing. So it is one thing that we'll have to be assistant on going forward, and is something that we have been raising time and again. The last one, Chair, indeed, there are matters, members are correct when they say there are things that have been raised and that we need to work on them going forward. But also it would be correct for members that there are things that have been raised and we have worked on those things going forward, and those things is a work in progress. Some have been achieved. Maybe that's why there are departments that have gone to 100%. That will be your secretariat. IPT has worked well and all that. But also from our side, the capacity of those departments is not just the issue of the department and internal, it's also the issue of the resources, the issue of the budget. And it's known that when these same members, they've been raising the question of the budget now and again when it comes to the secretariat, when it comes to the IPT and all that. And that is a call all of us who have been making, especially on the human capacity, especially on the IT and equipment. So it's a limited budget. Within that budget, they have themselves improved, and we are thankful that that is happening. But Chairperson, also, the last point, it would be the IT question. One member, I think Mr. Golden, who raised the issue that even now the IT is giving us problem. By the way, it's not the police IT that is giving the problem. In all other sittings, is across the board, is the issue that we're looking at. Chairperson, if you go to some places, if you go to Kwamhlabialingana, that is the issue of the country. If you go to Port St. John's, Kwamajola, and other places, you will never connect. People there will never phone in the middle of the night, even when they are under attack. Doesn't matter how many cell phones they have. It doesn't matter what companies are they using, whether MTN, whether Vodacom, whether C, is absolutely nothing. So is an issue that ourselves will also face, that police will have to wait for the next day to be able to go to the mountain to communicate. Is a situation that is facing all of us, and is a situation that we will try to work on it, but we will be working with the country dealing with those matters. As I've said, I did not hear Honorable Whitfield. I did not hear at all Honorable Machosa. I don't know if I can ask from you, Chair, that maybe the DM respond to that one, and I will request to withdraw, Chair, so that I can walk to the cabinet in the Cabinet House. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. As you walk to the cabinet, I think you raised an issue that every department is frustrated with CETA. Every department is almost frustrated with public works. I think things must start there at cabinet level to say we need to change the system. And from a portfolio committee level, we'll really support you. I think we must start making a presentation to cabinet so that we're able to deal with certain things. I mean, as a police department, we can't, I think we can be able to fix smaller things like the generator. We can't wait for 18 months for the Department of Public Works. However, thank you very much, Minister. We'll remain with the Deputy Minister moving forward. Thanks very much. As we move forward, it's now 10 to 11. We're going to listen to SAPU presentation. And let me say this, that your presentations have been sent to us well in advance. And the purpose why we demand presentations well in advance is because we want to read them as committee members and prepare questions where we need to ask. So just give us the highlights of your presentation. Like the AG has said, we acknowledge the improvements and congratulate our departments, especially Secretariat and IPIT, for their clean audit. SAPS and SIRA, now you are still in the unqualified with matters, but there is an improvement. However, there are issues raised by the Auditor General and also members on consequence management, material irregularities, supply chain management, compliance thereof. The AG is also raising issues of performance with regard to visible policy, which is at 72%, detectives at 36%, but the budget is spent at 100%. The issue of call centers, forensic laboratory, which will affect case dockets. And I'm told provincial commissioners are here. I think it's their responsibility, it's their main responsibility to deal with issues of detectives, if I'm correct. So as the SAPS is going to present, please touch on those issues that were raised by the AG and honorable members raised them. For now, let me welcome SAPU. I'm informed that it is the president of SAPU that will be presenting, Mr. Thabo Matsuse. Are you in the meeting, President?
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Good morning, colleagues.
Yeah, it's now 5 to 11. Can I give you up to 11:15 to present?
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm not at Thabo Matsuse. Unfortunately, our president is abroad on other union matters. However, we've got the Deputy General Secretary who will take the portfolio committee through our inputs. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Matsane.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Matsane.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session. I think first and foremost, let us appreciate the opportunity which has been given to SAPU. The Minister of Police, Mr. Kele, the Deputy Minister, the National Commissioner of Police, and his deputies, the National Head of DPCI, General Libya, honorable members of Parliament, the leadership of Pop Crew and IPUSA, the Auditor General. Thank you very much. As it has been indicated that the President of SAPU, Mr. Thabo Matsuse, is abroad with the General Secretary on other union commitments. However, I'm here with the First Vice President, Comrade Tandim Kiza, and the National Treasurer, Comrade Lorato Liporo, and myself as the Deputy General Secretary, Tsepo Matsane, as it has been stated. As we have indicated, Honorable Chairperson, whether we like it or not, a crime in the country has really spiraled out of control. In fact, it has us on our knees. And I will therefore take you through our submissions as SAPU. We have made some general comments, but particularly the emphasis which has been made is an issue that has piloted the fact that the National Development Plan has been in existence since 2012, and it's been 11 years now. And we need to be very realistic that in these 11 years, we have not seen much which has been forthcoming to ensure that there is proper implementation. And as it has been stated that the view is to see people living in South Africa to feel safe and with no fear of crime, and making sure that all the inhabitants of the country live in harmony. We want to indicate that the SAPO, crime in the country is out of control, and by doing the same thing over and over again, we will not achieve a different outcome. In fact, we want to align ourselves with the views expressed by the Honorable Minister in the foreword of the report, to the effect that collective participation and support of every citizen, community organizations, and stakeholders is very crucial to the success of policing efforts. All spheres of government should be on deck to break the tide of criminality, and we request that this honorable committee to be a vanguard in this regard. It is high time that everyone in our country acknowledges that we are in the midst of a low-intensity war. If you really look at the number of murders that we normally have on a day-to-day basis, I think honorable members will agree that statistics have been shared that speak to how many people are killed per day, and we can all agree that really that is out of control. There are specific inputs that we have seen or that we have made on the annual report. I think maybe before I do that, I can make a practical example on some of the videos which have been on the social media, where some of the criminals have shown the level of lawlessness, where they took a position in a cash in transit heist on the freeway. You can really see that the lawlessness is totally out of control. There's also a video where one of the motorists was approached by a criminal trying to hijack the car, but fortunately was quick enough to run over the criminal. So those are some of the issues that we see in the country, that we are really living in a very difficult situation. If you go to our report, we have identified on the annual report that specifically a report of the accounting officer. In the report of the National Commissioner, it is mentioned that the detective service program achieved a 43.3% achievement rate, and this is in comparison against the crime intelligence with an achievement rate of 100%. When keeping the above figures in mind and focusing on the statistics in the organized crime discussion on page 14 of the report, the following seems to be a worrying factor. It is stated that in terms of neutralization of drug syndicates, 4 out of 40 were neutralized, and in terms of organized criminal groups, 10 out of 49 were neutralized. How is it possible that crime intelligence can achieve a 100% rate, given the fact that the majority of drug and organized crime cartels are still freely roaming around? Surely the performance targets of crime intelligence should have focused on these areas of concern and not on other targets where they obtained a so-called 100% rate. The second issue that we have covered on the issues is the strategic focus over the short to medium term period. In the report, it stated that one of the focus areas is the allocation of 25 million rands for the enhancement to safeguard police stations. Although this initiative is welcome, the amount of money allocated must be placed in perspective. Because if each and every police station throughout the country is allocated a portion of this money, it entails that 21,500 can be spent on each police station, hardly enough to install two burglar gates. And then SAPO is on record that our police stations are sitting ducks at night. They are really not safe. We can make a recollection that in 2022, Kwaggafontein, Giyani, and Bushbuck Ridge police stations were some of the stations which were attacked in a very short space of time. And therefore, this threat should be addressed with the seriousness it deserves, as we cannot allow our police stations to become crime statistics. Exemptions and deviations received from the National Treasury. We have taken note that the procurement-related deviation was condoned by the Treasury in respect of accommodation for police trainees in the Northern Cape, and this deviation leaves a sour taste, as it's difficult to comprehend how it was possible not to plan and manage the procurement process for accommodation at the specific locality, given the fact that enrollment of trainees did not happen overnight, but was supposed to be a planned project. And surely management involved in this incident should be held accountable. I think this also supports the issues which were raised by the Auditor General, that the issue of accountability is one which is of paramount importance. And as a trade union, we had to intervene in the standard accommodation and food at the Kimberley base. The other issue in our inputs spoke to the strategic overview, and we're saying that the SAPS Code of Conduct replicated in clause 7.4 of the strategic overview. This code is the original code that was implemented in the mid-1990s. And the biggest question that must be asked is that, in this regard, why has SAPS not yet embraced the recommendations, as recommendation 5 of the panel of experts report, which recommended that the code of conduct and the code of ethics should be amalgamated into the South African Police Service Code of Conduct and Ethics. The said panel also commented that the code of conduct must be outdated if compared with other similar codes. And although the expert report was finalized in 2018, more than 2 years have since passed, and SAPS management is still silent on their position of the said recommendation. Perhaps maybe the committee can provide the necessary impetus to this active process. The other issues, the legislative and other mandates. And clause 8.3 mentioned is made of 2 pieces of legislation that were tabled in Parliament in the reporting period. A glaring omission is the tabling of SAPS Amendment Bill 2020. The piece of legislation contains a number of amendments to the 1995 Act, and it would be appreciated if the committee can inquire from the relevant role players, why is there deafening silence on the tabling of the bill, and try to obtain commitment as to the tabling thereof. We will also speak to the organizational structure. The organizational structure as depicted on page 30 of the report reflects that the post of the Deputy National Commissioner Support Service is vacant. We're not sure if this is by design or by default, as the incumbent appointed to the said position still occupies the post. And this anomaly should be rectified in the report. The fact that an incumbent might be removed from fulfilling the duties of a specific post does not translate to that incumbent being permanently removed from the position. We also spoke to the departmental performance. In clause 2.1, in this part of the report mentioned is made of the fact that attacks at police stations necessitated security upgrades at all police stations. And we We've also articulated that 90 police stations will be attended to in each financial year for this purpose. Although SAPO is very much alive to the financial implications of these initiatives, government needs to be approached in this regard, as the initiative will take nearly 13 years to complete in terms of the current planning. By that time, one can only imagine the number of attacks which have been executed on our police stations. Criminals get brazen by the day and have no respect for the institutions of the state. Hence, appropriate measures need to be taken. And particularly, we have been on record on several instances as SAPO, raising that we need a really firm and strong legislation which will indicate that an attack to the police is an attack to the state, and therefore we would want that to be declared as treason. We will also approach the relevant departments to make sure that that stance is not only lip service, but as and when this is implemented, perhaps that might lead to a change in the number of police stations and police officials which are seen to be killed by the perpetrators of crime. We also spoke to service delivery achievements, and we stated that 742 firearms owned by SAPS were either lost or stolen. And this is 142 more than the set target of 600. This achievement needs to be revisited. In a country that is notorious for the number of crimes committed with firearms, it's outstanding to read that SAPS sets themselves a target for stolen or lost firearms. And we would like to differ very strongly and say that we need to have a zero tolerance that speaks to stolen firearms, because one firearm stolen is one too many. The issue of police safety is one which we've also identified on page 135-36 of the report. The number of SAPS members murdered is depicted over a 5-year period. Although outside of the reporting period, the number has spiked to 31 murders in the first quarter of 2023-2024 financial year. These statistics should be a wake-up call for government in addressing this phenomenon that SAPO has previously characterized as treason against the state. Also touched on Part C that relates to government or risk management. On page 242 of the report, it stated that SAPS has appointed an independent risk management committee, and the accounting officer has delegated risk management oversight of the SAPS to this committee. The committee comprises of 4 external members and 4 members of SAPS. According to the table provided, the 4 external appointees all attended the 4 meetings of the committee, and when comparing that to the 4 internal appointees, all lieutenant general level, it is quite disturbing to note that one of the appointees attended none of the meetings, whilst the other 3 only attended 1 meeting each. This translates to 3 out of 16 meetings attended, which is shocking. The accounting officer should seriously reconsider his nominees vis-a-vis the commitment to this process. One other issue which
5 minutes left. 5 minutes.
Yes, Chair. As we approach our conclusion, we spoke to human resource oversight statistics, and in respect of training expenditure, it is only the administration program that reflects an amount of money spent on training. The other 4 operational programs reflect no amount of money being spent on training in the reporting period. SAPS management should explain if this warrants a deduction to be made in the other 4 programs, as no training was effected. We've also raised a concern on the employment changes and have articulated on a number of issues that the loss of trained police officers entails the loss of a huge amount of skill expertise and experience. And therefore, we said we also need to look at the concern that we have raised on that relates to Regulation 47 of the SAPS employment regulation, which we are really not happy about. According to the information on part 3.8 of the report, no performance awards were granted in the reporting period. This figure is quite disconnecting given the fact that most, if not all, departments in the public service have performance award systems in place. In SAPS, this practice was abolished many years ago without substitute being introduced. Any seasoned HR practitioner will know that a performance award system plays a major role in motivating employees and is an important tool in lifting the morale of employees. When will SAPS management attend to this deficiency in the HR environment? So really, we are calling for SAPS management to have a look at that. Management should be playing a leading role in this regard. In future, SAPO will be tabling more and more draft collective agreements from our side in order for us to cover all the discrepancies that we have identified so that SAPS is well balanced in making sure that crime fighting is an issue which we actively fight as a country. And in conclusion, Chairperson of the session and honorable members, given the fact that the report encompasses over 400 pages, SAPO has addressed a number of issues, but in the interest of time, as you have stated that my time is almost over, it was decided that we would rather focus on the above issues, given the priority status thereof, as well as the fact that it will assist the committee, as well as other role players, to sharply focus on the matters raised in this submission. As a trade union who respects the dignity of the PCOP, we thank you very much for extending this invite to us, and we wish you very well in the future endeavors under the stewardship of the new chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, leadership of SAPO. I take the police national commissioner or General Leveya or Ndadera Maru. As they present, you are taking note of issues raised so that when you present or when you answer questions later, you are able to respond to some of the issues raised. Thanks very much, SAPO. Let's get to Pop Crew. I'm advised that the General Secretary of Pop Crew, Mr. Jeff Dladla, is the one who will present. Am I correct?
Thanks, Chair. No, the submission, Pop submission is going to be presented by Pop Crew Parliamentary Officer, which is myself, Tsapos Kosana.
Okay.
Yes, I'm joined on the line. Sorry?
Continue.
Yes, I'm joined on the line by our national negotiator in Triple SBC, Mr. Mbele. Maybe to also take this opportunity, Chair, to tender our NOB's apology to the committee. As you have indicated that the submission was supposed to be presented by GS Jeff Dladla. They are held up currently in an NEC meeting. So they requested to be excused from this meeting, but then now also sending the apology to the committee and all honorable members of the committee.
Okay.
Yes.
The apology noted. You are given up to, it's now 17 minutes past. You are given up to 22 to present. We're in your hands.
Okay. I will share our slides. I will share our slides with the committee. Maybe to again, Chair, indicate that as Pope Group, we welcome this opportunity extended to ourselves to come and be part of the discussion of the SAPS annual report 2022 and 2023 financial year. But we also want to, since this is our first meeting since the passing on of former chairperson of the committee, Ms. Dina Juma Peterson, we'd like to extend our condolences to the members of the committee and also congratulate the newly elected chairperson of the committee. Chair, we prepared this submission in accordance to issues that have been raised to the committee before. We are going to look first at the performance on various programs of SAPS. As Pope Group, we note that all 5 programs, administration, visible policing, crime intelligence, detective services, protection and security services, only one of them has been able to register 100% performance according to the annual report. We are deeply disheartened, Chair, by the fact that the forensic service fell short of its 9 targets. And this is attributable to both lack of insufficient personnel and inadequate resources, which impact negatively on crime fighting and investigations. Detectives in this unit have a huge caseloads, and this negatively affects outcome of the investigations. What we are calling for as Pope Group, Chair, is that there must be a more young detective trained to ensure that cases do not get dismissed in court on the basis of them being, or being shortly or failing victims. The unfortunate reality is that our women and children are the ones who are bearing the brunt of this underperformance by this unit. We call SAPS to therefore prioritize the capacitation of this component, as well as entire department, to ensure that the personnel is well equipped with the required skills and resources for improved crime prevention. The underperformance on visible policing is also a grave concern to ourselves. This includes number of police stations providing victim-friendly services, mainly for GBVF-related crime. The latest crime stats clearly points out that South Africa is one of the most unsafe countries in the world. Reported underperformance here is therefore dismally failing the majority of South Africans, more especially vulnerable members of the society who happen to be women and children. One of the greatest concerns, as reflected in this report, is the SAPS failure to look after its own firearms. We have witnessed increased firearms-related crime, more specific cash in transit and other armed robberies. In 2022-2023 financial year, SAPS has lost 700 firearms, which is 140 more than 600 targets they had set themselves. Reason cited for this loss is as including, but not limited to, robbery in townships, housebreaking and theft from offices and stores. This is a demonstration that the certification and biannual inspections of firearms, which was put in place to help arrest the loss of firearms by SAPS, does not yield desired results. The pertinent question, sorry? Hello?
Yes, we're in your hands.
Hello? Okay. The pertinent question is where,
yes,
the pertinent question which we not seek to pose to SAPS and these committees, that where are these guns currently, and to what extent they've been contributed to all forms of crime committed in the country? the proliferation of illegal firearms can be contained through the development of an electronic firearms control system. And we also said that the Firearms Amendment Bill should also be finalized to address some of the gaps which contribute to the increase of illegal firearms in the country. On the human resources, POP crew notes the recruitment of the 10,358 new police trainees as it reflected in the AR annual report. These new recruits, Chair, we want to put it on record that they do not make any significant changes because they're basically trying to replace what have been gone out of the system. And they do not even address the police population ratio of one to 220 as set out by the UN. Because the current report says that the police population ratio is 1 to 417. Before this recruitment crusade, SAPS had lost about 11,178 police officers, reducing an establishment from 187,358 to 178,708. Out of this total establishment, SAPS Act employees are approximately 145,246, providing the actual policing service to almost 62 million population, as well as undocumented immigrants. We are all aware, yesterday the State SA has released the report to the president, and it has been indicated that the population has grown to 62 million. So with the current number of police officers on the ground of 145,000 to police 62 million population, we need to employ more police officers to address the police population ratio of 1:220. And one more question that we need to pose to the SAPS and the government is, we are not even sure that this recruitment drive will go beyond 3 years, because according to the government, this was for a period of 3 years. So we want to know that what will happen after that 3 years? Are they still going to employ more officers, or they will stop? One other frustrating thing that is this ability of constables and sergeants and warrant officers in SAPS. Warrant officers can only move to the position of captain when only there are vacant positions advertised. The stagnation of members is frustrating and extremely demoralizing. SAPS must urgently introduce a proper mechanism of ensuring upward mobility of employees, as opposed to the current demoralizing practice. We are also touching on the collective bargaining. We are saying that collective bargaining collective bargaining is not extensively reflected in this report. We therefore submit that in future, development of collective bargaining be one of the priorities of the human resource management to ensure optimal functioning of the SSPC. This will help in settlement of cases at the arbitration level. Fiscal resources. SAPS has 49,150 vehicles with approved number of an average of 451 personnel per vehicle for effective policing in the country. However, we still have an incidence of failure by SAPS members to attend to community complaints, and reason given will be that there are no vehicles to attend to community complaints. According to this report, Gauteng is allocated 9,738 vehicles. Now, in the previous portfolio committee meeting, the Honourable Minister Bekele said that Gauteng has got about 1,169 police vehicles which are not working. And when you do calculation, you take 1,169 from 9,708, it means that we're only remaining with 8,569. And our belief is that the very same thing can be happening in other provinces, that most of their vehicles that are there or that have been allocated to them are not working. And that will then mean that there will still be a complaint of community saying that they are not being attended to by the police officers when they lodge complaints. The decentralization of services here should therefore ensure that all vehicles are functional through a seamless procurement processes. Based on this argument, we then question the accuracy of the report on fiscal resources, as some are dysfunctional and not adding any value on effective policy. POGRI is dismayed by SAPS failure to meet the projection made on the building of police stations and satellite police stations. Lack of police stations and satellite police stations deprives our community of service delivery and forces them to travel long distance to access police services. This underperformance of building police stations and technological infrastructure is attributable to dependence on the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and SETA. POGRI therefore submit that the responsibility to construct police stations and other building infrastructure be migrated from or be removed from the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to Department of Police. The reality is that SAPS is under-resourced when it is juxtaposed with the private security industry in South Africa, Chairperson. According to the stats that are existing, is that the private security in South Africa is the largest in the world, with over 10,380 registered companies and over 2.5 million registered security guards, of which 556,000 of them are active. In his submission to South African Women Research, South African Human Rights Commission, President Ramaphosa absurdly indicated a need to work closely with these private securities. This, to us, Chairperson, is a concession by the government on its capacity and failure to provide security to its citizens through its public machinery. This is affirmed by the government when it outsourced security services to private security to guard its own government buildings and infrastructure. POGRI urges for smart policing and efficient crime fighting through technological advancement in line with the fourth industrial revolution developments. For the implementation of smart policing, there must be digitalized docket systems, surveillance drones, and biometric systems. On killings and attacks on police stations, we know, Chairperson, with grave concern, increasing rate of police killings and attacks on police stations in this country. There are a number of causal factors to police killings, which, amongst others, are attributable to their safety in their workplaces and residential homes. During this financial year, a total of 34 police officers were killed. The report claims that as a result of attacks on police stations, security in police stations was upgraded. However, in our view, that the reality is the opposite of what the report is saying, because majority of our police stations are still high risk, high security risk. In July this year, 2023, 12 criminals armed 47 stormed SAPS logistical buildings in Pretoria. This means that the department must ensure that security upgrades are done also on all SAPS buildings, especially where firearms and ammunition are stored. It is clear in this report that SAPS has no plan to deal with the rising incident of police killings. On 24 September 2023, 3 police officers were wounded and 1 killed in Mabopane in Pretoria when conducting crime prevention patrols. In the financial, Pope believes that one of the critical things to be done to prevent police from attacks is to create an affordable scheme and build barracks for police officers and families to stay in a safe and secure environment, as there is residential houses, which makes them easy targets for attacks and killings by criminals in townships. We submit that 24-month sentence attached to the offense of obstructing police officers to execute their duties is lenient and not in any way to deter criminals from attacking police or killing our members. We further submit that there must be an urgent amendment of Section 49 of the Criminal Procedure Act and declare the killing and attacks of law enforcement officers as a treason. We have seen how our members confronted by heavily armed criminals cash in transit robberies, community-oriented policing and CPFs. Chair, we believe that combating crime and ensuring safety and security to communities in this epoch, it has become a challenging task. People believe that to successfully fight and prevent crime, we must galvanize all available resources at our disposal, including key community stakeholders. There must be involvement of the community through the well-resourced and effective community policing forums. The AR claims that SAPS has been able to achieve 99.91% of functional police stations corresponding with functional CPS against the set target of 99.57%. Contrary to these far-fetched and misleading claims made by SAPS, we submit that the effective and efficient CPF be established and numerically correspond with all 1,158 police stations across the country to help in fighting crime. What SAPS is claiming is in stark contrast to the situation on the ground. Existing CPFs are not resourced, and this makes crime fighting a mission impossible. We welcome all interventions such as community policing strategy introduced by SAPS to combat crime, but with no necessary resources mobilized. We believe that all intervention and efforts will result in a futile exercise. The picture depicted by this report on the involvement of traditional council in fighting crimes is misrepresentation of facts on the ground. Many rural areas where these institutions are located do not even have police stations to help them coordinate crime fighting. All these strategies that SAPS has been developing are only existing on paper without yielding any tangible results. GBV and femicide. Pope notes efforts made by SAPS to fight gender-based violence and femicide in our society. Pope believes that training of 26,575 police officers is a step in the right direction to help in handling complaints of violence against vulnerable groups, improve GBV crime investigations, and most importantly, increase conviction rates on all GBV crimes. It is, however, dismaying and disheartening that SAPS has failed to establish victim-friendly facilities at the identified police stations. Notwithstanding positive developments registered by this report on GBV, South Africa is still considered the rape capital of the world, with 10,818 rape cases reported in the first quarter of 2022. GBV has reached a crisis level, hence was declared a pandemic by the president. The recent statistics show that in the first 3 months of 2023 alone, 1,512 women were raped, 1,485 attempted murders of women were reported, 969 women were killed, and over 15,000 women were assaulted. The sooner the better. It is appreciated that GBV is a societal issue and it needs collective efforts to combat it. POPRU welcomes the SAPS initiative to roll out awareness campaigns countrywide to educate learners in school, churches, and the broader public about GBV-related crimes. POPRU further calls for an effective implementation of Criminal Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act, Criminal and Related Matters Amendment Act, and Domestic Violence Amendment Act enacted in 2022 to ensure optimum protection of victims. Awareness program must be conducted.
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Come again?
We are left with 5 minutes.
I'm approaching my conclusion, Chairperson. Awareness program must be conducted to inform South Africans on the provisions of these enacted legislations. PMFA compliance. The report in reference indicates that SAPS registered fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the period under the review. This is unacceptable and preposterous that the department, which its budget is continuously slashed by the National Treasury to implement the austerity measures, seems to be reckless on its expenditure. We vehemently condemn the reported misuse of funds and further submit that remedial measures be put in place to prevent this malpractice moving forward. In conclusion, Chair, Hope Group welcomes all positive development registered in improving the efficiency of the SAPS in ensuring that it achieves the objective of the NDP to create a safer community. What we find to be worrying is how outstanding targets will be achieved as the government continues to cut budgets. If the budget cut continues, the fight against crime shall remain a pipe dream, and subsequent collapse of the country into lawlessness shall be inevitable. We thank you, Chairperson. I'm not sure if maybe my colleague here will want to add something, but then now maybe there will be any question posed to ourselves. Will also help in responding to those questions. We thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, leadership of POPCRO. Thanks very much for the presentation. Can I call on Ipusa to present? I'm advised that the president of Ipusa, Mr. Bethuel Nkuna, is the one who will be taking us through. Am I correct?
Yes, correct, Chairperson.
Yes, I'm giving you up to 12 for your presentation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and to the Minister and his entourage, National Commissioner and his entourage, Labor, and all other interested parties present here today. Chairperson, Ipusa, thank you for the opportunity to make a contribution to the committee. Firstly, I need to also congratulate you, Chairperson.
Thank you. We've lost you.
As the newly appointed Chairperson of the committee. Together with me here, I've got the General Secretary of Ipusa, Mr. Mpho Kwinika. Chairperson, I need to indicate to you that our report is about misalignment of key indicators and targets. The AXA's report today has vindicated us, as we have not had any opportunity to speak to her office, but we are happy that she has highlighted her concerns on this. We believe that we need to develop more focused key indicators. In order to present an honest assessment of the SAPS annual report, it is imperative and critical to engage both the achievements and the failures of the set targets. Regrettably, Ipusa notes that with disappointment the fact that failures far outweigh the achievements. We have noticed that there has been significant non-achievement of performance target set each year with regard to program number 2. And the general sense is that most of the targets talk about reducing the levels of crime, even though it is known and acknowledged that SAPS has no full control over the reduction of such crimes. That is contact crime, house break-ins, and even murders. SAPS must be assisted to set relevant targets in crime. Prevention of crime under visible policing has 100% performance reliant on other departments. Control of all performance variants, such as the Department of Justice. However, it must be acknowledged that once crime is committed, SAPS has a significant control of its performance, that is to arrest or to detect. In this case, the detection rate is within SAPS control, but not the conviction. This also brings us to the non-achievement of program number 3, performance targets, which most of them relate to conviction. We now tend to deal with each and every key performance area. Program 1, here we only realize the organogram in the report is giving a different picture than it is understood. For instance, we see the lines of command are mixed up. We hope it will be corrected in the future. Core function lines and staff function lines have sides, left and right respectively. The deputy minister must be on the right of the minister. Divisions of Finance, SCM, Inspectorate looks very strange. It is for this reason that IPUSA has suggested that SAPS must be run under one act, which is Police Act, with two-legged structures, which is one will be support and one will be operational. On program number 2, output indicator on the firearm licenses is a regular non-achievable target. It would seem there is resistance to accept that SAPS is not able to improve on this. Our take is that Free Firearm Control Act is not correctly placed. We're just putting a round peg in a square hole. The whole process of licensing and competency is not a SAPS mandate in reality, or should have not been legislated as such. Only compliance is SAPS responsibility. For example, SIRA and firearms are closer. Maybe it is that time now to have a consultant to look at the feasibility of this. It is inconceivable to want to reduce the level or a number of contact crimes when we know we do not have 100% control of contact crimes. Can we find a better performance target for this? Program number 3, the non-achievement of targets. We believe this is a result of capacity. This may mean 3 focus areas: insufficient staffing solutions, especially at the police station level, and specialized investigation. Check your human resourcing and staffing plan and have a staffing plan for the coming years. Investigative competencies, complexities, skills, and technology advancement. This requires competency assessment and skills gap analysis so that there is a developmental program. SAPS must set its own target on output indicators, which are 100% dependent on SAPS performance. E.g., verdict is not 100% dependent on SAPS performance. There are external sources playing a part in the conviction and verdict, of which SAPS is playing a part role. Sub-program criminal record center must be closely checked to have correct indicators, but at the same time, dependencies must be engaged. Program number 4, time and again, we hear criminal incidences and the crime intelligence question comes about. However, the report is a very progressive performance with all output indicators being achieved. Something does not add up here unless the following scenarios are at play. The output or performance indicators are understated or do not talk to crime intelligence policing, or crime intelligence products are not processed well on time to inform operations so as to combat or prevent the occurrence of such crimes. Many examples can be cited, like tavern killings, critical infrastructure damages. Program number 5, National Key Point versus Strategy key installations. Are these institutions the same? Because they are not clear on the annual report. Lastly, Honorable Chair, we are concerned by the comments by the AXA, where she has indicated that in the year 2018-2019, there were material irregularity which took place as a result of the non-cancellation of a contract which took place in July 2014. According to the general conditions of contract should be cancelled within 30 days. The AXA has responded to those material irregularities. What was given to her by SAPS management is misleading. The material irregularities mentioned here are as a result of a contract awarded illegally. The service provider realized he couldn't provide the services and opted for a settlement of 14 million. SAPS paid 24 million, and how no one knows. 7 million was added to this, bringing the total amount to 31 million. This is the amount the AXA is saying it should be recovered. In terms of the general conditions of contract compliance, somebody should have cancelled the contract within 30 days, and this didn't happen. SCM, CFO, and legal services are responsible for this. Why didn't they cancel this contract and save the department millions? When they stopped from canceling the contract by this individual they are saying to have dealt with and dismiss, did this individual dismiss, not taken this decision on review for unfair dismissal? And Chairperson, on the set target on firearms, the targets on firearms confirmed as stolen or lost from SAPS and stolen from SAP 813, they are not coming out clear on this report. We need them to come clear on this report because they are not saying anything about those robbed by criminals from client services. IPUSA is also concerned that SAPS has set a target of lost or stolen firearms of 600, which a targeted recovery of 10%. This is very disheartening in a country that is engulfed in such high levels of crimes. There should be no set target. There should be a zero target on lost or stolen firearms. The report has come out that SAPS has already lost 742 firearms. There should be a zero target when it comes to stolen firearms. Chairperson, we thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much for our stakeholders for your presentations. And we want to thank you all for your kind words of congratulations and your messages of condolences in honor of our former chairperson, Honorable Tina Jumat Peterson. Such messages will be communicated to her family. Thanks very much for your presentation. Honorable members, do you have something to say with regard to the presentations? Can I see hands if there's something? Honorable Whitfield.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, allow me to also express, I think, our collective condolence to the members of the unions who have become victims of crime, often in tragic circumstances where they are more than often killed these days. And we'd like to express our condolences to the members of the union, the leadership, and obviously to the families of those affected by crime. And I want to highlight a comment which I think the committee needs to interrogate as we deliberate on the annual report. Two specific areas. The one is around the firearms, which has been highlighted by both speakers with respect to the unacceptably low target for recovery. That is something that has been raised by this committee before. The other point, Chair, is around the conviction rate in South Africa and the importance of detection. And if we look at the performance of our detective services program, that then becomes or should become the core focus of this committee if we are to apply consequence management to criminals by strengthening the quality of investigations and providing support to our detectives as well as our forensics division to ensure that we close the loop to ensure successful prosecutions and make sure that when criminals commit crimes, they are locked up for the appropriate amount of time. And I want to really appreciate the thoughtful comments and insights from the unions. Their reports which have been provided have been very insightful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Whitfield. Honorable Golden.
Chair, thank you very much. I'd like to thank all the unions for the input too. I think it's important that we note that we are all partners in this. We are all aiming for the safety of our country and their members. I think the first question I'd then like to pose to Sapu, we touched on the murders of officers, and I think this is true to all unions. We'd like further feedback. As you indicated, making it treasonous is one thing, but I think we'd also like to understand, outside of the issue mentioned by Pot Crew with regards to barracks, and the Honourable Shaky Mum is not here, but that is something which he is driving for. How do we help further? I mean, it sounds like there's maybe training which needs to happen. Is there awareness training? What do we need at a training level? You mentioned motivation, it's performance awards. So the first thing is, how do we secure members? Firstly, is it equipment? Is it training? Is it bolstering numbers? Is it barracks? I really would like your feedback on that part. Obviously, better motivated staff and safer staff. If our staff aren't feeling safe, how do they secure safety of our residents? Then a broader question is with regards to numbers out there. I doubt we're going to get an influx of 50,000 new staff members as the budgets go. what is the view on the volunteer structures? There was a mention of working better with CPS. That, in a sense, is a volunteer structure, whether it is providing intel on the ground or providing visibility to police. I think it's something which your members work closer than the management. So I would like feedback on that. We ask for your support because we are looking at consequence management, and the consequence management as it pertains to members, if we get that culture right in the organization, is for the betterment of all of us. So just a bit of feedback there. Then to Pop Crew, your comments on the vehicles were interesting. I would like a bit more commentary because you are getting feedback from your members on the ground. As to the stats which we get, I'm not sure how valid that is, but we do need a face of this. We actually need to see what the member impact is and what the community impact, so that it's not just stats on the ground. And then, and finally to Epusa, the key indicators. You mentioned it in a general sense that these indicators need to change and needs to be more relevant. I would appreciate a bit more detail as to what it is that you're thinking. That was a general statement and the devil's in the detail. So possibly there's a follow-up there. But to all of you, thank you for your work and thank you for the efforts. Thank you for the sacrifice of your members. As I said, this is a partnership and we should be holding hands and aiming for the betterment here. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Golding. Honorable Komba.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And let me welcome all the presentations. Honorable Chair, my first concern here is the killing of the police. That is my main concern because it looks like we're losing a lot of the police more than any other department. Also, Honorable Chair, we're hoping to see a lot of improvement in terms of the area working environment where they are working, and hoping that the Department of Works and Infrastructure will actually deal with beefing up security in the area of the police stations, because that is where you find a lot of attacks and easy access of these criminals to the police stations and disarming them with firearms in some cases. Honorable Chair, I think also I have noted this, one of the stakeholders, the one that recently asked the stakeholder who presented, and a lot of issues that were raised, which are very much of a concern, which I would love the portfolio committee to interrogate and listen to it further and try to intervene in areas which were raised by these stakeholders, because they are very much important and they cannot be neglected. And thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Komba. Honorable Terplanch.
Chairperson, thank you. I also want to thank, the presentations and the people that made the presentations. I really found that to be very, very interesting and informative. Bearing in mind that these people, their members are going to be the key, if you like, the active key, to get the work done and obviously to improve the situation. They also raised quite a few interesting issues and recommendations how the new police service should look like and what the approach should be. Like, for instance, the modern policing and all the technology and stuff that can be utilized. I think that, there is a necessity that we should engage with them better in the future, that we can focus on the things that are really relevant to change things around. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks very much, honorable members, for your comments and questions. Sapu. Sapu, your responses.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I hope I'm audible from that side.
Yes, you are.
I'll try to cover some of the questions which were posed, and I think if I miss some of the issues, my colleagues will try and assist here. I think the first issue maybe that I can come to, the first speaker was the honorable member, Mr. Whitfield, and he touched on the issue of firearm losses and recovery. We have really stated our concern in that regard. I think here it was more of comments than questions, and the honorable member commended what we have indicated, because it's really a cause for concern, and we have made emphasis to say rather we go the route of saying there should be zero tolerance, because I mean the South African Police Service is a very critical department, which we have realized that there's a lot of firearms which are circulating in the communities. And it's very critical that as a custodian of the law, we make it our primary goal to make sure that firearms and all resources of the state are well taken care of, to make sure that we deal with the issues of crime and we don't find a situation where there are more licensed or unlicensed firearms on the ground, which criminals can be used to terrorize the communities of the country. I will come to the question which was raised by the Honorable Mr. Golding on what can be done to curb the situation that we're faced with of police killings. What do we suggest can be one of the solutions? And I think it's important to indicate that as SAPO, we have raised that we think it will be very important that SAPS considers the route of the re-establishment of specialized units that talk to your murder, that talk to your precious stones, and making sure that you really have special focus on specific crimes where there's enough capacity to deal with those crimes. And we think that that can really make a huge difference, because if you have dedicated members which will focus on particular or specific crimes, trained to deal with those issues, we think that can really change or shape the current statistics that we see in the country, because currently you will have police officials which are all over, and if there's no clear strategy that talks to focus, then we will really lose the fight that we have with crime. We have also taken note of the issue that he has raised that speak to training and resources. Well, of course, we can't shy away from the fact that our members are scared, I mean, to utilize their firearms because in most instances, they get a lot of backlash, and they find themselves in a situation where they are not supported enough by either management and other structures where they are trying to defend the law. And we are saying this really needs to be looked at. It's a very important factor that affects the way our police officials will obviously deal with crime. And we have also looked at the report, and one of the concerns that we have seen there is that if you have a situation where government or SAPS will have a irregular expenditure in terms of the report in page 291 in the 2022-2023 financial year, 2 million irregular expenditure. 2021-2022, 1 million irregular expenditure. It's really a cause for concern because as and when we engage our members on the ground, there is a huge outcry on issues of resources. You have issues where in some of the police stations, they don't have enough vans or buckets to go and attend to complaints. I think even the minister responded on some of the issues that relate to the generators that are supposed to be there to deal with issues of load shedding. And if you don't have a proper utilization of the budget, in fact, if the budget is abused by the very department, then we won't be able to function properly and our members won't be able to be well taken care of. It also interlinks with the issue that we have raised that the morale of our workers is very low as a result of the structure which is there. And I think in one of our principal meetings, we have raised that we really need SAPS senior management to have a look at the promotion policy itself, which is not properly structured. So those are some of the key issues which are affecting crime and are affecting the way in which SAPS needs to deal with police killings and some of the problems that we have with crime. We also had a comment, Honorable Member Gomba, who also, I think it was more of a comment to say that really we need to see firm action to deal with issues of crime, and she welcomes the submissions that were made by unions. And I think emphasis needs to be made that what we need to see is action towards the right direction in terms of implementing these recommendations that we have, because it will be of no use as and when we engage and we don't see some of the issues being considered, and where there's a concrete and comprehensive plan which will implement some of the submissions, because really crime has become a problem. As the latter speaker, the last speaker, Honorable Member Teblanche, has indicated that this is a collective approach. I mean, we have said it in our submissions or in the report that the crime that we have in the country, we're calling all members or all inhabitants of the country, all relevant stakeholders, to make sure that they play their part in making sure that we deal with crime and we form some sort of unity in ensuring that all the issues that we have covered as discrepancies in SAPS itself, we're able to advise and make sure that the picture changes from what we see now. Thank you very much, Chairperson. My President Tandi will add from what I've submitted.
Thank you, Chair. It's just one point which I need, which I think is really need your indulgence, where we call for treason to those who kill police officers. We're requesting the minister, when he goes to Parliament, to influence Parliament that the bill needs to be reviewed and have a buy-in for Parliament for this bill to be reviewed, so that those perpetrators should know that there are harsher sentences for people who are killing police officers. That will be our plea when it comes to treason. Thank you.
Thanks very much, leadership of SAPU, Popcro.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will just deal with the police killings and the smart policing as well. And who Comrade Tsako is going to deal with the issue of the vehicles. We want to appreciate the honorable members who have commented and made inputs on our presentation. It's really appreciated. And Chair, we further want to ensure the committee that as POP Group, we believe that working together as all the stakeholders here will change the challenges that we face and that we have highlighted earlier on as we are presenting in terms of fighting crime. On police killings, Chair, it is our view. We'll just make an example on the SANDF. When we speak of the barracks, we just take a look at the SANDF. There is very few killings that are happening towards our soldiers out there, because as it were, they are in confined areas far away from the securities. As much as we appreciate that in 1994 we adopted the community policing, is currently, it looks like we are losing a lot of police officials. So perhaps the introduction of barracks or the introduction of police villages where police will be able to buy houses separated from the general community would also serve as a vehicle to try and avoid this particular situation. It will also talk to Chair. We'll also talk to the smart policy, or maybe also on police killings, Chair. We've also said a mouthful with regards to the review of the Section 49, because also that Section 49, as it is currently, it is not user-friendly, in particular towards the police officials. So we really need to review so that the police can be able to protect themselves first and the communities when they are performing their duties. On smart policing, Chair, we will also just cite a few examples. Look, the criminals are a step ahead. I think that is a reality. They are a step ahead technologically wise. So it is important that we adopt that smart policing model so that we enhance our policing within the South African Police Services. Imagine, Chairperson, that in the police vehicle, you have a system that is able to, while the police officials are driving, doing patrols, ordinary patrols, that is able to tell you, to give you a profile of the next person, to say, this is Mluleki Mbele. Mluleki Mbele is wanted for these particular crimes. Then, therefore, it will be able, those members will be able to effect an arrest on the spot and be able to get all those particular criminals who are just running amok in this particular country. Also, if you look in terms of the whole system of the SAPS, we are nowhere near the fourth industrial revolution. We are having challenges in terms of the cybercrime in this country. So all of this is going to assist to ensure that we have efficient policing, we have effective policing as well. Not just to act when the crime has occurred and then we all run around and then we say, no, we are content and all that. but we just need to have proactive ways to ensure that we fight this crime instantly. So I'll also hand over to Comrade Tsepo just to talk a bit on the issue of the vehicles. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Comrade Mbele, for your input. Chair, allow me to speak to the issue of vehicles. As Pope Group, we have the firm view that members and colleagues will agree with us that vehicles is one of the tools that enables our officers to perform the duty and to service community members. And without this tool of trade, it means that the members of the community will never receive any service from our police officers. And one of the things that we want to also highlight on this issue of shortage of vehicles is that if we've got sufficient vehicles, that will definitely enhance police visibility in our communities and everywhere. Because if you don't have enough vehicles, it means that we'll never have enough officers going out for patrols and all that. So we are saying that SAPS must pay an attention to all these things. And like we said in our presentation, that the minister said that we just gave as one example, but we believe that there are more provinces that are still encountering the similar challenge when they're saying that a number of vehicles are out of commission, meaning that they cannot be used. So the question is, where are those vehicles? Where are they parked? And surely you may find that they are at the police garages parked there, and sometimes you take vehicles for service for a very long time. They have been taken out for service for a very long time at the garages. And then sometimes you find that you just take a vehicle to the garage just to replace a bulb, a globe, a lamp. And that car will take, or that vehicle will take about 3 weeks sitting there, waiting for that bulb to be replaced. So we are saying that there must be a sort of, a form of efficiency from these garages to make sure that when these cars are being taken to them, they're being returned to their services very quickly. And maybe, we don't know, we feel that it's an issue of outsourcing, because we believe that this service of maintaining or servicing police vehicles is being outsourced to private service providers. So we have the view that they must be done in-house and capacitate. They must build a capacity, some must build capacity in its own branches for mechanics to be able to fix all these cars as quick as possible and be returned to service. Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, leadership of POPCRO. Ipuza, do you have comments?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. This is Mpo, the GS. Congratulations once more on your new position as the Chair. It is common cause that crime rate in our country is high. And South Africans are living in fear from criminals. It is also common cause that police killings in our country has increased for both policemen and women who are on duty and even off duty. On the issue of crime, what are the attributes? The attributes that are well documented out there leads to the shortage of manpower and resources and vehicles. Other attribute, it is the modern type of policing that we are utilizing. I think POPCRO have said it, a mouthful, that we need to move away from the current policing model into the current modern kind of policing. And that is being applied throughout the world. The issue of police killings, Comrade Honorable Golding and Honorable Gomba, no one is going to stop police killings. No amount of imbeciles are going to stop police killings. Police killings are going to be stopped by the department itself when it starts putting the money where its mouth is. The issue of our policemen and women, we've got an issue with mental and physical capacity. And Ipusa want to elaborate on this. The killings of 2 police officers in Northern Cape, after identifying a suspect who have stolen a vehicle from Bloemfontein heading into Northern Cape, they had full control of that suspect. That suspect, they've chased him up until he overpowered them, used their own firearm to kill both of them. We need to have money to buy bullets. We need to have money to go and find out where our shooting ranges are. In the past, the SAPS used to collaborate with the Defense Force and utilize their facilities, you know, the facilities, the shooting range facilities. Now we need to go back to those basics. We need to do these things and make sure that our members knows when to utilize force. We're coming back to the issue of the utilization of force, the legislated force, Section 49. Section 49 prescribes, that is subsection 1, it prescribes how police officers should behave with that firearm, the maximum use of force when effecting a lawful arrest. If we don't empower our police officers to know the benefits of Section 49, our police officers are going to continue and jitter when criminals don't have a manual. We have a manual, we have the law to follow. The criminals don't have that time. So we need to equip the mental capacity of our police officers to know when to act. The other thing is the issue of the tactical survival courses. You can't have a police officer under the current situation where our police officers are under siege. South Africans are under siege. The internal homeland security of our country is under siege. To have police officers who only visit a shooting range on call-up instructions. There are people who are here, police officers who haven't been to a shooting range for almost 3 years. It can't be, Honorable Chair. It can't be. The issue of refresher courses is very important, and I think management need to look at that as a priority. The issue of colleges, we are producing students or police officers who have got their manual had reduced on physical training, and it has also reduced on shooting practices. Because we want to conform to the standard that has been set by SASITA and these other institutions for qualifications at SACA, we need the National Commissioner of Police to design courses that fits the current challenges which we have. Our police officers must be fit for purpose. So we need to put more money on those issues. Now, we come to the issue of firearms, the regulation of firearms. In terms of the Firearms Control Act, this legislation, it is very close to CIRA. It is just our thinking. It is very close to CIRA. Maybe this element needs to be placed somewhere else, but the police has to deal with compliance. Let's give an example. The station commander of Mamelodi should know how many civilians have got registered firearms within their policing precinct. If those men, they've got 1,000, how many times have they visited these 1,000 communities who are having registered firearms? How many of these firearms, 1,000 firearms that are registered within that Mamelodi policing precinct are still there? How many? How many of the owners of those guns who have died have surrendered their firearms to Mamelodi SAPS? This is compliance. And currently, if we were to go back there, we don't even know how many firearms out of 1,000 of registered firearms in Mamelodi are still there or are still in lawful hands. We don't know. This is a massive, massive work that needs to be done by each and every police station after firearms have been registered, and police stations have to take over the compliant issues. And apart from that, you look at the issue of the firearms that are lost or confirmed lost or stolen by the South African Police Service. We should not, we as IPUSA don't believe that we should set a target of firearms that needs to be lost or stolen, though it's inevitable that a department such as this one, which is so busy, there should not be a likelihood that a firearm is lost. But setting a target for 600, that they should be lost. 600, it should be 0. And then the issue of now this year, 2022, 2023, we have lost even more than 600. We lost 742. So, and then we come to the issue of the firearms that are stolen from the police custody, SAP 13. Just to give you an example, the Norwood, 144 firearms. And then recently, Northern Cape, firearms which was being taken from the armory. These firearms are not indicated anywhere in the police report. We did not see them unless if we have missed it. So firearms are all over the show, Honorable Chair, because we are not going back to the basics and do what is correct and have control over the firearms that are out there and make sure that those firearms that are within the control of the South African Police Service remain safe. We can't put a safe in a motor house. What we call this, the shanties, which we are having out there, and use them as police stations while we're waiting for police stations to be built. We can also, these are the problems which we are going to sit with if we don't change the attitude towards how we do things. And early this year, Honorable Chair, we have seen that the very same target which was set for 2022, 2023 on firearms that are lost or confirmed to have been stolen from the SAPS. Early this year, on the annual performance plan of the SAPS, 2023, 2024, those targets are there. And in our presentation, we have queried it. So we've got it coming from 2022, 2023. Now it's in 2023, 2024. I think we need to do something about that, Honorable Chair. So otherwise, we are happy even with the issue of the HGSA. The report that she has given today here, it's so important that all of us, we feel that as the union, we will look at it and we will follow up on the issues, because there are public information that we see being circulated around from the AXA. And it has been helpful, very well helpful to hear her office today in this meeting. I don't know if we have left anything here, Honorable Chair. I will ask the President to add if there is anything left.
I think you have answered everything.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, it's now 12:30. It's either we break for lunch until 1, or we allow the National Commissioner to present until 1:15, then we break for lunch. What would be your preference?
Let's break for
So
lunch.
let him present. We're not divided, I promise.
I agree, Chair. We need to break. I agree with other members of the committee, Chair.
Which one do you agree with? Because they are presenting two different views.
Oh, I want to agree with the one who said you need to have a break. This has been too long from the morning.
Okay. Let's break for lunch until 1. Then when we come back, the National Commissioner, together with the DPCI, will then give us a presentation and we take it from there. Thanks very much. Let's break for lunch and we'll come back at 13 hours.
Recording stopped.
Welcome back, honorable members. Deputy Minister, National Commissioner and your team, General Levier and your team, Acting Secretary Ramaru and your team. Are we ready to continue? National Commissioner?
Yes, we are, Chairperson.
Okay. We are in your hands, Deputy Minister.
Yeah, good afternoon to you and to other honorable members of the committee and your staff complement, representatives of the organized labor and other organizations that have been invited by the committee for the purposes of the engagement today. The Office of the Auditor General, the National Commissioner, the DNCs and acting DNC, the National Head of the Hawks, Dr. Advocate General Leveya, and your management, the acting civilian secretariat and your team, SAPS management. We appreciate this opportunity you have given us. We were with the minister who had to disengage because of cabinet. But we have been here. We have had the presentation by the Auditor General and the questions and comments made by members of the committee and the presentation of your guests who just finished before lunch. We will, in our presentation, talk to those issues. I must say, Chair, from the onset that we appreciate the progress that we have been able to make as the South African Police Service, the Civilian Secretariat, and our entity broadly. We appeared before you previously from the 2019-2020 financial year to date. What we are presenting today here is an improvement of where we come from. And I must commend National Commissioner together with his management, the Executive Director and management, the Acting Secretary of the Civilian Secretariat and his management, the CEO and the board of CIRA for the tremendous work they have done. Yes, challenges are there, but we have made tremendous progress. And we appreciate the continued working together with the Auditor General. They keep us on track, and it is through their guidance that we have progressed so far. And of course, yourselves, Chair, together with members of the committee, your guidance have made us to be where we are today. In 2019-20 financial year, when we appeared before you, the report was not good. But today, we have made progress, and we are proud that we have achieved what we have achieved despite the challenges. But we know that there is a lot that we need to do. We did meet with the Auditor General. We have made commitment to the team that the issues that they've raised to us, we are going to respond appropriately to the things that we need to do. And we did reflect also as the leadership that we should try and respond timelessly before even the recommended deadline that the Auditor General have given us. And we also committed to her and to the audit team that we met with. And we want to commit to you, Chair, and the committee that we will follow up on the issues that the Auditor General has raised. And I think when you deal with SIRA, the issues that have been raised about the payment that has been out will be explained, and you'll be able to appreciate where we come from and what we are going to do to resolve that shortcoming. Equally, with our presentation here, we will respond to deal with the shortcomings that the Auditor General has identified. And we agree that we should continue to do our work until we receive clean audit. And obviously, going forward, the audit will then check on the satisfaction that our people get out of this. I don't think it will be appropriate to say 11 years on, the National Development Plan has not been implemented. It is being implemented. Of course, there are things that we have not been able to achieve as outlined by the plan, but that does not equate to non-implementation of the program as outlined in the development plan. But I think, Chair, our presentation will respond to most of the issues that have been raised, and I think when time comes for us to engage further, we will be able to further elaborate on the issues that are contained in our presentation. That as it may, Chair, allow me to request the National Commissioner who's leading the delegation to present. And I think our presentation also include the presentation which will be done by the national head of the Hawks, General Levea. At the appropriate time, we will request that you allow us to do that. I know that our presentation does talk to some of the issues that has to deal with DPCI, but it will be appropriate that we be afforded that opportunity at the right moment for him to do that. But for now, allow me to request the National Commissioner and his team to lead us in the presentation. And once more, Chairperson and members of the committee, thank you very much for allowing us to appear before you. I have a slight request to make, Chair, that I be allowed to disconnect. I want to consult. My right ear just started to give me difficulties this morning, and I thought we will have enough time of an hour break, but I realized that it's 30 minutes, and I could not take a risk of rushing to the nearest clinic here to consult and be given something to pour on my ear. But I'll come back and join the meeting, Chair. If you may allow, as the Commissioner is presenting our presentation, I'll request that I be allowed to disengage, and I'll come and join the meeting so that I consult, because this is irritating my ear a bit. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, GM. You are allowed to consult. We wish you a speedy recovery. We wish that you get help to your ear problem, but you are allowed to consult. National Commissioner, we are in your hands. National Commissioner, we are in your hands. Well, now it's 10 past 1, 13:10. You are given, inclusive of DPCI, 45 minutes. I think I know you'll do better.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
I appreciate the time, and we'll try and do our best. Let me recognize the Honorable Chair and the Honorable Members, the Honorable Minister in absentia, the Deputy Minister, the AGSA personnel, the CEO of SIRA, and the Secretary of Police, the union representatives present on the platform. Honorable Chair, we have 95 key performance areas, of which 64 of them we were able to achieve, and 31 of them we did not achieve. And we also welcome the AGSA report that they gave the department a qualified audit opinion, however, with findings which we continuously as management work on that. And we also take cognizance of the fact that I also have some challenge with looks like audio, because I see the video don't come on. So, but I'll continue, Honorable Chair, with your blessing. Yeah, we will get into the briefing. I will allow General Rabi to take us through. But as I said, we take cognizance of the audit finding with opinions, and the management will continuously work on that. And we, as management, also discovered, and we did say we need to review. We take note what the HSA have said, that our indicators, some of our indicators, needs to align with citizen expectations. So we intend after the MTSF to work on that, and also interrogate further and adjust the plan of the program 4, which is mostly supplying or the support to program 2 and 3, so that they are aligned. Because if they are performing, their performance should mirror out in program 2 and 3. So we are aware of that. We have taken cognizance. And the other matters, Honorable Chair will respond later. We are aware that we have been engulfed by CITs recently, and we are responding, and we have made some inroads, but we are not where we want to be. Last week, Friday, in Gauteng, on Thursday, we arrested 4 suspects. Friday, we arrested another 4. Saturday, we recovered some rifles in Soweto. And but it's not yet enough, because we need to round off all those who were involved, which we are indeed out there, and we are going to make sure that we round everybody without exception, those that were involved in CITs in the whole country, especially the prominent provinces where there were more CITs. You are Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, and Eastern Cape. So the teams are out there, and we will run after them until we find them, Honorable Chair. With those words, let me allow General Rabi to, firstly, the CFO to take us through the financials, and thereafter, General Rabi will give the presentation, and lastly, Lieutenant General Levia with the DPCI presentation. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. General Dimpan.
Good afternoon to the Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the committee, the Deputy Minister, the National Commissioner, heads of entities. All protocol is observed. Chairperson, I will go straight to slide number 4, in terms of the first portion of this presentation. The outcome has already been indicated by AGSA. This is just to indicate that we received an unqualified audit opinion on the financial statements. However, with findings, Chair, as we go to section 2, Chair, that will be slide number 6. This is income statement. This is financial performance as depicted on the financial statements, Chair, that are on the annual report. This is a summary. We had voted funds, that is your revenue, 102.554 billion with expenditure of 102.499. There was a net surplus of 55 million. We also had the revenue that we collected as a department at 762 million. This revenue was surrendered to National Treasury. We did not have any donor funding. Therefore, 99.95% of voted funds were spent in this particular reporting period. In terms of the appropriation statement, that also is part and parcel of our annual report, we had all our programs, that will be program 1 up to program 5, performing very well, with the exception of program 3, the detective services, performing at 99.8%. This performance is after all the necessary shiftings as well as environments that were effected within these programs, but those shiftings as well as environments were approved by the relevant authority chairperson. The figures are there. In terms of final appropriation, there was 264 million that was shifted away from program 1 to other programs such as your visible policing as well as the detectives. There was 32 million as well as 16 million that was shifted away from program 4 and 5 to balance out the challenges or the pressures that were there in other programs, in particular your core programs. But all the shiftings were approved by the relevant authorities. At the end, 99.95% was utilized in this regard. In terms of overview of performance spending at economic level, we indicating that the total spending for 22-23 financial year amounted to 102.599 billion, which represents a spending rate of 99.95%. National Treasury provided approval for the department to utilize some capital project funding that was specifically and exclusively appropriated, as well as other earmarked funding, in order to defray financial pressures experienced, in particular within your goods and services expenditure. The accounting officer as well approved total environment of 100 million, that is 0.09% on average, which is well within the allowable 8% threshold in terms of Section 43 of the Public Finance Management Act. Chair, I will not read all the issues on slide 9. This is just to indicate the approval that was obtained in terms of the shifting. In terms of program 1, we have environment to other programs, which was equivalent to 0.01% in terms of the amounts that were not spent. In terms of program 2, those amounts were then shifted to program 2. We had a environment to this program at the margin of 0.05% in this regard. In relation to detective services, there were amounts that were left also. The environment to this program was at 0.12%, with program 4, environment to other programs away from program 4 at 0.73, and program 5 at 0.43 in this particular regard. Chair, in terms of revenue or departmental receipts, we collected 762 million. This is indicated on note 2 of the financial statements. This was as a result of sale of goods and services that are produced by the department. This is in the main, your firearm licenses, your accident reports, rent for official accommodation, etc. There was an amount of 383 million that we made out of such. We also had fines and penalties and forfeits of 35 million, interest received via corporate banks, 2 million, sale of disposed capital assets. There were capital assets that we auctioned, that we disposed of, amounting to 246 million, as well as recovery of debt from all the debtors that we have, where we collected 194 million in this regard. So this constituted 762 million of revenue that we collected, that we eventually surrendered to National Revenue Fund. In terms of performance of programs, program 1,
After all the relevant shiftings and environments, all sub-programs performed at 100%. Chairperson, Program 1 was allocated 20.511 billion at the end of the financial year. 20.247 billion was spent in this particular regard. So we did not have a lot of challenges. However, 264 million was then shifted away to balance out the other pressures that we had, in particular within Program 2. When you look at Program 2 with its sub-programs, that will be your crime prevention, border security, specialized interventions, as well as facilities. All those sub-programs performed at 100%. Of course, this is after the shifting as well as the environments that were duly approved. There was 190 million that was shifted to this particular program. In particular, crime prevention, as I indicated. There are expenditure drivers in terms of this program, and they are listed below. Chair, in terms of Program 3, which is your detective services, this consists of crime investigations, CRC, forensic services, as well as specialized investigations. All sub-programs performed at 100%, with the exception of CRC. There was an amount that remained behind, at least 52 million that remained in terms of the earmarked funding that is allocated on the integrated criminal justice strategy that could not go through at the end of the financial year. Specialized investigation, this is for DPCI. This amount is specifically allocated, and funding that is not spent may not be utilized for any other purposes. The total spending for Program 3 was 99.8% at the end of the financial year. Program 4, we have 2 sub-programs. They all performed at 100% after the relevant shifting, as well as environments that were approved. It must be noted that in terms of Program 4, Secret Service account is not part and parcel of the vote of police. We do have spending performance of this program. It's guided by the weight on compensation of employees. However, there was a 32 million that was shifted away from this particular program in this regard. So at the end, the performance was 100%. The last program, which is Program 5, Protection and Security Services, it has 4 sub-programs. After the relevant shiftings and approvals on environments, the sub-programs performed at 100%. There was 16 million that was taken away to other programs between Program 2 as well as Program 3. This is VIP protection services that provides for protection of VIPs in this particular regard. Performance was at 100% at the end of the financial year. So, Chair, the total spending was 99.95 with an amount of 55 million that remained behind that could not be utilized because it was earmarked funding. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. The next section, General Rabi will then take the committee through. Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairperson, Honourable Chairperson, and Honourable members of the committee, my Honourable Deputy Minister and National Commissioner, Head of DPCI, and senior management of all other entities in attendance. Chair, as Honourable Chair has indicated, I will then run through the performance part of the presentation that has been submitted. And in the interest of time, we will not dwell on all the detail that is included. What is important to raise is that we achieved 67% of the performance indicators that we report on as a department. And if one notes the non-achievement of targets of certain programs, as it is reflected at the bottom of the slide, it is the program that we consider as problematic in terms of the non-achievement is Program 3, and to a certain extent, Program 2 that did not achieve 7 of the targets in that specific environment. If one look at the commitment of the various business units in the South African Police Service, Honourable Chair will note that supply chain, TMS, finance, internal order, detective service, and visible policing have achieved 50% of their targets of lower, just noting that some of these, like finance and internal audit, has only got 2 indicators, and then the DPCI, PSS, and PPS achieved between 67 and 86% respectively. Chair, I'm going to skip slide number 21. That includes a summary of the detail, and then specifically move to the financial programs, where I will just highlight some of the detail in terms of the achievements If one look at program 1, the areas where we did achieve the target was with the establishment of our mobile contact points, where we procured and converted a total of 21 relative to a target of 15. We've also updated our information system communication technology at 118 planned WAN sites. In terms of the training interventions, we've achieved all the targets. I just want to highlight a couple. Crime prevention, where we trained a total of 33,095. Crimes committed against children, women and children, a total of 26,622, and crime investigation, 27,294. And in respect of all of them, we achieved a competency rate of more than 99%. If one look at these financial disclosures, all our financial managers submitted their disclosures. And in addition to that, we conducted a total of 52 advocacy and awareness programs. We attended to a total of 201 IPID-related investigations. We incurred no unauthorized expenditure during the financial year. As far as our irregular expenditure is concerned, it is lower than what we initially planned for. We only had 14 incidents. That's a decrease of 83%. And in the forensic investigations environment, we targeted a total of 6. We completed a total of 8 with regard to forensic investigations. Our inspectorate conducted 231 inspections, and we also started with the implementation of the corporate governance framework. The areas of non-performance, Chair, which have been highlighted by attendees in this specific meeting in terms of the number of losses, we've lost a total of 742 firearms, which is 142 more than the initial target that we anticipated. The reasons has been already quoted by one of the labor unions in attendance. We have implemented various measures to deal with that, including the biannual inspections, the marking and barcoding of our firearms, creating IBIS testing profiles of our firearms, the retention codes, daily inspections. Those are all measures that we have already implemented to address it. We have noted the proposal. It's something that we have been contemplating to reduce the target to 0 with 0 tolerance. And I can assure the committee it's something that we will definitely consider in our development of our next APP. We plan 3 police stations to be completed by the end of the financial year: Muyesh in Limpopo, Northwest Dwarsberg, and Northern Cape Reinforcement. We had problems in terms of all 3 of them, and they were not completed, and the reasons are then reflected on the right. That relates basically to the contractor, a new contractor that has been appointed. There was a legal issue at Dwarsberg. And both these police stations that I already referred to, we are planning to complete by January 24. And at Reinforcement, there was some quality work issues that had to be attended to, that we had to fix. When it comes, just as a side remark, Chair, we have the 3 were not completed, but Usutu Police Station in KwaZulu-Natal was completed ahead of time in the previous financial year. At the CCTV sites, we planned a total of 102 that were supposed to be upgraded or installed. We completed a total of 45. And what contributed to that is the fact that CETA only delegated the procurement process to the SAPS late in the financial year. And we had ultimately to rely on quotation processes to do some of the sites, but unfortunately, we did not achieve the target. We had a total of 323 incidents of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. That is an increase compared to the previous financial year, and it's primarily as a result of penalties on penalties and license fees. Our audits, we did not complete all the audits that we planned for. We completed 137 out of the 145, and the reason that some of them were not completed was as a result of conflicting audits with AGSA. Moving to Program 2, Visible Policing, Honourable Chair. In that environment, the areas of achievement, we've recovered a total of 4,616 lost or stolen firearms. Most were recorded or recovered in the Western Cape, a total of 990. We recovered 245 lost SAPS firearms, most of them in KwaZulu-Natal, 57. We closed a total of 37,168 identified liquor outlets. We've recovered a total of 31,039 robbed or stolen vehicles. And that is more than the initial target that we set. And the highest number of vehicles that were recovered was in Gauteng province. That is a total of 13,223. At the same time, Chair, we had functional CPFs at 99.19% of our police stations. There was only one, Cosmo City, that was a new police station that was established, that we are still, at the time we were busy with that, and there are 3 police stations in the country that are being exempted because they have primarily seasonal workers. In 9 provinces, we have maintained the community in blue concept. The traditional policing concept has been implemented in the Limpopo province, and the Safer City project has been taken to the next phase in terms of implementation in Cape Town, eThekwini, and Johannesburg. In terms of the specialized operations in Program 2, just referring to the number of crime-related hits, that is now at our ports of entry on our movement control systems. We have had hits on wanted persons, 1,561, and 1,701 stolen and circulated vehicles. Just to mention that the highest number of wanted person hits was at the OR Tambo International Airport with a total of 403, and the highest number of hits on stolen and circulated vehicles was recorded at Beitbridge Border Post with a total of 488. The profiling and searching of vehicles, containers, and cargo, we did 5,280 at land ports, containers, 2,366 at seaports, and consignments at airports, a total of 2,877. In the year, Honourable Chair, we policed 6,768 peaceful crowd management incidents. Most of those in Gauteng, a total of 1,639. We also policed a total of 2,826 unrest crowd management incident, with the most also in Gauteng, 513. And in terms of the deployment of our National Intervention Unit, 858 deployments and 262 deployments by our Special Task Force. The areas where we did not achieve the target, Chair, is in the application of new firearm licenses. The processing target is within 120 working days. We achieved 58.20%, just noting that we have processed a total of 186,000 applications. What influenced the timely finalization of these applications were some of the competency certificates that were not approved. There was a backlog at forensic in terms of the processing of IBIS reports, and the backlog significantly affected the processing of amnesty applications. So there is currently a process in place, a plan in place to address the work in the CFR. I can just mention, Chair, that in the first quarter, what we recently presented, that figure has now gone up to 82.82%. Unfortunately, reported contact crime increased with 7.7%. With the numbers that are quoted there, there are a number of range of complex factors, and in particular violent or contact crime, impacting on those is your socioeconomic conditions, your inequality, education levels, drug abuse, community dynamics. Those are some of the issues that impacted on the current or previous levels of crime in the previous financial year that resulted in increase. As a result of that increase that I've just referred to, contact crime at the top 30 high contact crime stations, we've also noted, Honourable Chair, an increase of 5.6%. And what influenced the high contact crime stations specifically, if you look at murder, attempted murder, and the rapes, is committed indoors between people that know each other. And as a result of that, we are then required to implement a multifaceted approach to address the high levels of crime. We have developed a national policing strategy that we have recently presented to the committee, that we've also in a process of reporting on the progress that we've been making in that regard. Just important to mention that we are currently focusing on the immediate stabilization of the top 30 high contact crimes in the country, as well as the top 20 in each one of the provinces. Escapes from police custody, also noting that we already advise, Honourable Chair, that we must consider a zero tolerance as far as this is concerned. We had a total of 564 people that escaped during 410 incidents. What impacted on those is our police stations, where we are experiencing limited human resource capacity. Also noting the physical infrastructure at some of our detention facilities, as well as the high number of people that we are detaining in SAPS facilities, as well of escapes that takes place during transit. There is some more detail that we just wanted to reflect in terms of the holding cells. We had 64 incidents, Honourable Chair, with 147 escapes. And in transit, we had a total of 34 incidents where 67 people escaped. We had, if you look at the police stations, all our police stations are required to render victim-friendly services. We have achieved 91.63% in that regard, and this is the result of us increasing our criteria, and that resulted in some of the people not being exposed to the required training programs. Contact crime against women increased by 8.1%, and contact crime against children increased by 2.1%, with the same reasons that we reflected under your visible policing environment. Then moving to program 3, Honourable Chair, the areas where we did achieve the target was the processing of our wanted suspects, where we finalized 35.93% of the ones that we've targeted. Our arrests for dealing in illicit drugs has increased. We've made 324 arrests, and the highest number of those were recorded in the Western Cape, with a total of 64. In terms of the compliance with the buccal samples of the Schedule 8 offenders, 81.77% of the arrested people, we did take the buccal sample. So that is a total of 296,574 buccal samples that were taken, and we've experienced the highest level of compliance in the Free State Province. We have also recorded successes in terms of the processing of our investigative leads, Chair. That is your DNA investigative leads, where we processed 58.41% of those that we've targeted. In terms of the crime-to-crime DNA investigative lead, we've achieved 57.23%, and fingerprint investigative leads, 51%. And IPIS-related investigated leads, we've processed 38.14% of the ones that we have prioritized. Chair, the bottom part of this slide and the next slide is DPCI. I'm going to skip that specific area and then move directly to the detection rate. This was already been referred to by some of the guests that you have invited, Honourable Chair. The detection rate for contact crime is standing at 46.28%. At our detection rate for contact crime stations is standing at 33.05%. That is around about 13 percentage points below the national average. And then when it comes to the detection rate for crimes against women, we achieved 70.07%, and crimes against children, we've achieved 62.95%. We have also targeted, Chair, a number of contact crime-related dockets older than 3 years. We did not achieve the target. We were targeting 15%. We finalized 13.45%. Just to mention there, Chair, at the bottom of the slide, as one of the factors, you will note that we currently have a total of 39,267 dockets that are at the Senior Public Prosecutor for decision, and that is one of the areas that we need to address to improve our detection rate as it is reflected. The neutralization of identified gangs, already there was reference made to that. We've neutralized 4 out of the 41 identified drug syndicates with 30 arrests, and we've neutralized 11 out of the identified 48 organized criminal groups with 51%. So that in terms of the drug syndicates, that represents 9.76%, and criminal groups 22.92%. In terms of the processing within the forensic lab, there's a couple of matters that impact on the ability of our forensic lab. That includes, for instance, your communication errors that existed between the automated fingerprint system and the criminal record system. Various incidents where rebooting of systems was required, network challenges, dependency on suppliers to resolve the escalated queries, downtimes, and as a result of that, our guilty verdicts updated within 20 calendar days, we have achieved 91.29%. Not guilty verdicts to 93.94%, and the processing of previous conviction reports a total of 81.36%. Routine case exhibits, Chair, were not finalized. That is basically the backlog was standing at 20.10% in terms of routine case exhibits, and for non-routine case exhibits finalized within 113 calendar days was at 66.09%. Honourable Chair, my apologies, I just need to correct something. The first sentence, the routine case exhibits finalized within 35 was 20.10%. I incorrectly referred to that as the backlog. In terms of the backlog for case exhibits, it was standing at 29.63% at the end of the financial year, and the DNA case exhibit backlog was standing at 13.97%. Just to give you the figures, that means that out of the 398,000 that were in the process, the 55,000 have already exceeded the timelines that we set for processing these exhibits. Ballistic intelligence case exhibits finalized within 35 days. We've achieved 86%. That is below the target of 95%. And 62% of the biology DNA intelligence case exhibits were finalized within 90 calendar days. There are some of the reasons quoted below, Chair. I believe that the members attending has read through those reasons that has been quoted. The next slide also refers 45 to the work of DPCI. I will then immediately move to crime intelligence. And with your permission, Chair, we've conducted, in terms of the network operations, we've finalized 75%. We've dealt with more security clearances than we initially planned for. We did a total of 5,134 security assessments. And in terms of the intelligence products, the utilization, the figures are reflected there. We have achieved the targets in terms of the utilization of these products. While I'm on that slide, Chair, I think it is important to note that we've noted the observations and the recommendations that were made in terms of what we measure in the crime intelligence environment. We had 4 cross-border operations on the request of Interpol that we attended to, and we arrested a total of 11 transnational suspects on the request of Interpol. Moving to the protection and security environment. There we had no security breaches, that is in transit or physical protection, as well as at identified government installation and identified VIP residences. We have also achieved our targets in terms of the audit of strategic installations that has to be audited by Protection and Security Services Division. There's only 2 areas where we did not achieve the target. The first one was on our national key points. That was to be done by Protection and Security Services Division. We did 213 out of the 215. There were 2 areas that were 2 national key points that were declassified during the reporting period, so they were discounted. They were not included. And then there were 2 that were not conducted as planned due to budget reductions. And when one look at the work of the Presidential Protection Services, 9 out of the 10 national key points were evaluated. We were denied access to Kalani residents in Gauteng. Chair, with your permission, I'm not going to go through the AGSA audit findings. This has already been presented by AGSA. We have taken note of these findings that has been made. I can assure the committee that we do have a post-audit action plan in place, but unfortunately it did not yield the results that we were hoping for. So in the upcoming financial, we are already finalizing our new post-audit action plan with a total new approach to audit findings, focusing on the activities at the lowest possible level. Honourable Chair, that concludes the presentation on our annual report. With your permission, I will then hand over to General Labia to deal with the DPCI. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. General Labia.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, and good afternoon to the Honourable Chair, the honourable members, the Deputy Minister, the National Commissioner, and the heads of our colleagues in the other entities, the Civilian Secretariat, IPED, and the CIRA. From the DPCI side, I am accompanied by the Deputy National Head, who will be loading the presentation, as he will be the one who will be taking us through the presentation. I'm also accompanied by the Divisional Commissioner, Lieutenant General Musibi, in the platform. So in terms of the presentation that the Deputy will be loading, he will start in the slide number 8. The first slide, I will just comment on them without making presentation. The first one being just the introductory remarks, indicating that we are presenting this for the financial year 2022-2023. And in terms of the mandate, we just hint that we have revised our mandate with effect from the 1st of April 2022. So, but the whole financial year, we have been working on the revised mandate. We didn't want to disrupt it in the middle of the year. So that should be kept in mind, that we have selected more complex and serious cases that we are dealing with. The rest of the mandate have not changed. We continue to focus on the serious organized crime, serious commercial crime, as well as serious corruption. The work itself continues to be done, and I think that there is a commitment from the members themselves. Even as we sit here, today we have arrested not less than 20 suspects in different provinces. Like in the Northern Cape, we shall have arrested 13, including the acting head of the department, as well as in the Western Cape, 53 million. We arrested 5 in the Mpumalanga, in KwaZulu-Natal. So when it comes to effecting arrest, we do our best. I'm just waiting for the deputy to be uploading the presentation. Otherwise, the reporting line, as we shall have indicated in the previous 2020-2021, we are guided by Section 17K, starting from in paragraph 1, where we report to the committee as required by law. And then the rest is just a reflection of that separate program that we hint that we report on. Talking to the issue of the workforce profile, we are continuously growing, but the growth is slow, because when we gain, we also lose others. We are currently sitting at 52.04%. We are trying our best to move higher up, which is what we are intending, that finance allowing within 2 financial years, inclusive of this one, we will be able to fill to the full capacity. We appreciate the budget that has been allocated, but I think in the coming financial year, we shall need more so that we can try our best to capacitate the DPCI as the number of cases continue to grow. So, General Nkosi, this is the time that he should be sharing. I'm not sure if he is struggling. General Nkosi.
General, thank you and greetings to the Honorable Chairperson. I'm unfortunately unable to upload. The system says a host disabled participant screen sharing. It's not allowing, and I'm not sure whether it's showing on your side.
Yeah, it is also refusing on my side. I think the host should allow us to be able to load. Thank you.
Babalwa, can you assist them?
I'm trying to assist, Chair.
Can you flight it from your side, Babalo? Otherwise, we're running out of time.
Chairperson, good morning, Nicolette here, or good afternoon. Chair, I can flight it from my side.
Please do so. Go to slide 8.
That's right.
There you are, General.
Thank you,
General.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings to you and honorable members. Greetings to the National Commissioner, and all protocol is observed. I will quickly then move with the DPCI performance information. As far as arrests are concerned, we achieved 2,995 arrests which were effected by the team, and a total of 907 convictions. This is as a result of diligence and dedication of the teams. And perhaps just to touch on the 3 crime types which we handled it very well in terms of the arrest. That is fraud, precious metal and diamonds, inclusive of narcotics. In terms of the convictions, we also had good convictions on precious metals and diamonds, narcotics and fraud, which is basically the same. On the next slide, we highlight the total amount, estimated amount of items which were seized during our operations, and it is then inclusive of narcotics, endangered species, precious metals, and diamond, and the amounts in terms of the division and the separation thereof is visible on the presentation. Thank you, Chairperson. The next slide deals with asset forfeitures. Here we deal with the principle of taking away the benefit from crime, discouraging criminal activities. And we have a total of 266 orders. And the amount shown here is does not show a further 71 orders. And should it then be included, it will ordinarily increase the monetary value. And on the next slide, it's the slide dealing with the investigations that relates to police killings. We have effected 76 arrests relating to the police killings, and we had a total number of 30 convictions which were secured. And we have now a combined 416 years imprisonment handed down to the accused, as well as 9 life imprisonment sentences. So 42 of these cases are currently on the court roll, with a total number of 74 accused persons. In the next slide, we deal with the cash in transit matters. One can indicate that we are intensifying the fight against these violent crimes. And the map shown on this particular slide shows the number of arrests that occurred during 2022-23 financial year, a total number of 198 arrests from an overall of 314 cash in transit cases were effected, and we have 33 convictions which were secured during this particular reporting time. The next slide deals with investigations relating to firearms. A total of 1,461 firearms were seized, a total of 5,778 explosive components also seized, and a total number of 77,564 different rounds of ammunition were also seized. And the next slide deals with the precious metals and diamonds, inclusive of endangered species. If one were to give the totals in terms of the arrest for both, a total of 553 arrests were effected in this category. A total of 250 arrests, convictions were achieved in this particular category, and over 125 million worth of related items were seized. And now one gets to the overview of the performance by the DPCI in terms of our predetermined indicators. We, from the DPCI, are measured out of 11 performance indicators, of which on the APP, we have 7 performance indicators and we achieved 6. On the MTSF, we have 4 indicators and we achieved 3. And moving to the next slide, which deals with the serious corruption investigation, 6 indicators here, and all 6 were achieved in this space. The next slide just indicate the key performance indicators in terms of the details, the statistical information, and also the focus of the indicator. As an example, you have trial-ready case dockets for serious corruption within the public sector, and the achievements are visible on this slide. The next slide deals with the overview of the performance within the serious commercial crime investigation. Here we have 2 indicators. We managed to achieve 1, and we did not achieve the other one. The one that we achieved is the performance of trial-ready case dockets for serious commercial crime, which is an APP indicator, which is shown on the next slide. And the other one is conviction rate for serious commercial crime, which is under the MTSF. Here, we did not achieve our target. It's 93%. And we managed to get 90.52%, which is about just under 2% short from the set target. And the reasons for the deviation, we are saying, in some cases, accused might plead guilty. And when pleading guilty, they may plead to lesser charges, which then results in the drop of charges that would have enabled us to achieve. And further, we have then identified some shortcomings which we have putting steps in place to address. First, we considerate that we revised the mandate of the DPCI as from April 2022, and we are also intending to engage the NPA to align our targets with them so that we ensure that we are able to make an impact and achieve on these indicators. The next one is the overview performance of serious organized crime on the next slide. We also have two indicators, and Chairperson, we managed to achieve one. On the next slide, we give the statistical information, more detail on this performance indicator. The target is 90%. It's 72% in terms of percentage of serious organized crime project investigation successfully closed, and we managed to get 71.43, which is also just under a percentage that we failed. But we have acknowledged that the reasons for us not to achieve requires us to engage more with all the role players as we conduct the unconventional investigations on the project-driven investigations. And the next slide then deals with the percentage of specialized cyber-related crime investigative support case files successfully investigated. Here we have a target of 65%, and we managed to achieve this target at 80.30%. And just to hint, Chairperson, the next slides are just media highlights or highlights in terms of our successes. I will not go word for word, but just to mention a few, that we have life-serving prisoner who was found guilty and sentenced to additional life imprisonment for murder, 6 life sentences for robberies, 2 accused on the next slide served with life sentences for the murder of an off-duty Northwest police officer, 3 life sentences for police killers, life jail term for double murder of 2 females. The next slide deals with 87 illegal minors who shares a total of 696 years imprisonment in the Northwest. The theft of fuel kingpin who was arrested, a tanker with fuel which was involved in the incident, and a number of luxury vehicles were also seized in this case. The next slide is cash and transit guard sentenced to 15 years imprisonment. Additional arrest in terms of 103 million APSA IT haste case. These were some of the significant highlights that we want to bring, significant successes that we achieved as a DPCI. So the next 4 slides that follows are actually just an indication of our achievements. And to conclude, the Chairperson, on slide number 31, the DPCI shall at all times enforce the law of the Republic without fear, favor, or prejudice, and as the circumstances of any particular case may require, in accordance with the Constitution and the law. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Chairperson, that is the conclusion of the presentation of the DPCI. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General Lebeya and your team. National Commissioner, are you fine with the presentation?
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. That's all our presentations. Thank you very much.
Okay, honorable members, there is the presentation from SAPS, inclusive of DPCI, let's engage with the presentation. But as we engage, before I appoint honorable members, National Commissioner and CFO, the APP informs the budget. I take it for granted that the APP informs the budget. Therefore, the APR, Annual Performance Report, to an extent must speak to the budget. I take it for granted. When the CFO presented, she said, you have spent 100% of your budget in almost all the programs. Although somewhere you moved money from one program to another through environment. Because from a layman's point of view, I take, if you spend 100% budget, you must have 100% performance outcome. Maybe I need to be educated there. How can you, a program spend, because the AGSA reported that detectives, for example, they could only achieve 72%. And forensic, if I still recall, now detectives is 36% and VISPOL is 72%. But in these programs, we have spent 100% of the money. If I can be educated there. Honorable Whitfield? But again, even before Honorable Whitfield comes in, are we able to check, I think that's what the AGS said, are we able to check whether where we have spent money, there's value for money? The AGSA talks about citizens benefiting. Honorable Whitfield?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and I align myself with your concern, which was expressed by the Auditor General, which is that we need to ensure that there is value for money. And if there's no value for money, based on what we've seen, there are clear inefficiencies within the system. In spite of the reasons that have been provided, that is obviously and very clearly not acceptable, particularly the underperformance and complete, effectively non-performance in terms of achievement of targets under the Criminal Records Center and Forensic Services within the Detective Services Program. Now, Chair, there's a lot for us to deal with here, and there's limited amount of time, and I will try to be as concise as possible. But I'd like to begin, Chair, by echoing your sentiments and your concerns around the increasing trend of kidnappings in the Eastern Cape. I have met with a number of business people within various communities on the east of the Eastern Cape who are terrified on a daily basis and don't believe that enough is being done. And I believe this is an opportunity in this committee to take the public into their confidence, both SAPS and the DPCI, just to allay some fears that there are some plans in place in order to dismantle these very organized syndicates that are terrorizing business owners in particular on an increasing basis. And I refer to Buffalo City Metro, King Williamstown, and the surrounding areas, East London, etc., where there appears to have been a disproportionate spike in kidnappings with allegations that members of the South African Police Service may be colluding with some of these criminals. And I think that we need a very strong response in this committee that can give us and the public confidence that this shocking spike in kidnappings, which you have raised, Chair, is being dealt with. You're more likely to be murdered and raped in the Eastern Cape than any other province. We don't need to add kidnapping to that list. Chair, with that being said, and I look forward to that response, we do have a crisis in detective services, Chair. We first became aware of this when this committee, was responsible for exposing the near collapse of forensic services performance in 2019-20, I believe, if not mistaken, 2018-19, or the second quarter or third quarter, there was a dramatic decline in one of those financial years where the DNA backlog became exposed, and we were aware that this was an issue. We raised it, we put pressure on SAPS, there was a focused effort to deal with the backlog. There is still an unacceptably high backlog of over 55,000 case exhibits, but nonetheless, there has been progress. And in the same way that we sharpened our focus and we worked together to resolve that, we need to address the broader crisis within detective services. In a response to a parliamentary question last year, Chair, it was indicated that there are 1,300 less detectives in 2022 than there were in 2018. And I suspect that that picture has not improved. The average caseload for detectives is in the hundreds, with some dealing with caseloads well over 300-400 case dockets at a time. And this appears to be a general attrition of skills and experience. And that is borne out in the annual report, where when we look at the percentage of identified organized criminal groups neutralized with arrests, the target is 70%. The achievement is 20%. That is 10 from a total of 49. And the deviation is minus 49.45%. The reason for the deviation is undercapacitation of units in the organized crime environment and inadequate development of members within the organized crime environment. Why is this the case? Why is there insufficient emphasis on our detectives and the capacity and skills required, and what is being done? That's the first question under detective services. The second question is, earlier this year, the minister publicly committed to re-enlist SAPS members in the detective services environment who had retired or early retirement or had resigned in order to bolster capacity and skills. Is there a program within SAPS to deliberately identify and re-enlist these detectives or former detectives in order to capacitate this program? That's the second question. Chairperson, I believe that we deserve an answer on the amount of funds that have been spent on the criminal justice system since 2010-11 to date. The committee needs an answer on the integrated justice system and the modernization projects. We need to know what is going on, why there is such dramatic underexpenditure in this regard. That's question number 3. And then, Chair, with respect to the forensic services laboratories, does SAPS have any maintenance contracts on the systems and equipment used in the FSL division? It appears, based on the expenditure, these contracts may not be in place. What is the status of all required contracts in the forensic services laboratories? Have contracts expired? What is the situation? That is detective services, Chair. And I think it's important that we also highlight, Chairperson, that repeatedly the department has indicated that it is important that we fight crime from a whole of society perspective. And here I want to fully echo the sentiments of SAPS and the minister and the deputy minister and others who have said, the causes of crime are not necessarily caused by SAPS themselves. And so you need a whole of government and a whole of society approach. But page 19 of the SAPS annual report states that no public-private partnership arrangements or approvals exist currently. And I can't fathom why this is or how this is possible, considering the consistent argument from SAPS that they cannot deal with crime on their own and that we need this whole of society approach. Why are there no public-private partnerships in place? And specifically, there was a commitment to investigate public-private partnerships to address the DNA backlog. And so a specific question is, what number of private laboratories have been identified and what is the estimated cost associated with these partnerships? And I hope the one doesn't contradict the other. And I sincerely hope page 19 was a typo, because it would be difficult to understand why SAPS has no public-private partnership arrangements in place. Chairperson, on firearms, very quickly, in an oral question, and I want to use this point to highlight the point made by IPUSA in their inputs today and in the submission that they made to the committee, that the whole process of licensing, and this is what IPUSA says, the whole process of licensing and competency is not a SAPS mandate in reality, or should not have been legislated as such. I agree with this. I agree fully. And I previously raised this in an oral question when I requested the minister to consider the establishment of a private-public partnership for the administration of firearms. The minister indicated in Parliament that this would be looked into, and I would like to know what progress has been made in respect of investigating this possibility to establish such a partnership with the private sector or a NPO or NGO in partnership with SAPS to assist with the firearms administration. That was a commitment made in Parliament by the Minister. Chair, again on firearms, what were the actual consequences for SAPS members who were responsible for the loss or theft of their firearms? If a member of the public has their firearms stolen and they were reckless, that is very serious, and serious consequences are meted out on members of the public. What serious consequences have been meted out on SAPS members who have been found to be reckless in the loss or theft of their firearms? Chair, on vehicles, I want to...
as you wrap up.
Chairperson, I will wrap up, and vehicles is my last point. I believe it's page 81 or 82 of the annual report, which refers to exemptions from National Treasury regulations. There is a point there which says supply and delivery of 2 armored vehicles, BMW X5s. What was the cost of this procurement, and for what purpose? Where are those vehicles currently deployed? Where are they being used? The very last question on vehicles, and in total, Chair, you'll be relieved to hear, is that the vast majority of vehicles, this was raised by the unions as well, that for the vast majority of vehicles, when we do oversights at police stations, we get told that too many vehicles are in the garages and workshops for too long. Now, the vast majority, and thank you to the National Police Commissioner for his written response to my question in our physical committee meeting some weeks ago, it appears the vast majority of vehicles are categorized as RT46, which means that they are being repaired or maintained externally by suppliers, with many vehicles out of commission for more than 100 days, and some more than 180 days, and some for more than a year. There are a tiny minority of vehicles that are dealt with in-house, it appears, from the spreadsheet that I've been presented with. Now, SAPS knows this is a challenge. We go to police stations, we're told Suntime is the problem, and insurance this, and all sorts of excuses. But what I'd like to know is, what is SAPS doing about this unacceptable situation? Is there a plan to identify new suppliers? Is there a team that is engaging with the existing suppliers or the existing insurance service provider? Or is there a plan to bolster SAPS garages so that we can get our vehicles back on the street, that we can make sure we put our boots out on the ground doing visible policing and crime prevention that our communities so desperately need? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Whitfield. Honorable Golden.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just as a start, I see that the budget for this year has largely spent 99.5%, is 102 billion rand. I know that the projection for next year was 114 billion rand, but I suspect that austerity is going to be causing problems. So I would just like a brief comment on that. My first question is page 11, revenue of 146 million on disposal of capital assets. Could I just get an indication of what those capital assets are? I've got to assume at that level it must be building assets and the likes. There's probably at a point where we're not going to have funds to build more or buy more. So that's my question. So getting across to program 2, Vispal, it's indicated as a success on page 32. CPF's at 99.91%. We've had feedback from Pop Crew earlier on. My question is, how are we measuring this? Because the indication seems to be that it's 99.91% constituted, we voted it in, and there are people on a list. Indications I'm getting of Pop Crew and what I'm seeing on the ground is that these are not necessarily functional in terms of the integration and the cooperation in the community space. What is that metric? I need to understand that, and the civilian secretary can probably give us a bit more detail. I've then got a request, not to be answered here. Safest cities, could somebody please send me in writing a breakdown on what that success actually looks like? I'm going to get to the crux of my question. And again, it was kind of touched on by the unions. Detective services, as it pertains to drug syndicates and organized crimes, are underperforming quite spectacularly. We're talking about 4 of 41 drug syndicates, 11 of 48 organized crime syndicates, which is a major failure. However, when we look at crime intelligence, they hit their targets in terms of indicators 100%. Are there no indicators around crime intelligence, which I'm assuming would be needed around this establishing of the syndicates? There are no indicators, obviously, crime intelligence tied to this. Exactly the same question asked by Pop Crew. The crime intelligence are doing well, but yet we're not shutting down crime syndicates and drug syndicates. And then logic says that that should also carry across to DPCI at some level. And they've got indicators around serious organized crime, but I'm suspecting it's falling into different categories. I think my question to the commission is, are these indicators aligned? Because detective services are not getting there, but it appears like they're the only ones lumped with this issue. My colleagues have touched on, my colleague has touched on the issue of DNA outstanding and ballistics. These targets are disgusting. We're hitting 6.3% versus a target of 57%. On ballistics, 13.5 versus 38%. And even those targets are low. So we've got some serious problems, and I think these indicators need to be looked at. And then my final one is for DPCI. General and your staff, I think you're doing excellently. I've raised this with you previously, the fact that you're operating a workforce at 52%. That is unfathomable. There needs to be a solid plan in the medium or short term to get you as close to 100% as possible. The fact that you're getting there with a limited resource, I salute you, sir, for that. And I hope that the lessons and processes imparted into your department are carried across to others. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. Honorable Komba.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I have questions here. The first question here is about the lost firearms, which were reported here on this presentation, 742 of those firearms. The question here is about, were there any recoveries thereof? And also, how were there also any investigations for those lost firearms? Because this brings me back to the question that questions the inventory processes by the procurement department, as those firearms are assets of the state, and they need to be on the asset register of the state. So my question is, it means your asset register is not properly managed, for the fact that it should reflect the number of the lost ones and the recovered ones. So that's my question, Honorable Chair. And the other question here is that coming from Major General Rebus, it says they achieved 67% of the program, which is, I forgot to write the program number, but that 67%, I want to know why didn't they reach the high, at least between 80-90%. And then program 2, I did not achieve 7 of its targets. Why so much targets were not reached? What is it then? What was the problem? What stopped them from actually increasing the number of achievements of their target achievements? So the other question here is about I want to congratulate, it's not a question, congratulate them for meeting all the targets for training and development. Chair, I also have a question here, which is talking to, it's not actually a question. I want to encourage also the smart policy model, which I think is very important, because also these criminals, they are already on the 4th industrial revolution. We are still lagging behind in terms of improving ourselves as government and try to be above them in terms of technology. So we need to also look at how we improve and becoming more smarter than before. And the other one is about the refresher courses, which police are not getting them adequately, which I would prefer that maybe we look into that, or the department looks into that they ensure that there are some refresher courses, and as well as capacity building of the police, and also workshopping police officials on Section 49 of the I don't know, they say it's Section 49, needs to be known better, and they should be knowing and understanding it so that they can be able to work effectively and within the framework of Section 49. I thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Komba. Honorable Taplanch.
Chairperson, thank you. Chairperson, you raised the question, and I also had the same question. My question is there, and you asked it, if you spend your total allocation and yet you achieved only your partially, your targets, I want that to be explained. That is my first question, Chairperson. Chairperson, secondly, several claims, the total appropriation to the police was 102, billion rand. And I mean, the civil claims, against the police at the moment is valued at 108 billion, 1.8.7 billion. That is the total claim. Chairperson, my question is, what is the amount budgeted for that? And secondly, what is done to manage it down? Chairperson, then on the programs, obviously crime prevention and crime detection are the two most important areas, and yet the performance there is the worst in all the environments. My question is, if you look, at the different environments, for instance, VIP protection, they have, more than the allocated number of personnel there. If my memory serves me right, is 1,500 and something people that are too many in that environment. And my question is, why can they not be transferred to crime prevention or detection? Chairperson, and then my last question for now is, quite obviously, infrastructure development is now the milking cow to milk, to subsidize other environments. And we have heard about, the appalling conditions of single quarters, police stations not properly, secured against possible, attacks and stuff like that. My question is, Chairperson, when is this going to be turned around, and when are we going to focus on those areas to bring police services nearer to the communities? Chairperson, those are my questions for now.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I see Deputy Minister is back. DM, I don't know whether you had all these questions.
Yeah, I had the questions, but that we allow the National Commissioner and the team and the General Levea to lead. Thank you very much, Chair. Notcom.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members and the DM. We do acknowledge and the underperformance of Program 3, Honorable Chairperson. Normally, yes, where you have shortage of staff, you will spend more in terms of duplicating, in terms of trying to get overtime for people to perform. Yes, Program 3, we acknowledge that they underperformed. The forensic environment, yes, they did not reach their target, but their performance overall within the in-year is quite very high, Honorable Chairperson. Take into account that they moved from over 530-something cases that they received to over 660, and they were still able to finalize within the same year over 800,000 cases compared to 300,000 the previous year. We acknowledge they did not perform within the various 35 days or 103 days, but within the same year they were able to perform. The areas that we are attending to with the management within the detectives is, of course, the numbers which Honorable Wakefield did ask what is it that we are doing. We had around 2016-17, we had just over 26,000 detectives. And currently, as we speak, we have just around 17,600, just over that number. It is quite a very low figure. They have come down quite a lot. Hence, as management and the ministry, we sat down to say, what is it that we can do? We came up with programs. One of the programs which, of course, now with the current budget cuts in government, it's probably going to suffer, was that we are going to give detectives a detective allowance, plus also increase their uniform allowance, because that will also boost morale and motivate them to stay within the environment of detectives. So, but that we still have hopes, but it might be affected by the recently announced cut. But what we have further done, Honorable Chairperson, is that with regard to increasing the number of detectives, for the last financial year and this current year, we have allocated over 2,000 detectives from the various 10,000 that we received last year and this current year. There are young ones that we have identified to go to detectives and boost morale. And of course, from last year to current year, we have trained over 400 new detectives. And what we also have done, Honorable Chair, was there was a number of detectives that were appointed or promoted in environments that are non-detective environments. We have over just under 600, and we embarked on a program to recall those detectives. So by yesterday, I've signed off already 68 of them to come back. Of course, we assess them. We don't just bring everybody. We have got this injection of 68 coming back. And we further went out and advertised to do a re-enlistment of police, especially those that are still within the ages of being productive. We have issued an advert to re-employ 400 of them. Over 600 applied, and that process, we are busy with it now. They are going through various recruitment processes. We're looking for that by the 1st of next month they start. But this category of members or ex-members, remember, you will find that within them there are trained detectives. Within them there might be a K9 or a VSPOL member. But the advert was for all, but going to detectives. So those that we will be able to recruit. As soon as they come in, we are going to train them for detective course, and we will have, within this very current year, we'll have an injection of at least 400 countrywide to boost the numbers. So those are the measures that we have done. We know it's not enough, but we embarked on that. And of course, the DPCI also has been given 240 to new ones, and also the FCS, they got over 1,000 new ones that will be reporting there. That's the measures that we are trying to do. We know that, unfortunately, it's not a magical that we can do very quick, but I think the ones that we are taking back from other environments back into detectives, and then the re-enlistment ones will be able to boost the environment because they will get into that environment within this current financial year. Even though it's gone, but they will be back on the work within this current financial year. In terms of private partnership, General Mlauzi will allude to that, Honorable Chair, but I'm aware that there were some companies that wanted to work with us, but the problem was the type of machines that they wanted to provide, which is not exactly what we would want, or either they have a machine, they don't have documentation. Remember, when we use a machine, we need to know who manufactured it, so that when we do whatever calibration, we know it's done according to standards. So those were the challenges that tools were being offered, but they've got no background history and everything. And there were since negotiations between forensic and those private people to say we welcome the assistance, but if you can satisfy the certain things, produce documentation, that will assist us. And I think I remember one of the partners wanted to offer machines that were be relevant for the environment. I think it was testing something else that is not what we want to do. But I know that there has been those measures. We haven't dumped the private partnership arena, but General Mlauzi will be more specific on that. Private partnership on firearm licensing, that one I think I heard for the first time. Maybe DM will comment on that. Consequences on loss of firearms by members. There are 742 firearms that have been lost, Honorable Chair. Of course, the way that is used is that they are lost because they are lost to the organization, or they are lost from the organization. But however, there are categories. Some of them, over 250 of these firearms have been robbed from police members. That happens when members are attacked, they get robbed of their firearms, or when members engage with criminals. If a member gets killed, the criminals will take the firearm. Recently, I think this weekend in Mpumalanga, one member was, of course, he was sitting at the wrong place at the tavern, which we continuously say they shouldn't sit there. Probably some criminals saw that he have got a firearm with him. They went point blank, shot him, and they took the firearm. So the laws include those type of firearms, not that it was negligent. But yes, there are those that get stolen in storages, either at members' houses where they break away the safe from the wall, or they get stolen from the storages wherever they are, be it a police station or a unit. And then there are those that are negligently lost. And when there is a negligent loss, an investigation, it is undertaken. And if it's found the member's negligent, it may get made to pay for the firearm. And secondly, you get charged both departmentally and criminally. And some of them get declared, they get declared either by courts or by other police members that do inquiries on them. They get declared unfit to possess a firearm. It's normally for a period of 5 years. So those are the consequences that goes along to those members that lose firearms, or the consequences in that regard. The cost of BMWs, General Fund can comment on that, but I know that we did buy vehicles for the PSS and PPS environment, and those vehicles are used to transport the principals. That a certain category of our principals use armored vehicles, and those vehicles are used specifically for that function. With regard to the point raised that there are majority of vehicles that are in garages. Yeah, we did decentralize the garages from national to provinces to provincial commissioners so that they get managed at the provincial level. And I even said, even the budget for repair must go there. And we have embarked on a program to move away from too much outsourcing, which vehicles come back, some of them not in a good quality repaired, to insourcing. We piloted this in the Western Cape, where we said there should be between 70 and 80% insourcing in terms of repairs and 20% outsource. And it's working well in the Western Cape, where we also have personnel from the TVET colleges that are assisting us in terms of the EPWP program of the public works. So we are busy now rolling it out nationally. We hope it's not going to be affected by the current cut on the budget, where will you do the same. But that is a bit more assistance from external, but internally we have employed some mechanics.
Recording in progress.
General Fanny can talk more on those specifics in terms of how many have we employed where in the various police garages. Regarding the spending of crime intelligence budget, we have, I personally engaged the divisional commissioner in this regard, and we agreed that for the coming financial year, the targets for this division will be worked out by program 2 and 3, so that their target are more, even though currently they are aligned to program 2 and 3, but they should be more talking to individual specific performance indicators of program 2 and 3, not more in general. Yes, they do have key performance areas within the program of CI. General Impani will deal with the 600 million revenue, and the next one was I think I've talked about the alignment of targets, the laws of firearms. I think I spoke about that. The performance of Division Vispol, which is at, or the performance of the department, which is at 67%. Yeah, it is what we have done to take the performance of all the programs together, which is 95 key performance areas, and we haven't performed 100% in terms of the expectation. We have achieved 67% as a department. Out of the 95 key performance areas, 64 of them we have achieved, 31 of them we have not achieved, which of course it will include your program 1, where we have 5 key performance areas where we didn't achieve. Program 2, we have 7 key performance areas where we did not achieve, and those relate mostly in terms of your contact crime, your various crimes and so on, and program 3 and 5. So those are the areas. I think General Ravi went through those areas that we did not perform, including firearm license, including your forensics. When we used all the forces that we have, what is needed going forward is to perfect our performance, look at areas where we did not perform well, and make sure that Honorable Chair will improve in those areas. Civil claims, General Jacobs will talk about that. However, yes, the contingent liability is quite high, but what we pay is normally not exactly the same. It's unfortunate. We are a department that is exposed to, we are not working indoors, we are working outside, we are working in touch with the community. We are aware that we will attract litigation, but however, there are areas that we can avoid it, and hence we have got a program that is driven by General Jacobs to reduce civil claims, especially in areas where we can easily manage the reduction of civil claims. There are areas that are unavoidable, Honorable Chair, where you find that people get arrested. There is some evidence to an extent, but halfway the case fall flat. So those civil claims sometimes are unavoidable. But there are areas that we have identified that we can do better, and we have identified provinces, normally Gauteng, KZN, which are a hotspot in terms of our civil claims, and General Jacobs is moving across the country, interrogating those areas, and legal services also went on an awareness to make sure that members are aware that we should all focus on this reduction of civil claims under the chairperson. I will first allow General C.M. Jacobs to comment, and then General Lauzi on forensic matters. General C.
Let me take this opportunity to greet the Honorable Chairperson, the honorable members of the committee, the Deputy Minister of Police, National Commissioner, the National Head of the DPCI, all the stakeholders that are in the meeting, our social partners. I think, National Commissioner, in terms of the questions that you have raised, that were raised by members of the committee, as well as issues that were pointed out by our social partners, I have taken note of them, National Commissioner, and some of the issues that were raised relating to support services, I think you have addressed them, but I just want to highlight on few issues, National Commissioner. I think in the presentation of SAPU, they highlighted the issue of the structure, which is showing the DNC support services post as vacant. And I think that will be corrected because the post is not vacant. There's still an incumbent National Commissioner, chairperson, that will be corrected. On the issue of the non-attendance of the Risk Management Committee, we have also noted that, and I believe the National Commissioner will also be addressing that issue that was raised by SAPU. Then other issues, Chairperson, I can indicate that we do have SSBC, our bargaining chamber, where we do sit with our social partners, both POCRU and SAPU, and the issues that we raised pertaining to the non-existence of the performance award system. I can indicate, Chairperson, that we previously had the incentive and reward schemes, as it was correctly put by SAPU, that we once had it. And that incentive and reward scheme was as a result of a collective agreement. And I can indicate, Chairperson, that Labour at the time indicated their unhappiness in terms of the implementation of that incentive and reward scheme. And an agreement, a collective agreement was reached at the SSBC to do away with the incentive and reward schemes. And what I can implore on Labour, Chairperson, is that perhaps if they still want us to debate this matter, which I believe is a good point that they have raised to motivate our employees, they can table it again at the SSBC, where we can discuss and check also if we can be able to afford it, and we can come up with another agreement as to how we can incentivize our employees, especially those that are going beyond the call of duty. But we do have a reward strategy, a Chairperson, where from time to time we do give rewards to our members in the form of monetary awards. So the reward system is in implementation in the SAPS, except the one that was raised by SAPU. I can also indicate, Chairperson, that I have taken note of the issues that were raised by POCRU as well. And the National Commissioner has touched on the issue of the capacitation of the detective services. And I'm not going to repeat in terms of what the National Commissioner has said. On the issues of the firearms, I'm sure General Fani will come in terms of responding to the issues relating to the losses of firearms. The issues of recruitment, as pointed out by POCRU, to say the 10,000 that we're enlisting every year is just a dent in terms of the shortages or the numbers that we require for the organization. I do agree with Labour, Chairperson, but we are grateful that at least National Treasury have given us an opportunity to recruit 10,000 over a period of 3 years. So, and the last intake of the 10,000 will be during the financial year 2024-2025. And I cannot indicate if we will still be getting an opportunity to recruit additional 10,000, but we will continue as the department to make additional submissions to National Treasury so that we can be allocated additional funds. I can also indicate that in the previous financial year, we have lost about 6,400 employees. They exited the service through different exit processes. So if you take the 10,000 that we have recruited and subtract or discount the 6,430, our effective gain, Chairperson, is about 3,500, of which is just a dent in terms of the numbers of police officers that we are looking for. So I hope and believe that we'll also get some backup and some support from our social partners as well as from the committee, pressurizing National Treasury to continue giving us the 10,000 so that at least the establishment of this organization can go to a number that will be able to address the issues of crime in this country. On the issue of the promotion that was raised by POCRU, Chairperson, in terms of that warrant officers, they are stuck in one rank and they can only move when they apply for posts up to captain's level. That is currently the policy that we are having, Chairperson. But I'm also saying, Chairperson, we do have a platform at the SSBC where we can discuss these issues of how we can find mechanisms to improve the upward mobility of our employees. Of course, we can only do that within the allocated budget that we are getting from National Treasury. But with the current letter that we have received, the chairperson that is talking to the austerity measures, we don't know if we'll be able to do it, but nothing stops us from start having discussions at the SSBC. And I can indicate, chairperson, that we do have this agenda item at the SSBC where we need to review our promotion policy, and between ourselves, POPRI and SAPU, we need to finalize the review of the promotion policy. Then other issues that were raised, chairperson, I believe the affordable accommodation, the housing scheme, I have taken note of that, chairperson. I think is another issue that requires our discussion at the SSBC between ourselves and Labour. I think National Commissioner, I have addressed most of the issues that were raised that are touching on human resource management. And with your permission, Chairperson and National Commissioner, I'll request that other Divisional Commissioner respond to the issues that were raised, supply chain management. Thank you, National Commissioner.
General Mlauzi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to you and honorable members, DM, stakeholders that are on the platform, the SAPS management. I'm going to respond to 3 questions that were posed by Honorable Wood. 2 were posed by Honorable Woodfield, and then 1 by Honorable Gordon. The Honorable Woodfield, you are correct. We accumulated backlog since 2018, owing to the fact that we didn't have contracts, and also we didn't have contracts for consumables and for equipment, and that actually delayed our process, because during that time we were just using the quotation to buy certain commodities. That matter was addressed, and then the latest contract that we needed, it was awarded somewhere middle 2021-2022 financial year. From Q3 to Q4, we managed to push, whereby during that financial year, our registered vessel refinalized, we moved to 81.85%. But owing to the fact that those contracts were in place, in the 2022-2023, we optimized all our processes, which includes requirement of some genetic analyzer within the DNA space, whereby from what we have received, which is the increase of 23%, when vis-a-vis the previous financial year, which is 2021-2022 financial year, we received 660,102, but we managed to finalize 830,699. That actually just tells us that actually during that time, we didn't just focus on the backlog, which accumulated over years, but we also work on the new work so that we don't accumulate more backlogs. Just to respond now, as what is the status when it comes to the contracts? The contracts are in place, and we have moved away from having a 2-year contract, especially looking at the commodities that we need in our space. Most of our contracts, we're looking at 5-year. We just awarded one on the extraction kits and the general consumables that actually will last us for the coming 5 years. So contracts are in place, but apart from the contracts that are in place, there are certain commodities that we don't really need contracts. We have to just activate the quotation or the RFQs, but in this case, those are managed and monitored on a daily basis so that we don't run short of consumables and go back to where we come from. The second question on the issues of PPP, yes, honorable member, honorable chair, we started with those engagement since 2020, whereby we were working closely with the institution that wanted to assist us. One of them being CRISP, that is falling under the UKZN University, and then we had CAF, that was actually under Stellenbosch University. There were equipment that they indicated to us that they would give us a high throughput when it comes to the isolation, because our biggest problem was the isolation, where we have your DNA, we have to isolate the DNA of the foreigners, and we have to isolate the DNA of the victim, and then sometimes multiple offenders we have to isolate. And then that instrument, after evaluation, it was a 360 chemical equipment. We work together with the universities, because after some times we realized that the instrument was not meant for human DNA, but universities, they have those instruments, they were using it for virus analysis. So a validation has to be done, but we didn't get the result that we expect. Hence, we proceed with our analysis. We bought those genetic analyzers. We bought more centrifuges. We bought more thermoshakers so that we can actually process our exhibit quickly. When it comes to the target that we are not achieved by the forensic environment, yes, majority of the cases that we processed in the last financial year, they were already backlogged, and for us, and also most of them, they were court-driven. So, for example, when we talk about 20.10%, which is actually on the routine analysis in our space, we completed 55,927 cases that were completed within 35 working days. But if we look at the total finalization of the routine cases, we finalized, combined with the one that we finalized within 35 days, 244,000, which means that majority of our cases that were outside the timelines, they were processed. Hence, we were talking about the issues of finalizing 813,699, because the environment is functioning quite well. But when it comes to the issues of court issues or court cases that are going to be, maybe they can be withdrawn from the court room, we supplied the NPA with 34,378, but just on the last financial year, it was 31,000. So far, we have given them more in this financial year, and we're busy reconciling the data moving forward. But that was just GBVF cases. Looking at the total 212 that we deposited within the biology environment, for example, we are looking at 42,000. But within the forensic environment, including ballistics, including chemistry, we are talking about 192,516. They were deposited so that actually the NPA can proceed with the work that they're doing. That's basically it, unless if I've left something else. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
General Fani.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. All protocol observed. Chair, I would respond to a number of matters that were posed. Maybe I must just start with policing, bringing policing to the people. We have currently 8 construction projects that are currently running. 14 of those, the contractors are on site and construction is happening. The breakdown of the 14 is that 9 will be finished by the end of the current financial year, and 5 will be finished by the end of the first quarter of the new financial year. We also have additional 4 that are currently under evaluation. Tenders were issued, the evaluations are happening. So that will bring us to a total of 18 projects that are currently running. Also, bringing under the same heading, we've got 15 mobile CSPs that are being earmarked for procurement in this financial year. We are hoping that the current austerity measures to curb the budget would not affect us, and that we would have the delivery of those mobile TSTs. Also, with that, to fast track the occupation or optimal utilization of the current infrastructure, we are looking at engagement of implementing agents to ensure that the repair and maintenance of the current infrastructure happens as speedily as we possibly can for optimal occupation of the current space. With regards to the procurement of fleet for President and the Deputy President, yes, indeed, we procured 2 vehicles costing in total 4.5 million, which then translates to 2.5 million each in the financial year in question. These we bought from the arranged transversal contract, RT57 from National Treasury. There was also an issue pertaining to the fleet or vehicles that are out for repairs for more than 100 days. We only have, out of the 49,000 fleet we have, we've got just 976 fleet that are more than 100 days out for repairs. It is a mixture of those that have major repair requirements as well as the panel beating work. The panel beating work is a problem for us because we do not have panel beating facilities within SAPS. We outsource all the work to the current service provider. The challenge then for the over 100 days internally and both externally is unavailability of parts, particularly for the not so popular vehicles. Also, we have had a challenge with the skills with the latest fleet types, and as well as some of the most intricate work that is required on the popular brands, your Toyotas and Isuzus, on your gearbox and your on the electronics of this fleet. So we are looking at those challenges. One of the other challenges on the outsourced part was the issue of the competence of the merchants with rework of the repairs. We are addressing that and making sure that we are dealing with that. Also, we did not have appropriate diagnostic tools, particularly on the electronic side. Funds have been allocated and procurement of these has already started to ensure that we capacitate the garages. I may add that at this current moment, we have availability of our fleet at about 81% currently, Chair. Also on the PPP, on the infrastructure side, we have had an engagement with a number of suppliers that are looking at accelerating our build program. For an example, at Western Cape, a supplier has identified sites that is owned by government, and they are looking at what would be the opportunities for us to build an infrastructure that would be used in that space. And we are identifying in other provinces as well such partnerships so that we can accelerate our build program. Indeed, the PPP program has multiple shapes. In the built environment, it is also taking shape as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chairperson. Honorable Chair, General CP will talk about the kidnappings. Thank you, Honorable Chair, Deputy Minister, and National Commissioner, honorable members. In relation to the kidnappings, I just want to indicate that we do acknowledge the fact that they are on the rise, and it is a cause for concern. However, we have put in place a multidisciplinary structure that consists of the DPCI, crime intelligence, organized crime, that are working on a daily basis, that are running on the ground in relation to these kidnappings. We have had a number of successes in the respective provinces, and so far 4 provinces are already winning the war against kidnappings, and we're still fighting the fires in relation to the other provinces.
Specifically in relation to Eastern Cape, we have arrested 12 suspects so far, 6 on extortions and 6 on kidnappings, and we have had 2 fatalities. We've lost no victims so far that died, but we are doing the kidnappings so far. Thank you very much, Chair. And in relation to the ICJS, since the information is requested since 2012, we request that we go back and maybe compile our information and respond in writing, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson Geraldine Mpane on the 600 million.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The question was surrounding what type of capital assets that were sold for purposes of revenue, Chair. This in the main will be the auctions of our vehicles, as well as the sale of 2 old aircrafts that generated this particular revenue in this regard. We had old aircrafts that we auctioned and we generated 17.9 million. The rest of the amount belongs to the auctions that we conduct annually in terms of our vehicles. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. General Jacobs, any addition on civil claims? General Jacobs? Honorable Chair, let me proceed in the meantime. We'll come back to it. There was a question.
Sorry, National Commissioner. National Commissioner, my apologies. My phone was on. My thing was on mute. I was talking the whole time, and it was on mute.
All right.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, honorable members, Honorable Deputy Minister and Minister and National Commissioner. My apologies for delaying the response. The question, my question is in response to the question asked by Honorable Ter Blanche on what is being done to down manage the civil claims. I mean, obviously, as stated by Honorable Ter Blanche, it's a huge amount of civil claims. What should, however, be important to note is that the amount claimed is very far from the amount actually that we would end up paying at the end of the period. So that's the first point. This maybe the important issue in terms of how we're dealing with it. For the last 2 years, the Division Inspectorate that is responsible for compliance was allocated with Division Legal Services to jointly develop a strategy on behalf of the National Commissioner to deal with it. So we have an implementation plan for contingent liability and the down management of civil claims. That is the official name of it, which was officially approved in the 27th of July 2022. Now the approach is basically we've developed a national steering committee since July last year, and we've gone around to every province and met with all the provincial leadership from brigadiers upwards, and we took them through the driving factors that are causing civil claims, and each province's unique dynamic that is dynamic and claims and which stations are all involved. We've briefed everyone. I personally went to 7 of the 9 provinces. Then we've established provincial steering committees. There's 8 of the 9 has been established now. We obviously have quarterly sessions. As I've indicated, we've gone off road shows. We've done with the 10,000 students of last year. We've gone to all the colleges where we've addressed 7,000 students so that we can deal with the behavioral issues when they're still fresh and new. This year, we're intending to do all 10,000 of the new students. We have a 2-hour slot per college that has already been agreed with HRD. So those issues are there. The key categories of the civil claims is as we indicated, accidents, assaults, shooting by police, unlawful arrest, unlawful detention, and other related crimes. So for each of those categories, we've identified specific reasons for why those things come in. Now on the unlawful arrest, unlawful detention, assaults, it's got to do with behavioral issues of members and command and control over cell management and all of those issues. And we've got a particular intervention to deal with those particular issues. Then we do pick up corruption and collusion as part of the reasons, where members collude with legal firms to and willfully detain people longer than. So we've picked up that. We've got a way of dealing. We've identified some key legal firms. Some firms were already notified. So that is we've identified legal firms that are touting for when people are legally arrested, develop civil claims, legitimately and legally arrested, develop civil claims with the members of the public. And so part of that is to aggressively combat that. There has been historically, we weren't as efficient in aggressively combating these civil claims which were groundless and without merit. So now there's a very active approach to deal with those issues, to combat the touting by law, by legal firms, and then obviously communicating to the members of the public. There's a communication strategy being developed in order to ensure that we deal with the members of the public as well. So, but sustainably, it's going to take us a period of going through layers and layers of the organization until we reach every constable, every police station, every unit, so that they can understand their roles, understand the implications of detaining people unlawfully, of keeping people longer than the 48 hours. We've gone to all provinces to deal with the standby duty officers. So those issues will take us, we're aggressively pursuing it, but we know the impact will be felt over time. So I submit. Thank you, National Commissioner. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I submit.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. There were some, I think, responses, the questions that we did not respond. The question by Honorable Terreblanche on to say there are too many people at VIP unit. I wouldn't be able to go in detail how many there are per unit, but however, there are not too many. Just as the organization have lost members in various areas, even in this area, there are members that we have lost. So it is not that there are too many. Conditions of police accommodation, residential accommodation, Honorable Chair, I happened to be in one of the accommodations last week. I witnessed, I know the condition. I am going to take it with the DG of Public Works because they are indeed not in a good condition. I agree. And unfortunately, it is that department that will have to maintain, that is responsible to maintain them. I will have a meeting with her with a view to embark on a project to improve the situation at this specific police accommodation. With regard to training of detectives, Honorable Chair, to be specific, as we speak now, there's currently 418 detectives at the training college, that is new detectives that are there currently doing the basic detective course. Yeah, I think those are the responses. The matter around police killings was raised before by our social partners. Indeed, it is a challenge, police killings. We need to approach it all together. Any assistance or any addition to the strategy that we have, we welcome it. But yes, indeed, we acknowledge that better accommodation for police and also continuous training will definitely improve them and put them in a better position to defend themselves when they are called upon to do so. That we have, as management, already relooked at this strategy and said we need to reinforce and see what additional measures we can do, because the numbers we are losing, both on and off duty, the numbers we are losing are unacceptably high, Honorable Chairperson. Thanks, Honorable Chair. I think those are all responses. Thank you.
Yeah. No, thanks, Chair, for that. Thanks to the National Commissioner and the team for the response. There was one matter which the Commissioner said I should talk to, but in the process, I think General Fani, when he was talking of the triple P concept, he was talking to that, because basically it's are we open to work with the private sector, or the commitment that the minister made in Parliament. I think that is their approach of government, that yes, private sector has a role to play. And there are many instances where they came in and contributed greatly to the services as we do our work. The police are not an exception, where we are able, the private sector is able to play a role. It's allowed that they can do that. Just to add on the comment by General Jacobs around issues of litigation, Chair, we have agreed that we need to introduce cameras for the police, which they were, or it's in the either in the dashboard, or where it can assist in capturing the moment. Once we implement that and our officers carry that, it is going to contribute greatly to eliminating instances where police are accused of having done X or Y, because the moments will be captured. It will also act as a deterrent against police officers, because they will know, if I behave in this particular manner, this moment will be captured, and it will be easy for those who will have, if I've beaten up somebody or I treated somebody in a manner I'm not supposed to as an officer, when steps are taken against me, it will be easy, because there will be footage, which I basically will be carrying the instrument that assist in that regard. So utilization of technology will assist us to speedily resolve this problematic area that General Jacobs was talking to. But in the main, I think the questions that were asked were responded to. But I just want to also thank you, Chair, for having allowed me to go and deal with that irritation, which has been attended to, and hopefully one will be okay. But thanks a lot for the question, members. I think we always become better, when we come to interact with yourself, and we appreciate the robustness of our interaction with you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. The question I asked about 100% spending and 68% performance, was it answered? I didn't hear the answer.
The NASCOM did talk about it did talk about it, Chair, that the 100% spending must be 100% that reflects also in the work that is done in another space, which depend on intelligence. If National Commissioner, you can repeat that response, it will assist greatly. Through you, Chair.
National Commissioner.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. What I said is that we, at some point, you need to spend double to achieve more. In that, in certain areas, we use the same work body. Even when that work body shouldn't be at work, we compensate through overtime so that we have got the numbers. If we take an example, Honorable Chair, for example, we have specialist operational units that are dealing with illicit mining. They do have got other functions, but because illicit mining is a problem, so they double up in such a way that the certain functions, they must do it on overtime. It's just an example. It's not only them alone, but there are areas where we have to do similar. And of course, also in terms of our goods and services, the repairs to vehicles and other things. And within the forensic environment, you recall Honorable Chair said for the 2021-2022 financial year, they registered just above 500,000 cases. And in that year, they finalized 457. And the next financial year, which is 2022-2023, they registered 660 cases because they have to work the backlog that sure all of us knows of 241,000 backlog. They ended up by the end of this financial year 2022-2023, they produced 813,000, over 830,000 cases that they finalized. So also in that space, you recall, we implemented we employed a lot of personnel within forensic space, and we have to also compensate quite a lot in terms of your overtime. The same goes to general detectives that carries quite a number of dockets because of the numbers that are low. They end up having to do more while the personnel strength is low, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. General Levia, was there no question for you?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and the honorable members and the minister and the rest of the colleagues in the forum. There were two questions that were directed to the DPCI. I think the first one was already answered by General Sibia with regard to the kidnappings in the Eastern Cape. Indeed, we are working together. That figure that you have mentioned, that is the success that we had there, and the two that were fatally wounded in the exchange of gunfire with the team that were pursuing those who are involved. And it also come up that even those who are closer to the victims participate in having the victims kidnapped. So it is some of the things that we have also detected. I have to confirm that we have received the allegation of involvement of some of our own in criminal activities relating to the kidnappings. So we are working on that. So the nitty-gritties we will not be revealing, but we are aware of that, and there is work that has been done on that. I think all what needs to be done is just to enhance the approach so that we do not continue to see this type of crime being perpetuated. That is the first question that was asked by the Honorable Whitfield. The next one that related to the DPCI was asked by Honorable Golden regarding the capacity of the DPCI. Indeed, we do have a plan. That was the question, whether we have got a plan to capacitate ourselves. We do have a plan. We are hoping that in this 2 financial year, if the resources are available, we will be able to go up to 100%. So there is a plan that in this financial year, we can be able to feed 1,137 if all of the circumstances still allow. We were checking the figures. And if we do that, in the next financial year, if additional funds are provided, we can be able to fill this 100%. Of course, we continuously lose a lot of members. I must say that each and every month, we lose not less than 10 through retirement and resignation. And there are others who obviously get promoted and others transfers. So in the last financial year, the year that we are assessing, 34 were actually released from the DPCI either through transfer and promotions. You can't refuse them getting promotion outside the DPCI. So we lost those that number, and you add the retirement and the resignation based on those who want to move out of the government employee payment fund scheme and have their own funds when they reach that retirement age. So that is how the number seems to be growing very, very slow. So the next aspect is that within the law, there is specific provision that was built in terms of section 17, capital letter G, that if we had implemented that particular section, probably we could have retained some of the officials. It is an aspect that we are working on. Funds available, if we implement this section, we may be able to retain some. Thank you very much. Those are the 2 questions that were directed at the DPCI.
Okay, thanks very much. 2 minutes each. Honorable Golding, Honorable Whitfield, Honorable Terplanch. 2 minutes each.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very quick. I'm just making sure that I didn't miss answers to questions which I asked. The first one was in program 2. It had to do with CPFs, where the indication was 99.91%. My question was, and this is based on some feedback off the POP crew presentation, is that just because they're constituted or they're functional? If so, how are we measuring their function? Because the indication seems to be that they're constituted and have been voted in, but we need to understand their function. That's the first one. The second one had to do with drug syndicates and organized crime, where the percentages achieved under program 3 was 9.76 and 22.92. Yet the indicators for crime intelligence showed 100%, and then probably there should be a matching indicator tied to that in DPCI. It's the alignment of indicators is my. Surely crime intelligence should have some indicator tied into that. If I missed that, sorry. Otherwise, if somebody could just explain that for me. Thank you.
Honorable Whitfield.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, I've noted the comments from the Deputy Minister about public-private partnerships, but I want to reiterate that it is the SAPS annual report on page 19 that says that there is not one single public-private partnership arrangement or approval that exists currently within the South African Police Service. And so the rhetoric doesn't match the annual report. And it's one thing indicating sentiment, but the gravity of the crime issue in South Africa requires that SAPS receives support of the whole of society. Can the minister confirm that there are public-private partnership arrangements in process so that we can change the situation from one where none currently exist to a situation where SAPS is engaged meaningfully with the private sector in agreements and arrangements so that in future the SAPS annual report can state that there are agreements in place and that the relationship is working well. What the minister says and what the annual report says are two different things. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Terplanch.
Chairperson, thank you. I just want to ask the National Commissioner just to check again for us. I think he didn't get all the information regarding this one. In terms of the personnel at the VIP protection unit, the information that we were presented with indicate that their post-establishment, year-end establishment, 4,365, while the real number that they have there at the moment is 5,943, meaning that they have an extra personnel there of 1,278. And I still maintain that if they have extra people there, that they can be better utilized or, obviously employed at detective services or crime prevention. I just want the National Commissioner to give clarity on that, even if he must come back on that to me. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks very much, DM.
Yeah, sure. Thanks very much. I think the report states what currently exists, but the report is not saying private sector have no role to play. And that's the point I am emphasizing. And I agree with him that the private sector can contribute, like it's a view which is held by government. And I'm aware of instances where their engagement through the Presidential Council, where the team of private sectors that is interacting with the president, they are interfacing with specific reference to issues that has to do with the South African Police Service, for example, around the call center, the challenges that are there, that there is engagement that is currently taking place. What will become of that? I think that's a different thing altogether. But we are engaging with the private sector because we believe they have a role to play, like they've done in other spheres of government as we speak. Thanks very much.
NASCOM.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson. The CPF functionality is assessed in terms of the minutes that they send to the provincial office, which they regularly check whether they meet, do they do projects, and so on. You would remember, Honorable Chair, that the current financial year, for the first time, we allocated them money, 70 million rand, and they are busy. Some of them are spending well, some are a little bit underspending, but the functionality is determined checked regularly by the provincial commissioner in terms of do they meet when they're supposed to meet, do they address crime challenges in the specific provinces.
Sorry, National Commissioner. There seem to be people around you, and I think they are busy with something that is disturbing as you present.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I warned them that I'll deal with them during assessment. Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. So yeah, that's how we assess the functionality. General Pilar can just add on what I've said, but that's how we assess the functionality of a CPF. Do they have regular meetings? Do they meet with the station management? Do they have projects that deals with crime? And of course, for now, currently, as we have allocated them budget, of course, where are they spending the budget according to the planned projects? General Pilar?
Thank you and good afternoon, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members, the Honourable Deputy Minister, the National Commissioner and Heads of Department present. The CPFs, we have a checklist that they have to report on, and the reports go to the District Commander who can verify that, as well as to the Provincial Commissioner, and it's also inspected, it's audited, so that we can verify that there is evidence for the information they provide. But that, as the National Commissioner indicate, that the first aspect is that they must be duly elected, so they must be elected executive of the CPFs. That was elected in a meeting, an AGM that was convened. There must be meetings held on a regular basis every quarter, with the minutes of the meetings duly available to be checked and audited. There must be attendance by this in the CPF, because the CPF is a joint meeting of the station management and the community, so there must be senior management of the station participating in the meeting. They must have a community safety plan adopted that they execute and report on the activities in that plan. And now in the future, we will need to look into the funding allocated for CPFs, how we build that into the criteria for the current financial year, so that we also reflect the spending, but that will be done at a provincial level, because the funding is currently allocated to provinces. So we will be reporting also on the 70 million, how much was spent and what it was spent on in terms of supporting the functioning of the CPFs. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thanks, Honourable Chairperson. I'll ask General Sipia just to respond on the drug syndicate one.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. In relation to the drug syndicate one, the targets have been reviewed for the next financial year, and they have been aligned with those of crime intelligence. Now, the challenge has been the fact that when you deal with a syndicate, you find that a syndicate consists of a number of individuals, and those that we've managed to deal with, unfortunately, we could not address all of them. But we have aligned our targets properly to align to those of crime intelligence. Chair, thank you.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Honourable Terblanche, the matter around the VIP unit, I would suppose that is a restated fixed establishment. That let me go back and check. I will send the response right. I will respond right on that one. Thank you very much, Richard.
Thank you, National Commissioner. It is that one that will be submitted in writing, in addition to the two that were requested by Honorable Sheikh Imam. If we can get those in writing. But in addition, DM, there is I saw in your progress report, there is a police station in Moyeshe in Limpopo. Is one of the 3 police stations that were prioritized. But I'm so worried about the police station in Khapani. I think it's moving towards 5 to 6 years now, that police station being built. Maybe the provincial commissioner can go there and do check what is the problem, and we get that that response. I would also wish to get an account on the vehicles donated by provincial governments to SAPS. I think the Premier of Gauteng announced that he has donated 1,000 plus vehicle to SAPS. How do you account for them? Are they part of the? Are they part of this AG's report? You don't need to respond now, but you can respond in writing on those questions. Maybe again, when I joined this committee, there was always talk about the structure of the police, and there was a promise by the National Commissioner that it was still the previous National Commissioner that he will be working on that structure. I take the current National Commissioner, General Masamola, is taking the process forward. Can the committee be updated on progress with regard to the structure of the SAPS? I think those are the issues that we'll receive in writing so that we're able to take the process forward. In addition to what Honorable Sheikh Imam requested, the 2 items, and what the NASCOM has promised that he will respond in writing on the issue of VIP protection. Thanks very much. Can we now move to Secretariat?
Yes, we will move there. I was asking that if you may allow, we release the National Commissioner and the National Head. There will be officers who will still remain with us to hear what the Secretariat is saying. But if we can release the greater portion so that they can attend to other issues, if you are allowed.
No problem, DM. When they are ready, they are released.
Yes, but they will leave relevant people so that if there is something that will need them to respond, they should be able to do so. But I will not waste much time here, Chair, but indicate that the processes of handling the issue of the Secretary is being attended to, and a panel will sit to handle the process. We know this has delayed a lot, which is completely unacceptable, but I thought it would be appropriate that as we present our report, we should not talk like there is no issue which is outstanding as far as the Secretariat is concerned. And if you may allow us, Chair, to ask the acting Secretary to then lead with the presentation. Thanks. Over to you, Secretary, through you, Chair.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, honorable members, honorable DM, National Commissioner, colleagues, all protocols observed. We have prepared this presentation, which covers both the predetermined objectives and the financial part of the work. So Ms. Milidwaba Itumeleng will present in terms of the predetermined performance, and then the CFO will deal with the financial part of the presentation. Honorable Chairperson, I want to indicate that we have taken note of the presentation done by AGSA and the comments or recommendations that they have made, and in our planning, we'll take that into consideration. We have also taken into consideration the suggestions or the recommendations made by the labor unions, and when we do our planning in regard to issues that relates to legislations drafting. So when we continue with our work, we will take those into consideration. In the period that it's under review, as the department, we had 28 predetermined objectives or indicators And of those, 25 were achieved and 3 were not achieved. So the presentation will cover those issues in detail. Through you, Chairperson, I will hand over to Ms. Ledwaba.
Yes, Secretary, it's now 10 to 4. Can we be done with your presentation by 20 past 4?
Yes, Chairperson, we will do likewise. Ms. Ledwaba.
Okay. Thank you, Acting Secretary. Chairperson, honorable members, Deputy Minister, Acting Secretary, National Commissioner, Generals, all protocol observed. Chairperson, given that Mr. Amaru has given a preamble, I will delve right into slide 5 of our presentation. Chairperson, Acting Secretary has indicated that we've taken note of the issues raised by the AGSA in their earlier presentation. This slide is just a depiction that we have attained our 3rd consecutive clean audit for our 5-year cycle. And again, we've taken note of the assertion that we as a department have an opportunity to make an impact within the portfolio by providing SAPS with the necessary support to gear them towards more favorable outcomes. And then we'll continue to engage with SAPS in this regard. Chairperson, for the period under review, we are saying the period under review was characterized by stabilization and recovery, and like most departments, we reverted back to 100% in-person capacity. So as our operational environment returned to normal, Chairperson, we also saw a general increase in the demand for our services, given the lifting of restrictions in terms of our interface with communities. So Acting Secretary already indicated that of our 28 predetermined objectives, we achieved 25, translating into an annual performance score of 89%. And then in terms of the services provided directly to the public, Chairperson, the department facilitated a total of 13 community safety forum workshops and 13 capacity building workshops, which were conducted on crime prevention policies in provinces and municipalities. And then also during the period under review, Chairperson, a total of 4 anti-crime campaigns also took place. This was in response to the increase in the number of reported cases on gender-based violence. 2 of these took place, the ones that were focusing on gender-based violence, Chairperson. 1 took place in Limpopo province and 1 in Lusikisiki in the Eastern Cape. And then the remaining 2 in Gauteng and Northern Cape was to address issues of violence in schools and tertiary institutions. Chairperson, similarly with the Izimbizo in response to the scourge of GBV and the high crime levels, of the 8 planned Izimbizo, an additional 9 of these took place, which brought us to a total of 17. As part of the Ministerial Public Participation Program. Chair, in terms of our organizational environment, we ended off the period under review with a vacancy rate of 7%, and this implies that 146 of our 157 post establishment had been filled. And during the period under review, we continued to comply with the targets set for employment equity. Specifically with regards to persons with disabilities, we have 3 people who are employed in the department with disabilities, and this translates into 2.10% of the staff complement. We maintained our gender parity levels, including at the senior management level. And with respect to the employment of young people, Chairperson, it's worth noting that a total of 32% of our staff complement comprised young people, and this is inclusive of graduate interns and work-integrated learners. Chair, with respect to our performance information, I'm now on slide 8. During the reporting period, Chairperson, as we had appraised the committee when we tabled our APP under review, we undertook the process of developing a theory of change, Chairperson, and this was to underpin our 5-year strategy in line with the guidelines that we had received from the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. So this resulted into the revised impact statement and outcomes as depicted in the graphic in front of you.
And this was to align with the medium-term strategic framework and also to bring us in alignment with the rest of the sector. So the period under review, Chairperson, was also in essence the first year of implementing that theory of change, and some progress was made towards the attainment of our 5-year outcomes. With specific reference, as we are noting here, our supportive role in terms of the establishment of community safety forums, and also through the assessment of the functionality of CPFs, accompanied by recommendations for improvement. And then, Chairperson, through the MOU that we've signed with Wits University, we continue to provide training to equip CPF members to be able to fulfill their function on the ground. And during this period, Chairperson, a total of 9 CPF training workshops took place. And this is also a key deliverable in terms of the Cabinet-approved Integrated Crime and Violence Prevention Strategy. Chairperson, in terms of strengthening community police relations, we've also gone a step further in order to develop response plans. And this is a mechanism for providing feedback or creating a feedback loop in terms of matters that were raised between communities and minister during the Izimbizo or public participation programs. And during the period under review, 3 of these were developed, covering follow-ups that were conducted in KZN, Western Cape, and Gauteng. Chairperson, so the committee also requested that we highlight our success stories as part of our report, and these are outlined on slides 9 and 10 respectively. So, Chair, here we've highlighted just a few in terms of over and above the assessments that we conduct on SAPS's ability to receive and deal with complaints. We as CSP also receive complaints directly from members of the public. And during this reporting period, Chairperson, a total of 113 service delivery complaints against the police were attended to and finalized by the department. And it was noted that our intervention in some of these complaints, Chairperson, has also resulted in justice being served to some of the complainants. And we've cited 2 murder cases as examples of this. In the one case, Chairperson, there was a man who had brutally murdered his wife and hidden her remains in the bathroom. So we collaborated with key stakeholders such as the NPA, and this led to the cold case being resuscitated, Chairperson, and the suspect subsequently being found guilty of premeditated murder. The second example that we cited was the case of 2 university graduates who were murdered in the Eastern Cape. And in terms of our intervention and engagement with other key stakeholders, Chairperson, this also led to justice being served for the brutal murder of these young men. Chair, we've also cited a few of our success stories in terms of supporting or contributing to the scourge, to fighting the scourge of gender-based violence, and also in terms of school safety. Chair, worth noting in terms of gender-based violence, I will just mention the example of the program that we have with key stakeholders, such as the Foshini Group, where we collaborate with these stakeholders to empower victims of GBV as and when they approach us for assistance. And this is also one of the deliverables that is outlined in our partnership strategy and framework, Chairperson. And then in terms of school safety, Chair, at the beginning of the 5-year period, we had signed an MOU with an NGO called Memeza Shout. And the work that we do with them in communities has gained some significant traction, Chairperson. So during the reporting period, we collaborated with Memeza to facilitate the installation of rapid response alarms for the protection of school infrastructure. And this was rolled out in 2 provinces, Chairperson. So in Gauteng, there was a total of 16 schools that received the rapid response alarms, and this was in June 2022. 11 of these were in Pimville, Soweto, and 5 in Klipspruit. The program was also rolled out in KZN in October, and then 5 schools in different districts also received these alarms. So we're saying, Chairperson, these measures are primarily aimed at contributing to the improvement of safety in schools, in line with the school safety protocol. Chair, I'm now on slide 11, which is a graphical representation or breakdown of our performance for the period under review. So in terms of the top 2 graphs, Chairperson, this just provides a status of program performance during the last quarter of the period under review. So I will focus on the last, the bottom two graphs. In terms of the overview of our annual performance, Chairperson, as previously indicated, we're at 89%. And this is a 3% slight reduction in the 92% that we had reported for the previous financial year. And three predetermined objectives that were not achieved during this financial year, Chairperson, was with respect to the implementation of the human capital strategy, that is in Program 1, the payment of creditors within 30 days, also in Program 1. And then lastly, with the assessments conducted on the functionality of CPFs in Program 2. And then I will delve into more detail as I do the program performance information, Chairperson. So the performance information for Program 1, Chair, is highlighted from slide 12 to 13. I will just briefly indicate that those problem areas on the implementation of the human capital strategy and the payment of creditors, the reasons for non-achievement of the first one was that certain key activities in our implementation plan of the strategy couldn't be fulfilled. And this was due to inadequate human resources in specialist areas such as labor relations and employee health and wellness. We've since taken some corrective action in this regard, Chairperson. The specialist in the area of employee health and wellness has returned to work. She was on maternity leave during the period under review. And we are also looking at measures of employing temporary support to deal with the issue of labor relations. Over and above that, Chairperson, we will undertake continuous monitoring of the implementation of the strategy. And it is also now serving as a standing item on our agenda of the Executive Committee meeting. And then with respect to the payment of creditors, Chairperson, so during the period under review, we had also embarked on the relocation to our new office accommodation. So as a result, some of our ICT services and systems could not be accessed or were disrupted. And the reason why this particular indicator could not reach 100% was the unavailability of systems that were caused by a breakdown of the fiber line. So in correcting this, we are continuously engaging with CETA to address the issues of accessibility to our IT systems. Chair, I am now on Program 2. Program 2 had a total of 9 targets. 8 of these were achieved. One, the problem area that I had indicated was with respect to the CPF assessment report. And the reason for this was the assessment report was not finalized at the time of reporting, Chairperson. Honorable Golding was interested to know what do we measure when we look at the assessment of functionality of CPFs. So in this respect, we look at compliance with CPF regulations and standards at the district and provincial board level. We verify whether meetings have taken place regularly,
Recording
whether reports
stopped.
are submitted,
Recording in progress.
timeously to stations, whether there are community safety plans in place and whether they align their projects to these crime prevention initiatives and the like, Chairperson. So we are rectifying this non-achievement in this current financial year by initiating communication and engagement with our provincial counterparts to then provide us with the requisite information for verification timeously. With respect to Program 2, Chairperson, I'm not going to go into detail on all the targets in this program. Suffice to say that the program recorded a number of overachievements as well, and this correlates with the increase in the demand for our people-centered services, as I had indicated earlier on. So we had a number of CPF workshops that took place in Mpumalanga, Western Cape, Northern Cape, and Gauteng. And overachievements were also in the area of capacity building workshops, anti-crime campaigns, and Izimbizo in support of the Minister and the Deputy Minister. So Chair, I will now move on to slide 18 on Program 3. Program 3 had a total of 4 predetermined objectives, Chairperson. All of these were achieved with no deviation. And with respect to policy development, Chairperson, just to highlight that during the reporting period, the second iteration of the draft national policing policy was finalized for broader consultation. The unit also finalized the joint research project, which was conducted in collaboration with the Provincial Secretariat. And this was on the alignment of the provincial safety strategies to the ICVPS. And then we also continued with the incremental implementation of our knowledge management strategy. And then with respect to legislation, Chairperson, both of our planned targets under the sub-program were achieved. And worth noting, Chair and honorable members, is that during the period under review, both the DNA bill and the Tara bill were assented to and signed by the President. Chairperson, I am now on Program 4, to which the program performance information is outlined from slides 20 to 23. Program 4, Civilian Oversight, Monitoring and Evaluation, had a total of 10 predetermined objectives. All 10 were achieved with no deviations, Chairperson. So worth noting in this specific program is that over and above the work that they did in fulfillment of the APP objectives, significant work also went into preparations for the 5-year census, which is currently underway. And also worth noting is the assessment that was done on the resourcing of public order policing, and also the evaluation that was conducted on the Second-Hand Goods Act of 2009. And both of these, Chairperson, I would say, is worth noting that they contribute to the implementation of the economic recovery strategy of the JCPS cluster. Chair, I will then now move to slide 24, just to indicate that in addressing the areas of underperformance, Chairperson, we undertake that we will do a regular monitoring of the implementation of the human capital strategy, as I indicated that it is now a standing item on our EXCO meetings monthly. We will also focus on filling of vacant funded posts, Chairperson, as the capacity constraints also played a role in the non-achievement of 2 of the targets mentioned, as indicated. And lastly, we will also do continuous monitoring of expenditure in order to avoid underspending or overspending in this regard. Chairperson, so that then brings us to the end of the presentation in as far as predetermined objectives are concerned. From slide 25 to 29, the CFO through you, Chair, and Acting Secretary will then appraise the Committee on the Financial Information. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, honorable members, Honorable DM, the Acting Secretary, National Commissioner, representatives from the different entities, and all protocol observed, the Civilian Secretariat for Police. You will note that in terms of our finances, both our at about 155.9 million.
You are breaking. I think your network is not fine. You are breaking.
That amount, we spent 152.6 million, which is an equivalent of approximately 98%. The program that actually spent the nation and strategic partnership, we spent 100% of their budget. I'm breaking. Yeah. I'm at the office. I don't know office. So what must I do? Audible. Still not audible, Chair.
You are audible, but you are breaking. We missed some of your words.
Okay, let me. I'll also try to connect from. I'll try to connect from the phone. But let me carry on, Chair. Maybe some questions will come as I'm presenting. I'll try to be a bit slower. Like I said, our budget is about 155.6 million, which is an equivalent of about 98%. So I've said that the highest spending program was the
Recording stopped.
Intersectoral Coordination and Strategic Partnership, which spent about 100% of their budget. The lowest spending program
Chairperson, may I request that Ms. Lidwaba
Recording in progress.
Policy development, which spent about 96% of their budget. You'll also note 238,000, and I need
Chairperson, as requested by Acting Secretary through you, I can just quickly finalize the portion on the financial information. Is that okay?
We're in your hands.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. So as CFO had indicated, we spent about 98% of our allocated appropriation of 155.9 million. Chairperson, so he was indicating that the program that has spent the least of their allocation was on legislation and policy development. He also wanted to indicate that the bulk of the underspending on all the programs is attributed to the vacant posts. I had indicated that we filled 146 of our 157 post establishment, implying that we had 11 vacant posts during the reporting period. So an amount of 2.9 million on compensation of employees, which represents 91.4%, is what comprised the underspending, Chairperson. So with respect to goods and services, Chair, we spent 99% of our goods and services allocation, Chairperson, with a variance or an underspending of only 22,000 in this regard, Chairperson. And as well as in terms of the spending on payments for capital assets, Chairperson, we spent a total of 94% of our total allocation of 3.6 million for capital assets. And we underspent by 231,000. With respect to transfers and subsidies, Chairperson, we spent about 95% of our allocated budget of 544,000, Chairperson. And yeah, in total, Chairperson, so this represents the underspending of about 8.6% of the total budget in this regard. Yeah, Chairperson, I think that then brings us to the end of our presentation. The last slide here is merely just a comparison in terms of the levels of underspending, or we have done well to increase our spending in relation to our performance objectives, and in comparison to what we had previously appraised the committee on for the 2021-22 financial year. I thank you, Chairperson. I submit.
Thank you. Acting Secretary, are you fine?
Yes, we are fine. That's our presentation.
GM, are you okay?
Yes, I am, Chair. Thanks. Thanks, Secretary.
Honorable members, can we engage with the presentation? Honorable Golding, followed by Honorable Terplage.
Thank you, Chairperson. A comprehensive presentation as always. The first one is just for comment. It came off the initial AG's presentation. And the first one had to do with enforcement of recommendations coming off both yourselves and IPID. How do you perceive that can be strengthened when passing those recommendations across two SAPS? And if so, are you measuring the implementation thereof? That's the first one. The second one, the other comment coming out of the AG's report, was the visibility to the general public of the Secretariat. Is there a broader marketing strategy for the population to understand what your role is and how they can access you outside of just basic it's in BISOs and CPF structures who actually know that you're there? Is there a broader marketing or sales plan around your service and advertising of yourselves out there? Then down to a bit of work, I'm very much happy with what you've done. As
Welcome to
there are a couple of minor steps.
Advancements and practices in the world of farming.
Okay, I'm not sure where that sound is coming from. Then out of one of our last sessions, you were busy with the review of the disciplinary regulations for SAPS. How is that going? Because that seems to be tying into some of the consequence management, which we touched on earlier on. If you can give us feedback on there. And then as it pertains to the legislative side, which was provide legislative support to minister services, I see you indicate this time that you met target, but in the previous session, you indicate that you overachieved targets. I will remind you what you indicated as overachieving target. The Cabinet approved and privatized the Independent Police Investigative Amendment Act, IPID bill, which you indicated was an achievement. I'm going to indicate, though, that your indicator says the output indicator is the constitutionally compliant legislation must be developed. I'd like a comment because you sent us a bill which was not constitutionally compliant, which has caused a problem. Your comment on that, please. Thank you.
Rapporteur Blanche.
Chairperson, thank you. I want to commend the Secretariat for their consistency in terms of a clean audit. But then again, Chairperson, we receive quite a bit of complaints and questions from the public because they don't know or understand what the Secretariat is about, and they don't, according to them now, they don't see and they don't feel, and they want to know what impact the Secretariat has on the police, if they can just comment on that. Chairperson,
Recording stopped.
My colleague touched
Recording
on,
in progress.
I also want to know what is the progress made with the disciplinary regulations, because that was a previous commitment given to the committee, and we didn't get, as far as I know, got any feedback on that, and I just want to know what progress has been made in the meantime. Chairperson, and then lastly also, I want to know once again, that my colleague touched on that also, I want to know whether they informed the minister that the IPID amendment bill, when they forwarded that to him, was unconstitutional. And if they knew about it, why did they send an unconstitutional bill to the minister to send to Parliament? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Gomba.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I also want to comment and applaud the Secretariat for the clean audit. And also, Honorable Chair, my concern here is about the employee health budget, which was reported as inadequate to do the employee health program. Because my concern here is that, remember, considering the type of work that the SAPS or any other department within that cluster is doing, it really needs more budget to actually take care of the employee health because of the trauma they're going through and many other things that are psychological and emotionally affecting them as they carry out their duties. So I'm very much concerned about one, Honorable Chair. I just wanted to raise that. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Yeah, if you can lower your hand so that we are not confused. DM.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, members, for the questions. The issue of the iPad bill, we discussed it quite extensively, but of course, members have the right to ask that question. The real reason why, for instance, we came to the committee with the bill that was in that particular form is because there have been a lot of views around the processes of appointment, the executive, and the role of parliament. And this carried on to an extent that we then took a decision that let's get an external legal opinion on this matter, which we did. And when that legal opinion came, already we had made a submission of the bill in the form in which it was, because at that moment, that opinion has not yet come back. And the opinion came back when the bill was already with the committee. And it will not be advisable for us to withdraw the bill and submit it again, because it was going to affect the processes that the committee had to look at the bill. That is really what happened. Not that there was any ill intention on the part of the department or any other person to circumvent the process, and we provided information to the committee in that regard. That is, showing that indeed we were not fabricating when we said the opinion came after the bill was submitted, and we explained. And the processes of lawmaking also outlines the processes that must be followed in case when a bill of that nature serves before the committee with the issues around it, which the committee did get a briefing and a clarification in terms of the processes by the committee's legal team. And it is out of those processes that ultimately the committee proceeded to process the bill. As we speak now, that bill is being processed by the committee. And we did commit to committee members that we will be guided by the processes. We will not come through the processes and at the tail end say, no, there's no way the executive must have a final word on this. We will be able to come up with a bill, a piece of legislation that both yourself as committee members and ourselves as a department will be proud of, and it will be a product of this engagement that are currently going to unfold, leading to the conclusion of the bill. So there was nothing untoward in these processes, and I think that's what one can reiterate now on the question that has been asked by the honorable members. I'll ask that the acting secretary and the team talk to the issues that I might not have addressed, which committee members have asked questions on. Through you, Chair, we'll ask the secretary and the team to come on board. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, DM. Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Maybe let me start with the issues or questions raised by Honorable Golding. The first one has to do with the enforcement of the recommendations. I need to indicate that we have had challenges with the recommendations or the implementation of the recommendations over the years, but we have since had a very fruitful discussion with the National Commissioner, where we have agreed in terms of the processes that need to be followed. Just to indicate that we, as the Secretariat, we will be able to brief the Board of Commissioners maybe on a quarterly basis. And apart from that, the different units within the Secretariat and different divisions within SAPS meets, and that is happening already, meets to discuss the recommendations. And as a result, SAPS is able to implement the recommendations with the proper understanding after they have been briefed. That doesn't say that the system is now working perfectly. We are building on that, and we believe that through the collaborations that we are having, this matter will be resolved. I need to indicate that even the audit committee of SAPS have requested us to give them the list or the compendium of recommendations that we've made over the years, for them also as the committee to from time to time check with the police if this is being implemented. Internally at the Secretariat, coming from the new coming financial year, we are putting in place now a plan where we will have a unit which will also be monitoring the implementation, for us to be able to report in terms of maybe percentages of the recommendations that have been implemented. So that is how we are dealing with the matter. When it comes to the issues around the marketing of the Secretariat, I think the same question was also raised, or concern was also raised by Honorable Blanche. This is one of those issues that, though it's not a finding, but it's an issue that was also raised by AGSA. And we have begun now to put up a plan in place in terms of how can we communicate more or market the department outside to the public beyond the Izimbizo. But Honorable Chairperson, you will appreciate that for us to be able to go out and do proper or full marketing, the issue of budgeting also counts. So we will need a certain amount of budget to do this. However, we understand the situation that we are currently operating in with limited resources, and we will still be able to come up with at least the minimum that we can do to market the department, where we will be able to inform the public of the programs that we have, even including those ones that we offer directly to the public. Yes, I can indicate that indeed there are there is impact that we are making to the work of the police. As an example, I think it was in our presentation where there are cold cases, and after we've received the complaints from members of public, we communicate with our colleagues from SAPS, and through our interventions, those cold cases are resuscitated, and in some instances, if not most instances, then justice is finally served. I need to move to the next one, which is about the disciplinary regulations of SAPS. Chairperson, indeed, we have a responsibility to work with SAPS in terms of ensuring that the disciplinary regulations are reviewed. But I need to indicate that when it comes to disciplinary regulations, it also involves the relationship of the employer and the employee. And as a result, the Secretariat cannot run this review on its own. This is the process that must be led by South African Police Service, and it also involves going to the BBBC, where it's a bargaining chamber, where now SAPS with the employees will have to negotiate and come to an agreement in terms of the regulations. However, as the Secretariat, we have identified several issues that we have raised through correspondence with SAPS, in terms of the areas that we believe needs to be reviewed. And these are the areas that mainly impact on the work that IPID does. And this has already been forwarded to the police. And once they are involved in these triple BC processes, these are the issues that will also be taken into consideration. Going to the issues raised by Honorable Blanche, I think I've already touched on the first one, which deals with the marketing of the department, and also the issue around the disciplinary regulations. The issue of the bill, I think Deputy Minister has addressed that. Then I will move on to the issue raised by Honorable Gomba about the inadequate budget for employee health and wellness program. Chairperson, I need to indicate that indeed it is true that we don't have adequate budget for not just this program, but overall our budget is not that sufficient for us to be able to have the necessary impact that we would love to have. However, on this area, we have acquired the services of specialists or the service provider ICAS, who assist our staff members if they've got challenges that they need to discuss, whether it has something to do with their psychological state of mind or issues around the pressure that they experience at work and different other issues that has to do with the welfare and well-being of staff members. So that has been catered, and if our staff members utilizes these services, the department is able to pay the service provider. I need also indicate that the service that we're talking about, or this process of employee health and wellness program, is specifically for the secretariat staff. It's not extended to SAPS. I believe that SAPS has its own program that deals with employee health and wellness challenges of employees. So those were the questions that were posed to us, and I submit a chairperson.
Okay, thanks very much. Honorable Golding, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be quick. Thank you to the Deputy Minister for the feedback. I know that was quite a robust session which we had there on the discussion around the bill. However, I pose my question back to the Secretariat. The indicator is quite clear: constitutionally compliant legislation. My question is, did you submit constitutionally compliant legislation to the Minister and the Cabinet? If you did, then something changed. If you didn't, then you put both the Minister and the Cabinet at risk, which is a problem. So I trust that going forward, you will ensure that any legislation which gets sent through to the Minister and the Cabinet is constitutionally compliant, so that they are no longer at risk of this process. And I think you're going to have to go look at your indicators, because you claim kudos on something which wasn't true. That was purely a statement. Thank you, Chair.
Recording stopped.
Thank you.
Recording in progress.
I think we have dealt with the program of the day, unless if there's something that we're leaving behind that is critical. Otherwise, I'm moving towards closing the meeting. Seemingly, we're all satisfied. Thanks very much, honorable members. I know I've kept you for the whole day in the meeting, but it was for a good purpose that we deal with the annual report. I want to thank honorable members, support staff, DM, National Commissioner and the team, General Levia in the team, Acting Secretary and the team. And just to acknowledge, especially, I saw a number of provincial commissioners. We really appreciate your time. And even after the National Commissioner has left, I see a number of provincial commissioners are still here. Just to reiterate that there are issues that the National Commissioner promised that they will submit in writing. And there are issues that members of the committee requested that we get feedback in writing because they raised them today and you were not ready. The issue of police stations. I've given an example of a police station in Gapane. I don't know whether the Provincial Commissioner of Limpopo ever visited this, but it has been there for the past, they've been building it for the past 5 years or so, and it's not even nearing completion as we're sitting here. I'm not sure what the budget principles say about that kind of an issue. We want to...
Chairperson, I'm available. I'm on the platform. It's Lieutenant General Hadebe, the PC of Limpopo.
Yes.
With regard to Gapane, yes, I visited Gapane. It's still far from finishing. We are told that the project manager is in Pretoria. And in terms of their timeline, it's supposed to have been finished, to be finished now in October. But from the look of what we have seen, is still far from being finished. I requested the supply chain to communicate with National Office Level General Sitol and General Fund.
Recording stopped.
To activate the project manager to come to meetings because they are not attending meetings with the contractors on site. I think it's one of the reasons that these projects are taking too long. The monitoring is short, but we will
recording
provide
in progress.
Okay, PC. No, I didn't want to put you on the spot. I was just saying, provide a comprehensive report so that this kind of matters can be escalated when there's a need. Otherwise, you are going to have that police station being built for the next 10 years. And that's why I'm saying I don't know what are the implications for budget. But I was not putting you on the spot, my apology. Just present to the principals a comprehensive report. I was just using that as an example to say you planned to complete 3 police stations, but there are these police stations. I think there's another one in Northern Cape, which has been there for quite some time, but it is not being completed. But thanks very much for that response. And I want to thank our stakeholders, the unions, Pop Crew, SAPU, and the stakeholder IPUSA for honoring our invitation. It is only when we work together, like we say, crime is a societal issue. The police alone cannot deal with crime. It is our responsibility, all of us as members of society, as stakeholders, to contribute in whatever manner we can to make sure that we contribute towards the eradication of crime. There are issues that were raised by the AG, SA. I think let's follow up on those issues so that in the next audit report, we don't find the same issues recurring. Whilst we congratulate the portfolio for this improvement, I think Secretariat and IPIT are on clean audit. SAPS and CIRA are on unqualified. with the matters raised there. I think we're all working towards a clean audit, but the committee members seem to be comfortable, happy with the progress that is made, although there are still issues that needs to be addressed. We have received an invitation to Ministers' event on Friday in Khayelitsha. Unfortunately, DM, we're having a portfolio committee meeting on Friday to look at the annual reports of IPIT and SIRA. So the invitation says 10 a.m. and at that time we'll still be in our meeting. Our apologies. We would have loved to attend that event as we launch issues related to safety during the festive season. Let's focus on the issues of detectives. Let's focus on let's get a report on the issue of how do you account for vehicles donated to SAPS by provinces or any other entity. Let's get feedback again on the issues of kidnappings in Eastern Cape. Let's continue briefing the committee on progress. Let's get the substructure. Let the committee be briefed on the substructure so that if the committee is able to advise wherever they want to advise, they are able to do so. But thanks very much, everybody who was on the platform, for attending this meeting. It was a long meeting. Enjoy the rest of your day. Let's meet again on Friday, as we'll be dealing with the annual reports of the other two entities. The meeting is then adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair, thank you, Chair. Cimile la tanga. Hey. Nasiviwe nathi basikhona.
Ulundi uyaphapha.